Chapter 543. Boom! Li Qingshan descended from the sky and smashed into the sea of corpses. In that moment the ground collapsed and rocks were thrown into the air. Several hundred corpse soldiers were thrown into the air. The heavy water sword expanded to 10 times its original size. Rings of blue light danced wildly. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers would be cut in half or sent flying. It was unstoppable, sweeping through everything in its path. Wuxia cooperated with him in the sky, raining down with extremely powerful techniques. The corpse soldiers were clustered together, and they did not know how to dodge at all. Often, a single technique could kill a large swathe of them. However, after Li Qingshan killed for a while, he discovered that not only did the corpse soldiers in the surroundings not decrease, but they instead increased as he killed them. He pulled his sword back and flew back into the sky, exchanging glances with Wuxia. A sliver of shock filled both their eyes. A while later they had killed over 10,000 corpse soldiers together, and they were all corpse soldiers that possessed considerable strength. There were not even that many Qi practitioners in the entire Clear River Prefecture. However, they could not even slow down the advance of the corpse soldiers. Once the corpse soldiers traveled further away from the pit and dispersed, killing them would not be so easy anymore. They're finally here. Wuxia gazed at the horizon. A soaring dragon ship tore through the clouds and flew over. It was still 5 kilometers away, but 100 streaks of light crisscrossed through the sky, sweeping across the ground and vaporizing thousands of corpse soldiers. Thousands of puppets swooped down from the sky, becoming entangled with the scattered corpse soldiers. Finally, they managed to contain the sea of corpses slightly. "Sir Lu, you're finally here." Li Qingshan arrived on the deck of the soaring dragon ship, and saw a group of Foundation establishment cultivators with Lu Chongqing in the lead. They were all shocked. They had heard that the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had opened, which was a very great shock to them, but only when they witnessed it in person did they understand just how terrifying this situation was. So what if they were Foundation establishment cultivators? If they fell into the sea of corpses, they would probably be eaten to nothingness in the blink of an eye. I've already reported it to the Marquis of Rui. Reinforcements will arrive very soon. Let's work together and keep these corpse soldiers at bay. Lu Chongqing cut right to the chase, flying down first. He was dignified. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but lament that it was too difficult for him to be the prefect. First, it became a battlefield between humans and demons, and then the Moon Devil refined the water of the Clear River. The Marquis of Rui was already very displeased with him. Compared to the current situation, even if 10 Moon Devils wreaked havoc, it would be nothing. If the Gate of Hungry Ghosts actually opened a little more, the 1,500 kilometers of Clear River Prefecture would be reduced to a land of death. There would be no need for a prefect anymore. The other cultivators followed closely behind, each displaying their abilities to set up a formation. He cast spells and madly strangled the corpse soldiers. Under Han Anjuan's arrangement, they each guarded one side and built a dam to block the tide of corpses. Li Qingshan's horizons were also broadened. He had stayed in the 100 schools of thought for several years. Only now did he truly witness the means of each school. Under this terrifying pressure, no one dared to hold back. In this, the Mo family had played a major role. Huge puppets rampaged through the sea of corpses, cleaving through the waves. They had all reached the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. The claws and teeth of the corpse soldiers could only make sparks fly on the tough armor, only leaving behind marks. In the sky, the soaring dragon ship's support was extremely powerful. Beams of light constantly flashed through the sky, ripping apart the sea of corpses. But at this moment, the corpse cave in the pit suddenly contracted viciously before expanding violently, spewing out even more zombies. The sea of corpses could no longer be described as densely packed. Instead, they were layered. The thickest part of the sea of corpses was piled up several stories high. They were like waves sweeping in all directions. When they came across a hill, they would directly surge up. And when they came across a valley, they would directly fill it up. The huge puppets had already been completely swallowed, reduced to huge bumps in the sea of corpses. Li Qingshan stood guard on a hill. He did not need to think at all. He only needed to swing his sword continuously, killing wave after wave of corpse soldiers that surged up. In the blink of an eye, corpses and shattered bones piled up high in front of him. However, the corpse soldiers were endless. If it were not for the fact that the arts of the boundless ocean allowed him to recover his chi quickly, and if it were not for the fact that his stamina was almost endless, he would have long since been exhausted. If he was already like this, the other Foundation establishment cultivators were even worse off. Some of them had already given up on guarding positions and flew into the sky. On the eastern hill, the current leader of the school of Taoism, Zhuchenzi, wielded the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, he pierced through several dozen corpse soldiers. He also felt that the circulation of spiritual qi in his body was somewhat insufficient. He flew up on his sword, and suddenly felt his body sink. A corpse soldier suddenly leapt out of the sea of corpses and pounced over. It grabbed Zhuchenzi's foot and opened its mouth, biting down viciously. The corpse qi on its body was thick, already close to that of a corpse general. It was equivalent to a 10th layer qi practitioner. While it was considered powerful among corpse soldiers, it was nothing before a Foundation establishment cultivator. Using his spiritual qi to block the fangs, Zhuchenzi swung his sword and cut off the corpse soldier's arms. However, in that moment of pause, a dozen or so corpse soldiers pounced over. Oh no! Zhuchenzi flew upwards with all his might. He took out an escape talisman to save his life. With a flash, the escape talisman turned to ash, but he remained where he was. A shadow loomed over him. He raised his head in shock. Before he knew it, the sky had been covered in a layer of sinister clouds. A huge wave suddenly rose in the sea of corpses. It was a group of 1,000 corpse soldiers. Their grayish-white, savage faces pounced over, slamming down on Zhuchenzi and swallowing him up. A vortex immediately appeared in the sea of corpses. At the center was Zhuchenzi. The corpse soldiers surged towards the center madly. Savage arms grabbed every part of his body and pulled at it viciously. Zhuchenzi circulated his spiritual qi madly, but it was unprecedentedly sluggish. Blood flowed out and his limbs snapped. He exploded into a cloud of bone fragments and blood. The pieces of his flesh were devoured by the corpse soldiers. Zhuchenzi's aura disappeared. Zhuchenzi! Cries of surprise rang out. Amidst the endless slaughter, all the Foundation establishment cultivators had an almost numb attitude towards these corpse soldiers. It was as if apart from their numbers, these corpse soldiers did not pose any intrinsic threat to them. Even if they truly could not hold on, they could choose to retreat. However, at that moment they suddenly realized that ants could kill an elephant if there were enough of them, and these corpse soldiers were not ants. The huge puppets were all covered in wounds and crawled with corpse soldiers. They gradually found it difficult to move and fell heavily to the ground. They were devoured and torn apart by the sea of corpses. Before they knew it, the claws of the corpse soldiers had become even more powerful. Black smoke rose into the sky, forming a large dark cloud that spread out. It seemed slow, but in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a large area. Instead, wherever the shadow covered, the plants would wither, the rivers would turn red, and all signs of life would be cut off. A thin layer of gloomy fog hung in the air, unable to disperse even when the wind blew. It was just like the scene Li Qingshan had seen in the Hungry Ghost realm with his soul sense. Enveloped by the shadow, he also felt a wave of discomfort. He suddenly understood that it was not just the zombies that had invaded, but the entire Hungry Ghost realm. In this gloomy and miserable fog, all living beings were suppressed, while the dead had the upper hand. They became stronger and faster. The humans and demons had fought for many years, but only now did many people understand what war was. Everyone, come back! A shout came from the soaring dragon ship. The head of the Mahist's beard and hair stood on end, his eyes burning. The cultivators all flew into the sky. This time they were all very careful. They cleared out a large area around them before flying up, avoiding a tragedy like Zhuchenzi's. The dragon head at the bow of the ship suddenly opened its mouth. Specks of spiritual light gathered within it. The main cannon of the dragon roar was activated, aimed at the corpse cave in the pit. A layer of light covered the dragon's mouth. After a long time of charging, an incomparably dazzling pillar of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the world and shooting straight towards the pit. Its scorching white color shone with golden light. Rings of light spread around the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship was pushed back 5 kilometers. Wood splinters flew everywhere. On the verge of shattering, The dragon head at the bow of the ship melted and was destroyed the instant it spat out the pillar of light. The soaring dragon ship had poured all its remaining spiritual energy into this attack. Even a golden core cultivator would find it difficult to block its destructive power head-on. The hungry ghost gate suddenly stopped spitting out zombies. The withered hand that Li Qingshan was extremely familiar with stretched out. In the underground palace he could only stretch out his wrist. Now he could stretch out half of his forearm. His 5 fingers trembled in the direction the pillar of light had come from. Like plucking the strings of a zither, he grasped and guided in an extremely profound manner. The pillar of light shifted slightly, landing on a hill several kilometers away from the pit. Boom! A semicircular ball of light rose from the ground, continuously expanding. It released tens of thousands of beams of light, even more dazzling than the sun. Li Qingshan could even see the violent tremors of the ground with his eyes. Even after the light dissipated for a long time, the intense light was still clearly visible on Xiao Chen's eyelids. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The hill became a basin. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers were instantly vaporized. Even more corpse soldiers were sent flying by the shockwave, their bones broken and limbs severed. Most of the corpse soldiers had been cleared out. The terrifying sight of mountains and seas was no longer as vast as it was just now. The remaining scattered corpse soldiers could not immediately stand up. However, the hungry ghost gate in the pit was unscathed. The black smoke only swayed slightly. It was like a towering pillar forged from steel. Even the violent shockwave could not shake it. The withered hand clenched its fist and raised up a black curtain, enveloping the hungry ghost gate within. Only now did Li Qingshan truly realize the terror of the corpse king. It was not as simple as possessing brute strength. It was also extremely intelligent. Although it could not even use a tenth of its strength under the restraints of the domain, its ingenious use of power was far above these Foundation establishment cultivators. Although the soaring dragon ship's attack was powerful, it was still a mechanism in the end. It did not have the meticulous control of a cultivator. The corpse king used skill to overcome power, easily receiving the attack and preventing the hungry ghost gate from being destroyed. Although they had lost many corpse soldiers, they were merely cannon fodder used to buy time. In the hungry ghost realm, there was nothing more worthless than corpse soldiers. The withered hand withdrew, and thousands of corpse soldiers surged out of the hungry ghost gate. However, they did not run around in a frenzy. Instead, they lined up neatly. A zombie wearing armor and riding on a corpse horse followed closely behind. Its eyes turned, and it was clear that it had intelligence. It's a corpse general. Chapter 544. The appearance of the corpse general meant that the gap in the gate of hungry ghosts had widened. With a wave of the corpse general's hand, a black corpse cloud soared around it, carrying nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers as it charged towards the soaring dragon ship. The corpse general from the Naraka realm was actually able to use dermic arts, thus nullifying the advantage of the cultivators in flight. With a long howl, the sword in Lu Chongqing's hand flew up, drawing a white arc as it stabbed towards the corpse general. Layers of corpse soldiers blocked the attack, assuming a standard defensive stance. The sword pierced through dozens of corpse soldiers, like an arrow at the end of its flight. The corpse general attacked just now. A smile appeared on its stiff face as the pitch-black blade in its hand fiercely slashed at the flying sword. The flying sword wailed, wanting to fly back. A group of powerful corpse soldiers that seemed to be the corpse general's personal guard stopped it at all costs. Lu Chongqing's expression changed, and he pushed the flying sword with all his might. At this moment, the dark cloud above his head enveloped him, and his connection with the flying sword instantly weakened. The corpse general gripped the hilt of the sword, and corpse chi surged. The light on the flying sword quickly dimmed, and a layer of black chi enveloped it. It was actually refined on the spot. Casually hanging the sword at its waist, the corpse general bared its fangs and let out a soundless laugh. It looked disdainfully at the cultivators on the soaring dragon ship. Only then did they realize that while the corpse general seemed to be approaching menacingly, its corpse cloud had cleverly stopped within the range of the dark cloud. With such intelligence, it did not seem like a zombie at all. Over the years, Burial Mound Mountain had obtained large numbers of corpses and refined many corpse generals. However, The corpse generals controlled by army seals were nothing more than powerful puppets. It was nothing more than a powerful puppet. There was a world of difference between it and the corpse general in front of him. Lu Chongqing's heart ached. The feeling of having a spirit artifact taken away was not a good one, but he could not care about that right now. More corpse soldiers were surging out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Meanwhile, the soaring dragon ship had lost the ability to fight. He ordered loudly, "Everyone attack together." All the cultivators attacked together. Spells, spirit artifacts, and spirit talismans flashed with light, all of them possessing astonishing power as they attacked the corpse cloud. Based on their experience just now, these corpse soldiers would be wiped out in an instant. The corpse general swung the blade in its hand. Nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers moved back and forth, quickly and precisely adjusting their formation. The corpse chi between nearly 10,000 corpse soldiers. They actually fused into one and rose into the air, forming a huge black shield. Boom! 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 The attacks landed on the black shield one after another, but the corpse chi only dissipated slightly. It was actually unable to break through. Han Anjuan's expression changed. This was very similar to the military formations of the military school. And military formations had extremely high requirements for disciples. It would take a long time for them to understand each other. Even so, when it came to battle, they would also be affected by fear, anger, and other emotions. This caused the formation to collapse. However, the corpse soldiers clearly did not have such concerns. Under the control of the corpse general, they were able to move the corpse soldiers with ease, forming the most exquisite cooperation. Compared to the difficulty of communicating with each other, these corpse soldiers simply did not have their own thoughts. Even if they were chopped in the head, they would not waver. Such a formation was undoubtedly purer and more powerful. Among the cultivators present, no one understood the power of a military formation better than Han Anjuan. Perhaps each corpse soldier was not strong, but once their power was gathered, it would change from quantity to quality. Even he did not dare to take it lightly. The corpse general did not charge forward at once. For a moment, the cultivators did not know what to do. In the sky, they faced off against each other. The corpse general rode a corpse horse, riding a corpse cloud, leading the corpse soldiers. As the dark clouds in the sky spread, it slowly approached. Facing nearly 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, it actually had the air of a general who was strolling leisurely and strategizing. This is a cultivator of the hungry ghost realm. Li Qingshan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He could no longer see the corpse general in front of him as a monster. It was clearly a powerful and cold cultivator, although its cultivation method was completely different from humans, demons, and all living beings. The corpse general truly did not take Lu Chongqing and the other cultivators seriously, but it was not because it was confident it could defeat them completely. Instead, it was because fighting and killing was a common occurrence in the hungry ghost realm. Its intensity was well beyond what Lu Chongqing and the others could imagine, let alone when they faced a group of Foundation establishment cultivators equivalent to corpse generals, who knew how many times they had faced corpse commanders, ghost kings, or even higher existences. Even struggling was pointless. All they could do was accept their fate. In the great battlefield, survival was sometimes completely dependent on luck. After experiencing that, the current situation was nothing more than a small matter. Hua Sengzan said, "We can't drag this out any longer." During the moment of confrontation, several more corpse generals crawled out of the gate of hungry ghosts. They varied in shape and size. One of them was clearly not a human corpse. However, their eyes all shone with light. The first thing they did after emerging was gather the corpse soldiers. They glanced at the sky, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they allowed the corpse general to face off against the cultivators, while they led the army outside the gate of hungry ghosts, falling into a huge military formation. It seemed like some sort of strange formation. The corpse soldiers served as the formation diagram, while the corpse general served as the eye of the formation. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have thought that mere corpse soldiers of the lowest level could actually have so many wondrous uses? The moment the formation fell into place, the black pillar of smoke that surged out of the gate of hungry ghosts immediately became even thicker. They had to work together from both inside and outside to widen the gate of hungry ghosts so that even stronger, corpses from the hungry ghost realm could come here. Once the gate of hungry ghosts was opened, it would be enough for the master of the huge, withered hand, the corpse king, to pass through. That would truly be the end of the world. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. To fight or to flee, they had to make a decision quickly. Kill! Han Anjuan bellowed out coldly and leapt onto the dragon head on the bow of the ship. He raised his spear and pointed it straight at the corpse general. He was also a general. Before he set off, he had already received a military order from the great general Han Ongwa. He could not flee from this battle. He had to drag it out until reinforcements from the Rui commandery arrived. A military order must be obeyed. The soaring dragon ship suddenly began to move. Like a roaring, furious dragon, it collided with the corpse cloud. The corpse general did not back down. He swung the blade in his hand again, pointing it straight at the sky. Surging corpse chi rose up from the corpse soldier, turning into a huge blade over 100 meters in length that swung towards the soaring dragon ship. The soaring dragon ship had almost run out of energy. It could not even activate its defensive formations. The huge blade swept down from top to bottom, cleaving the soaring dragon ship in half. They could clearly see the structure inside as wood splinters flew into the air like rain. The halved ship did not slow down at all, slamming into the corpse cloud viciously. Countless corpse soldiers were sent flying, falling towards the ground. The core furnace exploded with a loud bang, swallowing the entire corpse cloud. The military formation had been destroyed. How could a mere corpse general be the opponent of all these cultivators? Right when everyone wanted to finish him off, they discovered the corpse general galloping off in the direction of the gate of hungry ghosts on his corpse horse with a trail of black smoke. The moment the corpse general swung his blade, he had already turned his horse around without any hesitation. The corpse horse trod on 4 clumps of smoke mixed with sparks, moving as fast as lightning with astonishing speed. It was the complete opposite of the calm he had just now. Only the words fleeing could describe it, causing everyone to be unable to react for a moment. It was like a general from ancient times. No matter how mighty he was on the front lines, once he was ambushed and defeated, he would immediately flee without a care for his parents, wife, and children. Victory and defeat were common for soldiers, all for the sake of making a comeback in the future. The cultivators chased for a while, but had no choice but to stop. The closer they got to the gate of hungry ghosts, the thicker the aura of death became. Even the spiritual chi of the world became extremely weak. A sinister wind blew, burrowing into every pore and greedily plundering their life force. If it were a chi practitioner here, they would probably lose their lives in a short while. Although the cultivators were not in danger of losing their lives, their strength had been greatly reduced. They struggled to see through the gloomy clouds and saw that over 20 corpse generals had already crawled out from the left and right sides of the gate of hungry ghosts. The corpse soldiers were like mountains and seas. They no longer had any advantage, be it in terms of quantity or quality. If they went any further, only death would await them. It was even more difficult to use techniques or control spiritual artifacts from afar. What do we do? The cultivators all looked at one another. Even with Han Anjuan's valiance and fearlessness, he would not choose to throw his life away for nothing. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Qingshan, if this continues, the entire Clear River Prefecture will be reduced to a land of death. As a matter of fact, the entire 9 provinces will become a part of the Hungry Ghost realm. Hua Sengzan suddenly said to Li Qingshan secretly. Li Qingshan gave a non-committal reply. He knew his performance in the underground palace could not fool Hua Sengzan's eyes. How could a regular Foundation establishment cultivator withstand a strike from a corpse king? How could he still escape after being dragged into the pool of blood? Even if he was extremely weak due to the restraints of the domain, he was still a powerful existence on par with demon kings. The Hungry Ghost realm definitely did not have any gods of mountains and rivers. It was a land of absolute death. Once these zombies attacked, his status as a water god would come to an end. And the Hungry Ghost realm definitely was not suitable for the living to cultivate either. However, Li Qingshan did not plan on taking action. If the Moon Devil took action, He could kill these corpse generals and corpse soldiers and temporarily slow down the opening of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but the withered hand would definitely strike again. However, that withered hand would definitely strike again. He had already tried to transform and fight it, but the result was very difficult. But now that the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had been opened to such a degree, the withered hand would definitely become even more powerful. Combined with its terrifying technique, it was extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan was not arrogant enough to underestimate a corpse king. As a result, he said to Hua Sengzan secretly, "Even if the sky collapses, there's someone tall to hold it up." Hua Sengzan froze for a moment, then smiled wryly. "That's true." Li Qingshan stared at the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. These corpse generals looked terrifying, but for Little N they might be excellent tonics. The Samadhi flames of white bone just happens to counter these things. Li Qingshan had already told Little N to hurry nearby, but at the same time, he requested that she hide and observe the situation. She could not take action. What he was afraid of was that in a moment, a powerful figure would come over and see them, acting bravely for a just cause, and saving the world. Without a second word, he would destroy them first. Golden Core cultivators were fine, but if it was the governor of the Azure province, or the few top figures from the major sects, they would not even have the chance to escape. If this world is really gone, I will be destroyed. Something so fragile, it's best to destroy it as soon as possible. Chapter 545. The Legends of the Great Sage 8 For the Legends of the Great Sage Free Read Chapter 8 The Big Three are from outside the door of Hungry Ghosts. The number of corpse generals finally exceeded 100. Look // they did not communicate much with each other, but they cooperated with tacit understanding. They nervously and orderly adjusted their formation, leading the million corpse soldiers to guard the Hungry Ghost's gate. Silence, solemnity, and deathly stillness. It was like a crude yet exquisite war machine that was ready to move at any time. There was a saying, when a person reaches 10,000, they are like a mountain or a sea. What kind of concept was a million corpse soldiers? If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not be able to imagine it. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, the surrounding hundreds of hills were completely covered by corpse soldiers. They rose and fell like the waves of the sea, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the true sea of corpses. Under the cover of the dark clouds in the sky, this hilly area had completely turned into a land of death. Moreover, it was still spreading to the surroundings. The cultivators were forced to retreat 100 miles away. They did not try to attack again. Under the lead of the corpse generals, the corpse soldiers continuously adjusted their formation, expanding it, turning it into an unshakable military mountain. Just by looking at it, one's mind would be shaken, unable to control themselves, filled with despair and powerlessness. Would mobilizing all the cultivators in the Rui Commandery be enough to take down this army mountain? Moreover, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts was still opening wider and wider, and more powerful ghouls poured out. It was impossible to win. The end of the Clear River Prefecture had arrived. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and clenched his fists. He was not afraid, but he could not suppress his excitement. This kind of big scene could not be seen in the small mountain village. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts opened wider, and the black pillar of smoke began to fade. Above the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, the dark clouds were no longer shrouding it. The sky turned gray. The sun emitted a gloomy splendor. There was not the slightest bit of warmth or vitality, only a cold, deathly stillness. This was not a reassuring scene. The cold mist-like aura lingered in the air. This world began to transform into the Hungry Ghost realm. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. It was as if a sharp paper knife had cut through the clouds. The resplendent and gorgeous light from the gaps in the clouds was like a revelation from the gods, sprinkling down on this deathly silent land. The boundless sea of corpses. In a daze, Li Qingshan heard the cry of an eagle. At first, it was still 50 kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. A white divine eagle spread its pure white wings and descended from the sky on a ray of light. The figure seemed to have come from the heavens. His figure flickered, suddenly appearing and disappearing like a divine wind that drifted erratically. Even Li Qingshan had to gather his focus to barely catch a glimpse of the figure. It was not an eagle, but a human. Gu Yining. This kind of speed caused Li Qingshan to gasp in amazement. If he were to desperately urge his wind god wings and phoenix wings, he could barely reach this level, but he would not be able to turn as freely as Gu Yanning. She did it with ease, and it was clear that she still had some strength left. Gu Yanning seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned around and looked at Li Qingshan in the distance. She seemed to smile. He flew towards the gate of hungry ghosts. Perhaps only Li Qingshan could see this quick smile. Hua Sengzan said, "Be careful, Commander Gu. Wasn't this courting death?" Li Qingshan was shocked. Gu Yanning was strong, but she was facing an army of 1,000,000. She probably did not know the terror of the army formation, and was also weakened by the hungry ghost realm. 100 corpse generals. They roared in unison and raised their weapons high. The 1,000,000 corpse soldiers immediately reacted. The movement was like the roar of a tsunami, like the roar of a giant beast awakening. 100 columns of smoke rose into the sky, spiraling and twisting as they pounced towards Gu Yanning. Gu Yanning's figure became more and more ethereal as she weaved through the huge pillars of smoke. But the smoke entangled and bit at each other, sealing off all space to dodge. She waved her jade folding fan, and several streams of wind flew out, cutting through several columns of smoke. The corpse generals immediately changed formation, wanting to switch from offense to defense, but they were one step too late. Gu Yanning was like a bolt of white lightning, plunging into the center of the gate of hungry ghosts' army formation. Savage faces circled her left and right. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she seemed to be flying. Streams of wind coiled around her, blocking the invading cold winds. 100 corpse generals roared in unison and lunged forward. Although they could not control the army formation in time, the corpse chi of the corpse soldiers surged over, enveloping each of them in grayish-black smoke. Their auras connected, and they unleashed an exquisite combination attack, viciously attacking the foolish enemy that had walked right into the trap. She raised her head, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She waved her fan, and 100 heads flew into the air. The smoke dispersed, and the corpse generals were all killed. Taking the head of a general from an army of 10,000 was as easy as taking something out of her pocket. The army formation formed from 1,000,000 soldiers immediately showed signs of collapsing after losing the corpse generals as their leader. Good. The cultivators were greatly energized and cheered. She had single-handedly turned the seemingly hopeless situation around in an instant. This feeling was like rising from hell to heaven. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "As expected of the woman I've set my eyes on. Yanning, your atmospheric winds are becoming sharper and sharper." With a hearty laugh, the clouds surged and a square protruded. A huge seal descended from the sky like a mountain, crushing down on the sea of corpses and directly crushing the 10,000 corpse soldiers to pieces, even sending 100,000 flying. The Marquis of Rui stood on the serpent dragon at the top of the seal of mountains and rivers and looked at Gu Yanning. He did not hide his admiration at all. Even if he used the seal of mountains and rivers, he did not have the slightest confidence in killing 100 corpse generals in a single stroke. If it were not for her startling speed, if it were not for the unstoppable atmospheric winds, he would have to endure the combined attack of 1,000,000 soldiers. Let alone golden core cultivators, even cultivators at higher realms of cultivation would have to consider it carefully. The seal of mountains and rivers flew up and returned to the Marquis of Rui's hand, turning back into a tiny seal. For large words, forever suppressing the lands and rivers, appeared on the ground, while 2 smaller words, Rui, appeared in the corner. Although they were small words, every single one of them was the size of a square. They were as dignified as they could be. Gu Yanning smiled and stowed her fan away, making her way over to the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Gate of Hungry Ghosts no longer spurted out zombies. With her hands behind her back, she bent over and lowered her head, gazing into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts leisurely. Li Qingshan said, "Be careful." However, he discovered several voices rang out at the same time. One of them was the Marquis of Rui. The huge, withered hand suddenly extended out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts like a serpent emerging from the sea. It spread its fingers and reached towards her. It was even swifter and more forceful than when it grabbed Li Qingshan back then. Gu Yanning pulled back in a hurry. Her black sleeves fluttered forward, but her leisurely expression remained the same. The huge, withered hand extended its entire arm, advancing and retreating. It was only inches away from her. Corpse chi coiled around the fingers, turning into a vortex that produced a powerful suction. Gu Yinying paused. She was about to be grabbed by the huge, withered hand. The seal of mountains and rivers descended from above, slamming down loudly. A streak of black light shot out from the side like a dragon, crossing the horizon and biting towards the wrist of the huge, withered hand. Gu Yinying wielded her jade folding fan and stabbed forward. The atmospheric winds coiled around it like a drill. Boom! The seal of mountains and rivers slammed the huge, withered hand into the ground viciously. Hanangwa's figure appeared, and he stabbed his spear into the wrist. The atmospheric winds pierced through the corpse cloud vortex and stabbed into the palm. The fingers of the huge, withered hand suddenly closed, but Gu Yinying had already pulled back. She was completely unscathed. The three pillars of the Rui commandery had worked together to teach the huge, withered hand a lesson. Even the hungry ghost realm struggled to suppress their strength. The Marquis of Rui's seal of mountains and rivers relied on the power of belief. Hanangwa, on the other hand, relied on his powerful body. And Gu Yinying's atmospheric winds were the same as the underground magnetic field. They were both extremely special existences. The huge, withered hand missed. It swung up violently and knocked away the seal of mountains and rivers, shrinking back into the gate of hungry ghosts. The three of them retreated from the range of the huge, withered hand. Just now they had only caught the huge, withered hand off guard. Even their combined attack had failed to heavily injure a measly arm. Although they were the best of the best among second heavenly tribulation cultivators, they were still quite a distance away if they truly clashed with this corpse king. They formed a triangle, surrounding the gate of hungry ghosts. Gu Yinying said, "Her Highness the Dark Queen will be here very soon." The three of them were originally in the commandery city of Rui, waiting to receive the Dark Queen. Never did they think something like this would happen, so they rushed over immediately. They obviously contacted the Dark Queen as well. That's good then. Hanangwa nodded. The Marquis of Rui stopped worrying too. Logically speaking, the Dark Queen had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, she had been unable to break through and reach the realm of king. So why did the three of them place such great trust in her? It was all because the Umbral Insect was renowned for their arts of controlling ghosts, so they were closely connected to the hungry ghost realm. It was said that the sect possessed a controllable gate of hungry ghosts, specially for their disciples to undergo trials and cultivate. This was not strange. The 6 realms of Sasra had always been omnipresent. It was just like how the school of legalism used the power of the Naraka realm to cultivate, practicing techniques like the Hell of Ice. The school of the military would also use the Azura realm that ruled over Bing Sha. Gu Yinying could not help but think of a legend that had spread extremely widely among the upper echelon of the cultivation community of the Green Province. If the Umbral Insect faced destruction, they would open the gate of hungry ghosts to the limit regardless of the cost. No one would be able to seal it away. They would make countless corpse kings and ghost kings swarm into the 9 provinces, turning the world of the 9 provinces into a part of the hungry ghost realm. As it seemed now, it was very likely for the legend to be true. And the Umbral Insect had probably purposefully spread this legend as the greatest form of deterrence. After the founding of Great Xia, as an age when the righteous path prospered and the demonic path died out, it was not without reason that the Umbral Insect, once the greatest demonic sect of the Green Province, was able to survive and prosper. Most importantly, this deterrence was definitely not a mad attempt at mutual destruction. According to the cultivation methods of the Umbral Insect, even if the hungry ghost realm truly descended, the disciples of the Umbral Insect would still be able to survive. As for the other cultivators, they would have to die first. Thinking up to there, Gu Yinying shifted her gaze and looked at Li Qingshan again. The Dark Queen's visit this time is closely related to this kid, and she's even brought an old acquaintance with her. Just why is it? Don't tell me it really has something to do with that? Li Qingshan looked back and met her gaze. Gu Yinying had already looked away with a smile. He lowered his head, but he was rather unsettled inside. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, his heart trembled. When he heard the 2 words Dark Queen from afar, he immediately thought of the endless wind and snow on the ice-sword cliff. When he heard the two words Dark Queen from afar, there was also the cat that was delicate and graceful but had somehow become his master. I wonder if Xianyue will come? Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan 5 kilometers away, little Anne's expression changed as well as he hid in the mountains and rivers. He murmured, "The Dark Queen. The Dark Queen. The Dark Queen." The Legends of the Great Sage 8_free reading of the Legends of the Great Sage Chapter 8. The 3 pillars had been updated. Chapter 546. Boom, 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 boom. The mountainous seal of mountains and rivers flew high into the air before falling loudly. The ground shook and the hills collapsed. Wherever it passed by, the corpse soldiers were all crushed to death and sent flying. All that could be seen were huge words. Having lost the commander of the corpse generals, the million-strong army immediately fell into disarray. In the blink of an eye, most of them had been wiped out. Holding off an army of 1,000,000 with his own strength was extraordinarily domineering, let alone witnessing it with his own eyes. Before a beauty, the Marquis of Rui obviously had to put on a good performance. If she were a regular woman, she would definitely be enchanted by such an earth-shaking technique. Strength had always been a man's greatest charm. Gu Yinying watched on with a smile. She said nothing. She held a copper coin in her hand, which was hidden in her sleeves. She tossed and turned it between her slender fingers as she tried to perform a divination. She was slightly surprised inside. According to the divination, the situation seemed to be becoming more and more dangerous. At the same time, Li Qingshan also sensed the warning signs rapidly rise, gradually approaching the edge of danger. Strange. The million-strong army has been annihilated, and the huge, withered hand has been forced back into the hungry ghost realm. It hasn't sent out any more soldiers either. All I have to do is wait until the Dark Queen arrives and seals up the gate of hungry ghosts, and wouldn't everything be fine? There must be something else going on. Gu Yinying looked back and gazed into the distance. A luxurious carriage sped through the horizon. The 4 tall, fine horses that pulled the carriage were all half-transparent. Their manes danced like rain, graceful and silent, swift and agile. The curtains of the carriage were lifted, revealing a noble, cold face, gazing in the direction of Burial Mound Mountain. A cat's head stuck out from the side, also looking over. The Dark Queen frowned slightly. She had never expected it to open to such a degree in such a short amount of time. The rate at which the 6 realms of Sasra devoured the various worlds was accelerating. The Dark Queen saw what the Marquis of Rui was doing, and her expression changed slightly. Oh no! Several million corpse soldiers. Hundreds of corpse generals had died in battle in this hilly region. Even though they had been killed, they were still alive. Although they had been slain, the corpse chi in their bodies had dispersed into the surroundings, enveloping them in a thick black mist. The land littered with corpses. It was strikingly similar to the situation in the hungry ghost realm that Li Qingshan saw. The gloomy clouds and ghastly fog that filled the sky suddenly began to retract, surging into the gate of hungry ghosts at a speed even faster than when it had erupted. The wind surged and the world was clear and bright. Lu Zhongqing and the rest of the cultivators all revealed relaxed expressions. It seemed like the Corpse King had no choice but to give up. Li Qingshan and Hua Sengzan looked at each other in shock. They had seen it with their own eyes. How did the gate of hungry ghosts open? First, it sucked in all the yin qi and corpse qi on Burial Mound Mountain. This was definitely not giving up, but a sign of an even more violent eruption. Be careful. The earth trembled as if it was an ancient fiend god. He wanted to wake up from his slumber and destroy this world. Li Qingshan suddenly had a realization. Perhaps all of this was part of the Corpse King's plan. Millions of corpse soldiers and hundreds of corpse generals. They were all victims. The trembling suddenly subsided. The gate of hungry ghosts suddenly expanded tenfold, but it was completely silent, giving off an awkward feeling of dislocation. The world instantly darkened. Li Qingshan blinked. He saw the black fog surge in all directions like a flood, expanding 50 kilometers in the blink of an eye. In the center of the darkness, a crystal coffin flew high into the air. The sparkling and translucent crystal coffin, under the sunlight, emitted a rainbow of colors. A beautiful girl in purple was sleeping quietly. Her eyelashes trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Crack. A crack appeared on the crystal coffin. It rapidly spread and covered the entire crystal coffin. Ping! There was a crisp sound like a glass falling to the ground. The crystal coffin turned into white dust and scattered. Zir! Ma Chaochuan crawled out of the pit. His entire body had been corroded by corpse qi. His flesh was shriveled, and he looked like an old man. He extended his hands towards the sky, hot tears welling up in his eyes. Ma Chaochuan, I've done what I promised you. A thunderous voice erupted from the pit. Yes. Thank you, sir. Do you see it? Yu Shuquang. Ha 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 ha. Ma Chaochuan extended his hands towards the sky like a madman. He staggered and fell backwards into the deep vast gate of hungry ghosts. He felt like his soul was leaving his body strand by strand. When the gate of hungry ghosts erupted, he was situated on the border between the hungry ghost realm and the 9 provinces. Although the corpse king had purposefully protected him, his strength was just too low. The aura of death had already invaded his body deeply, severing his final sliver of life. He had only been holding on through a will. Now that he had achieved this will, he immediately reached the end of his life. He stared at the horizon. Under the sunlight, the graceful figure seemed to be covered in a halo, gradually blurring. Zir, I'm sorry. Had she really revived? Would she still be the same after reviving? Ma Chaochuan did not think about it. He did not dare to think about it. Perhaps all of his hard work and his final goal was not to spend the night with her again or form a relationship with her, but to say those 3 words to her. Darkness enveloped everything. Zir lowered her head and gazed at the gate of hungry ghosts. The figure had already vanished into the darkness. She clutched her chest, which ached slightly. A shadow loomed over her head. The seal of mountains and rivers pressed down like a mountain. Gu Yinying frowned. The female zombie that had just revived actually made her feel rather dangerous. With a swish, she unfurled her jade folding fan, and invisible atmospheric winds flew out, cutting and ripping through everything. Hanongwa's figure was as graceful as a dragon, rushing into the air and pointing his spear at Zir. With the 3 of them working together, even the corpse king had suffered. Zir raised her head, and only the whites of her eyes remained. She threw a punch at the seal of mountains and rivers. Compared to the colossal seal of mountains and rivers, her slender arm was basically a living example of the idiom, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The Marquis of Rui bellowed out, "Die!" Boom! Ripples of light surged into the surroundings, and the seal of mountains and rivers flew back. The Marquis of Rui's face was filled with disbelief. His chest suddenly ached and his throat tasted sweet. He pulled the seal of mountains and rivers back into his hand, only to see a tiny dent at the bottom. At a closer glance, it was clearly the imprint of a fist. The power of Zir's punch was actually unbelievably great. After throwing the punch, she used the recoil to fly downwards. Suddenly, she tilted her body backwards, like she had snapped in half. A few atmospheric winds brushed past her ears. Then she reached behind her and grabbed a spear. At the same time, she turned around and took Hanongwa with her, dodging the tip of the spear. This series of movements was very stiff, completely ignoring inertia. It seemed extremely abrupt, but it was extremely ingenious. Li Qingshan noticed that a strand of black smoke had extended out of Zir's back before he knew it, reaching into the depths of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Corpse King definitely did not just help Ma Chaochuan revive his lover out of kindness. Instead, he was using her as a puppet. Gu Yinying and the others were basically clashing with the Corpse King. In terms of pure strength, Zir did not possess the strength to overwhelm any one of them, but breaking free from the restraints of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts allowed her to unleash all of her skills in battle. Sever the black smoke behind her. A noble woman descended from above, extending her hand and grabbing from afar. Behind her, a huge, mountainous ghost vaguely appeared. It extended a huge spectral hand and whistled over. Its target was the black smoke, vaguely possessing the bearing of the Corpse King's withered hand. So this is Xuanyue's master, the Dark Queen. She really is powerful. Li Qingshan sighed inside. He discovered they were both second Heavenly Tribulation Golden Core cultivators, but the difference in strength was worlds apart. Just this move alone was enough for even Tin Wen Zhengming's to not be her opponent. The moment the Dark Queen appeared, Little and became stunned. Before he knew it, he emerged from his hiding place and stared at the figure in the sky. Memories surged like the tide, lashing against the frozen ocean. The surface of the ice cracked. Ever since she started practicing the path of white bone and great beauty, it had never caused such ripples for anyone apart from Li Qingshan. She crouched down while clutching her head. She felt a wave of pain that she had not experienced in a very long time. She felt like her head was about to split open. So familiar. Who is she? I clearly know, however, little and did not give off any aura, and the region was enveloped by the black mist, so no one noticed her existence. Zhi's figure suddenly descended. It did not feel like she was flying, but being dragged downwards, avoiding the spectral hand. The Dark Queen's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly turned around and gazed into the distance. There seemed to be something there, but it was shrouded by the black smoke, preventing her from seeing it clearly. In the midst of battle, she was unable to investigate it in time. After a moment of distraction, she turned around again and looked at Zhi. She understood the most that opening the gate of hungry ghosts to the point where corpse kings could enter was anything but easy. This had already touched upon the laws of this world, so it was subjected to many restrictions. In the past, there were plenty of lawless demonic sects, but only the Umbral Een sect could threaten the gate of hungry ghosts with the gate of hungry ghosts. As long as the king could not enter, they would not be able to shake the foundations of the 9 provinces. No matter how many corpse soldiers, corpse generals, or even corpse commanders they sent out, they would struggle to avoid the fate of being destroyed. However, if the corpse king moved its body towards the outside, it would block up the gate of hungry ghosts. The corpse soldiers and corpse commanders under its command would not be able to enter, so defeat would still be certain if the battle dragged on for too long. The corpse king had nurtured this corpse carefully as a puppet, before using a sliver of its aura to control it. Not only did it leave an opening for the corpses to enter, but it could also command the corpses. It was basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If she could not kill this puppet as soon as possible, then it would be troublesome. With a flash, Gu Yanniang caught up, swinging her fan at the strand of black smoke. A vicious corpse beast with a pair of wings on its back lunged out of the gate of hungry ghosts. With a trail of black smoke, it carried Zhi on its back and bit down viciously on Gu Yanniang. A corpse commander. Gu Yanniang's heart shivered and she pulled back. In the black mist, another man in mourning clothes and wielding a mourning staff strode out of the gate of hungry ghosts. Apart from his pale face, he seemed no different from a living person, but the aura he gave off made everyone present shiver. The corpse commander had finally appeared. The man looked around, and his expression suddenly underwent a startling change. His eyebrows furrowed, and his mouth opened slightly, making an expression of extreme human sorrow. He began bawling loudly. "You've all died so miserably." The sound of sobbing was like an awl in the ear, making people's brains ache. Sorrow welled up from within, tempting them to end their lives immediately. Chapter 547. I can't take it anymore. A cultivator clutched his head and let out a miserable howl. With a bang, his sea of qi exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "Retreat! Retreat!" Lu Chongqing ordered loudly. A battle on such a level was no longer something they could take part in. Just the shockwaves of the battle were enough to kill them. Li Qingshan retreated as well, but he purposefully distanced himself from the cultivators. He frowned and gazed into the depths of the black mist. Why hasn't Little N retreated? The atmospheric winds whistled over, forcing the corpse commander in mourning clothes to stop crying. He bent his knees forward and leapt up suddenly. The mourning staff swung towards Hanangwa's head with a shrill whistle that sounded like the wails of ghosts. If it were a regular cultivator, just the sound would be enough to shatter their minds and make them ache all over. However, Hanangwa's heart was as firm as steel. He was unfazed, brandishing his spear and clashing with it. Immediately, sand and pebbles were kicked into the air. It enveloped a corpse and a person. Only the aura of death and murderousness constantly rose up. After unleashing the atmospheric winds, Gu Yanniang became entangled with the winged corpse beast. The 2 of them constantly chased each other through the air. Apart from the moment they changed directions, it was impossible to see their figures. Only 2 different sharp whooshes of the wind could be heard, constantly rising and entangling with one another. The corpse beast was powerful, but Gu Yinying was confident she could kill it in just a few strikes under normal circumstances. However, the powerful talismans stored in her Sumeru ring were enough to reduce the corpse beast to a pulp. However, above the gate of hungry ghosts, she could still use the atmospheric winds freely, but the other techniques and talismans were unavoidably affected. However, the corpse beast was like a tiger that had grown wings. It grew bolder and bolder as it fought. Meanwhile, Gu Yinying's speed was even greater. She was basically undefeatable. As long as she had some time, the corpse beast would be doomed. However, time was of the essence right now. The Marquis of Rui could no longer care about whether the seal of mountains and rivers would be damaged or not. If this continued, the entire Rui commandery would probably fall. He pointed down, and the seal of mountains and rivers flew up and expanded. The seal of mountains and rivers shone brightly. Even the surging deathly aura was repelled, unable to approach. There was also a strange whistling sound, as if thousands of voices were whispering at the same time, fusing into a desire that resounded through the sky. Zir gazed at the Dark Queen in the distance cautiously. She had already sensed the most dangerous enemy. He didn't even look at the seal of mountains and rivers pressing down on his head. A giant shadow swept past her. It was a one-eyed, one-horned giant. To be more precise, he was a corpse commander transformed from a giant's corpse. His upper body was bulging with muscles, and his legs were short and thick like 2 huge pillars. He raised a pair of thick arms and pushed upwards. With a great rumble, the giant corpse commander was smashed into the ground. The soil and rocks were up to his waist, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard all over his body. The corpse chi continued to surge and was on the verge of collapse, but it stubbornly resisted the seal of mountains and rivers. Zir still refused to raise her head. She only stared at the Dark Queen and the huge, indistinct ghost figure on her. The gate of hungry ghosts spewed in and out furiously. In that moment, another several 100,000 corpse soldiers surged out under the lead of several corpse generals. Several corpse generals raised their hands, and surging corpse chi surged into the giant corpse commander's body. The giant corpse commander riled up and slowly raised the seal of mountains and rivers. He had actually defeated the seal of mountains and rivers in a contest of strength. Even the currently Qingshan was unable to achieve that. Another dozen or so streaks of golden light flew over from the horizon. Under the Marquis of Rui's urgent summons, most of the golden core cultivators of the Rui commandery had rushed over. Although the sect masters and elders of the sects were not under the Marquis of Rui's orders, they were all people of the Demon Slayer. The Sword Collection Palace received the news and immediately ordered them to provide support. On the human cultivators' side, their forces flourished. However, the Dark Queen's heart sank, as powerful auras leapt out from the gate of hungry ghosts one by one. They varied in shape, and half of them were not humanoid. They belonged to the various races of the 6 realms, but they had all joined the ranks of the dead now. They were born with the various differences of race, yet they could instead fight alongside each other in death. It was quite an irony. Any single one of them would only be stronger than the golden core cultivators who had come to provide support. They would never be weaker than them. There was not a single corpse ghost that had been refined from the endless devouring and battle of the hungry ghost realm that was not adept at fighting and killing. As for golden core cultivators, no matter how many techniques they possessed, they would all be restricted in this region. The result of several millennia of peace was that once cultivators reached golden core, they would rarely even have the opportunity to engage in battle with others. Only large sects like the 3 major sects could use all kinds of methods to maintain a high degree of killing to temper their disciples. And these corpse commanders could even gather the power of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, which made them even more terrifyingly powerful. The gate of hungry ghosts was equivalent to a gate. If a corpse commander could pass through, it meant even more corpse commanders could pass through. A golden core cultivator might be extremely precious and rare in the world of the 9 provinces, but there were basically countless corpse commanders in the hungry ghost realm. The 9 provinces were vast, but compared to any one of the 6 realms of Sasra, it was like comparing a pond to the ocean. Once the two were connected, a single ripple in the ocean could overturn a pond. If they could not seal the gate of hungry ghosts in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. To everyone's surprise, it was not between humans and demons, but between the living and the dead. The Dark Queen hesitated. With so many golden core cultivators working together, if she went to seal the gate of hungry ghosts right now, she still had some confidence in sealing it up. However, there was really no need for her to take such a risk with her status. The Umbraline sect had never been a righteous sect that considered the rise and fall of the world as their responsibility. That was not why she had come to the Clear River Prefecture either. As a result, she no longer hesitated. She only called out to Gu Yening before turning around and flying off into the distance, expressing that she had completely given up on sealing the gate of hungry ghosts. The other golden core cultivators who had just arrived all stopped as well. They had no idea what to do for a moment. Gu Yening sighed gently and also prepared to retreat. She had already reached her limit by contending against a corpse king of the hungry ghost realm. Everything else would depend on the reactions of the kings of the Green Province. It's not like I'm the master of this world. Her thoughts were exactly the same as Li Qingshan's. Hanonghua also began to retreat as he fought. The Marquis of Rui pulled back the seal of mountains and rivers, only to see that the light of the seal of mountains and rivers had weakened drastically. A lot of the power of belief had been depleted, and many dark marks had appeared on it from the corrosion of the corpse qi. At the same time, the colossal corpse beast at the level of a corpse commander crouched before the gate of hungry ghosts like a mountain. Zi stood on its head, staring straight ahead proudly. She seemed like a sovereign that had descended upon the world. In the blink of an eye, the corpse commanders protecting him had already surpassed 10. Gu Yening and the others no longer posed any threat to him. If these golden core cultivators were bold enough to approach him, only death would await them. Beneath her feet, the corpse soldiers surged out like the tide. Under the lead of the corpse generals, they fell into various formations, before assembling into large armies under the corpse commander's command. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 corpse soldiers had gathered once again. The army was even more majestic than before. Under her command, a power that could turn something rotten into something wondrous appeared. The 1,000,000-strong army began to move, their formations changing as corpse qi surged into the air. They were like vicious beasts devouring everything. The power of the corpse soldiers gathered on the corpse generals, while the power of the corpse generals gathered on the corpse commanders. In the end, all of this power gathered on him. As a corpse king, organizing a battle like this had become a common occurrence in the hungry ghost realm a long time ago. The opponent this time was pitifully weak. However, he knew that the experts of this world had yet to take action. Perhaps they were hurrying over, or perhaps they were still observing. But without a doubt, this was the best opportunity. Zi spread her arms and gently parted her vermilion lips. She said with a dry, hoarse voice, "All of you stay here." She raised her hands high into the air, holding up a glass-like eyeball. It was devoid of light, and the space rippled like water. Don't tell me that's the eyeball of a space-devouring beast? I've only heard about it before. How did he obtain it? No wonder he's so bold. The Dark Queen's expression changed, immediately speeding up. She was afraid to remain for even a moment longer. The other golden core cultivators reacted quickly either. 2 of them even took out escape talismans that could allow them to travel thousands of kilometers away. But all of this was too late. The speed at which the ripples rippled was indescribable. Compared to it, the actions of the cultivators seemed like they had come to a standstill. The gate of hungry ghosts twisted and suddenly widened like a great mouth, taking a vicious bite out of the world of the 9 provinces. By the time everyone returned to their senses, they discovered that the world had already changed. The sky had completely turned into the deathly gray of the hungry ghost realm. Chilly winds whistled and gloomy clouds filled the air. White bones littered the ground. Black blood flowed in the rivers. With Burial Mound Mountain as the center, a range of several hundred kilometers began to overlap with the hungry ghost realm. Although it had not been completely digested, it was only a matter of time. No matter how powerful an escape talisman was, it could not directly break through the domain. Zi finally couldn't help but laugh wildly. In this way, even if someone from this world who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He closed his eyes again, revealing an incomparably joyful and comfortable expression. The omnipresent oppression and restrictions from this world had all disappeared. At the same time, his actions received the approval of the will of the hungry ghost realm. He could feel the roiling death energy gathering towards him. The cultivation of his main body that remained in the hungry ghost realm had become even stronger. If he could completely devour this world and kill all the living beings in it, he would be able to advance from Corpse King to Corpse Emperor, or even higher realms. This eyeball of the void-devouring beast that he had obtained by chance had not been wasted. Also, he had searched for a suitable world for it. And all the effort he had spent was compensated. Now all he had to do was wait for the hungry ghost realm to completely digest this space, and use it as a foundation to expand into the surroundings. But before that, he would first kill these cultivators. Aside from devouring other worlds, killing powerful living beings was the best sacrifice to the hungry ghost realm. Little Anne. A translucent black screen blocked in front of him, forming a clear boundary. One side was life and the other was death. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan stepped towards the side of death. Qingshan. Wasungzan grabbed him tightly. Death is easy but resurrection is difficult. Chapter 548. It was extremely easy for the living to die. It was extremely difficult for the dead to come back to life. The space devoured by the hungry ghost realm was exactly such a situation. Li Qingshan smiled and broke free from Wasungzan, leaping into the dark world of death. Looking back, the mist enveloped Wasungzan. He could not even sense the aura of the outside world. As his hair drifted, it turned scarlet red. North Moon appeared, staring over with his scarlet eyes. He and Little Anne possessed a communication spiritual artifact, which was why they could sense each other's location. Now that they were under the influence of the hungry ghost realm, they could not sense each other at all. Why hasn't Little Anne retreated? As he wondered, the black mist before him suddenly surged, and the ground trembled slightly. A corpse general riding on a corpse horse rushed out with close to 10,000 corpse soldiers behind him. His entire body was shrouded in corpse chi, making it almost impossible to see his appearance. Only a pair of green eyes flickered with a bone-deep hatred for the living as he raised the war hammer in his hand high into the air. Corpse chi condensed, turning into a huge black warhammer that smashed down. Soil and rock were thrown into the air, and a great pit appeared in the ground. However, Li Qingshan had already vanished. The corpse general was taken aback. Suddenly he raised his head, only to see a colossal figure descend from above, throwing a punch. The surging corpse chi condensed into a huge, black shield in front of him. Li Qingshan smiled viciously. His fist landed on the shield, and the corpse chi shook violently and dispersed. He followed up with a punch, reducing the corpse general and his horse to mincemeat. Someone else has come in? It's that half-demon. If this person turns into a zombie, he'll definitely be extremely powerful. However, he seems to possess some power. It's repelling the aura of death. Zier stood in the center of this land of death, surveying the space that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Her mind raced and she decided to kill the second heavenly tribulation cultivators first, especially the woman who could control ghost spirits. The Dark Queen's face was completely sunken. No fewer than 5 corpse commanders surrounded her from all directions. If it were only 5 corpse commanders, she would not be afraid. However, they had 1,000,000 corpse soldiers behind them. Not only did they possess tremendous power when they struck, but their corpse chi was endless too. Master! Master! A familiar voice came faintly from the fog. How did she get in? The Dark Queen's expression changed, and her mind wavered. All of a sudden, the surrounding corpse chi was monstrous like raging waves. It swept down. 6 corpse commanders of different appearances and races. Along with the corpse chi that filled the sky, they attacked together. He had sealed off all of her room to dodge and was ready to kill her. The Dark Queen raised her hand, and the huge ghost appeared. A petite dark green figure called out loudly while moving forward in the thick fog. Where did Master go? He's not in danger, is he? Xianyue frowned. The cat's ears suddenly trembled, and its hair stood on end. He turned around and bared his teeth. Rumble. There was a thunderous rumble, and the stones on the ground shook. Under the lead of 7 corpse generals, 100,000 corpse soldiers swept over with an overwhelming momentum. The corpse chi condensed above the army, forming a pouncing black monster. Let alone a demon general, even a demon commander would find it difficult to face them head-on. With a flash of light, she vanished from where she was. She had used shadow displacement, but she only managed to move 300 meters away. She failed to escape the attacks of the corpse army. In this domain, innate abilities were no longer as useful. She clenched her fist firmly and retreated step by step, turning around and fleeing. Very soon she arrived at the edge of the domain. She raised her foot, but she was unable to take a step out. Inside and outside the domain was a colossal chasm that could not be seen with the naked eye, dividing the boundary between life and death. Death was easy, but resurrection was difficult. She turned around. Her large eyes were filled with anxiety as she muttered, No, I have to think of something, but what can I do here? Master, I'm going to die for you. Although I've always wanted to flee, I haven't let you down. Damned Big Black, I'm going to die for you. I've always wanted to flee, but I haven't let you down. Damned Big Black, I'm going to die for you too. You've let me down greatly. The army surged over like the tide, suffocating her. Xianyue closed her eyes and one final thought flashed through her mind. I wonder if I can come back to life if I die in a strange place like this? The pain she imagined did not come. When she opened her eyes, she saw a bright crimson. In this gray world it was so bright and eye-catching. A figure stood before her, tall and straight, his crimson hair flying in the wind. Although he did not appear particularly muscular, he had a lofty and unshakable spirit. He knelt on one knee, his arms striking the ground lightly but powerfully. Xianyue called out, Idiot, it's already too late to kneel and beg for mercy. Li Qingshan's expression froze, and he glared back at her in annoyance. You still dare to glare at me? Xianyue was suddenly speechless. Cracks spread out from his fist. The stable ground suddenly turned into a frenzied beast, shaking violently. The densely packed corpse soldiers were like lice on the back of the beast, sent flying. Tens of thousands of corpse soldiers blotted out the sky, and the formation was broken. The 7 leading corpse generals swayed left and right, their minds trembling. The phoenix feather robe fluttered, and Li Qingshan turned into a streak of crimson light. He attacked 7 times, destroying all the corpse generals. He circled around and flew towards Xianyue. Who are you? What are you doing? Xianyue felt her body lighten as she was picked up and flown into the sky. His cool crimson hair tickled her face. Her eyes lit up, and she reached out to touch the pair of curved horns on Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan smiled and let her touch him. As she caressed him, the 2 words North Moon were very clear. Xianyue gradually revealed an expression of disbelief. You are Big Black. Li Qingshan looked at the spirited girl in his arms, who looked no different from before, looking at him in surprise. He could not help but laugh. I've done you wrong. I'll say it again, you are not my master. Xianyue struggled. How can Big Black be so beautiful? This meow is so strong. You must be pretending. Li Qingshan said, if you keep moving around, I'll toss you off. Xianyue glanced down. Below was the boundless sea of corpses, so she immediately stopped moving. She blinked her eyes and came to a realization. You really are Big Black. Why do you say that? You're rotten to the core. Li Qingshan resisted the urge to toss her off. The wind whistled beside him, and a white figure flew alongside them. He waved his hand leisurely and greeted them. Long time no see, the 2 of you. Can you stay a little further away from us? Li Qingshan glanced backwards. At the very least, there were 3 corpse commanders tailing him. They were all speedy flying corpse beasts. Once he caught up to them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Don't be so formal. Gu Yinying smiled. Who's being formal with you? You're still my pursuer after all. Help me out. Gu Yinying even extended a hand and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. She did not care whether he agreed to it or not, suddenly flying backwards. Li Qingshan exhaled and flew in the opposite direction. With an arc he casually tossed Xianyue high into the air, forming a pincer attack with Gu Yinying as they approached the three corps commanders. Xuanyue's scream rang out in the air. "Big Black, you traitor!" Gu Yinying raised her right hand backwards, and her jade folding fan unfurled with a swish. Sharp atmospheric winds wrapped around it, and she swung it forwards again, whistling through the air. With a thought, the phoenix wings on Li Qingshan's back suddenly burst into flames. The wind helped the flames burn, reaching several dozen meters wide and filling the sky with red light. "What's that?" Zier suddenly raised her head. The three corps commanders had already experienced the power of Gu Yinying's atmospheric winds, so they dared not take it on forcefully. They all dodged, but the atmospheric winds brushed past them. Even with the layers of corpse chi protecting them, the atmospheric winds still cut through them easily like a knife through butter. Suddenly, they looked back, and even their faces had been dyed red. A pair of flaming wings flapped towards them, blanketing the surroundings. None of the three corps commanders cared. In this space, apart from attacks like atmospheric winds, no innate abilities or techniques could threaten them. Coupled with the million-strong army backing them up and the corpse chi protecting them, it was even more so for them to fear nothing. With a hiss, the thick corpse chi melted like butter. The phoenix wings slammed into the corpse commanders viciously, sending sparks flying. Their indestructible bodies that had cultivated for 1,000 years suddenly began to burn, melting away like corpse chi. How is this possible? What kind of fire is this? Cries rang out. Even Li Qingshan was slightly surprised by how effective this move was. Originally, he planned on wearing down their protective corpse chi before engaging them in close combat, creating an opportunity for Gu Yinying to kill them in a single strike with the atmospheric winds. He never thought it would directly burn in, making them cry out from the heat. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Gu Yinying, neither of them would let such a great opportunity slip by. The two of them turned around and brushed past each other. In that moment, the tips of their noses almost touched, and their eyes met. Gu Yinying seemed to smile as if she was in thought. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, as if he had returned to the moment when they first met. Two fierce gusts of wind surged and scraped against each other, whistling past. Gu Yinying swung her jade folding fan, and the head of a corpse commander flew into the air. The flames on its body had yet to extinguish completely. Li Qingshan directly sent a corpse commander flying with him. The wings of fire closed, and he was like a flaming meteor, leaving behind a long tail of light. The corpse commander let out a shrill wail before being incinerated in the flames. All of this was completed while they were flying at high speeds. The two of them turned around at the same time, targeting the remaining corpse commander that resembled a strange bird. The strange bird corpse commander reacted the fastest. Just now, when the phoenix wings struck it, it only came in contact with some of the flames because it was in the center, which it extinguished very quickly. By the time it returned to its senses, its two companions had been killed, leaving it alone. With a sharp cry, it dove down, fleeing towards the sea of corpses. Seeing how she could not catch up, Gu Yinying came to a halt, while Li Qingshan continued his advance. The two of them moved one behind the other. She swung her folding fan, and the fierce wind pushed Li Qingshan away. The wings of wind on her back flapped violently, and the flames burned even more fiercely. She suddenly accelerated, catching up to the strange bird corpse commander immediately. She closed her wings and burned it to death. Pulling up, she flew over the sea of corpses. The firelight illuminated Zer's face. Zer's eyes narrowed slightly. The flames of the phoenix. Chapter 549. If the Hungry Ghost Realm was a paradise for the dead, then the phoenix was the symbol of eternal life. It used rebirth again and again to defeat death. It was the nemesis of all death. Li Qingshan flew back into the air, only to see Xianyue standing in the air with her hands on her hips, huffing furiously. "Traitor, you're flirting with that bird woman." "Bird woman?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He had no idea how to react. Smack! She struck Xuanyue's head with her folding fan. Gu Yinying said, "I'm here." Xianyue clutched her head in pain and bared her teeth at Gu Yinying. Gu Yinying studied the wings on Li Qingshan's back and was rather surprised. A phoenix? As the saying went, all birds revere the phoenix. The phoenix was the emperor of feathers, so she could sense its noble, dignified bearing particularly clearly. Am I worthy of you? I'm the one who's not worthy of you. It's you, you wretched demon. The Marquis of Rui flew over. He was surrounded by several corps commanders. Taking advantage of the moment Zi was distracted, he charged out forcefully. The crown of his hair had been shattered, and his hair was disheveled. He seemed rather disheveled. As soon as he saw North Moon, he flew into a rage. Seeing how he was currently conversing with Gu Yinying and how Gu Yinying's expression became even more gentle for once, he became even more furious. Before Li Qingshan could even say anything, Xianyue leapt up. Who are you calling a wretched demon? Why, you're... The Marquis of Rui recognized the Dark Queen's famed cat. Go away. I'm talking about the wretched demon behind you. Why don't you just accept your death? Li Qingshan barked, so it's you, you bitch. I'll send you to the afterlife right now, North Moon. With a flip of his hand, the Marquis of Rui raised the seal of mountains and rivers. Die, wretched demon. Gu Yinying did not try to persuade him either. She pointed with her folding fan. Look below. The two of them could not help but look down, only to see over a dozen corps commanders eyeing them covetously. Zi did not send them in pursuit immediately. If they were not speed-type corps commanders, they would not even be able to touch them. Instead, they would be killed instead. Corps commanders were different from corps soldiers. Every single one of them was a great loss. Most importantly, time was on her side. As long as she waited, she would win. Gu Yinying said casually, I believe that even if it's a corpse king, he won't have more than 100 demon commanders under his command, but before that we'll probably be the ones to collapse first. And it wouldn't take long. This realm will be completely assimilated by the Hungry Ghost realm. At that time we will be able to see the true appearance of that Lord Corpse King. It probably won't be as beautiful as it is now. Corpse King. The Marquis of Rui immediately lost his will to fight. Once the Corpse King actually took action, only death would await him. You sure are relaxed. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire Gu Yinying's ability to maintain her composure. There were many people who were fearless of death, but it was rare to see someone who could remain calm in the face of such a life-and-death crisis. Don't overestimate me. If it's really possible that I might die, I'll die. If I really might die, I probably won't be able to laugh either. If I want to leave right now, I do have a way to leave, but I'll be alone at most. There's nothing you can do. Gu Yinying said through her soul sense. Her voice directly rang out in their ears. She did indeed have a way to break through the realm. She had a way to leave, but she had to do it before the Hungry Ghost realm completely devoured this realm. Or there was nothing she could do. Then why aren't you leaving? It's far too dangerous here. Yinying, if you have a way, you should leave first. Li Qingshan and the Marquis of Rui said at the same time, glancing at one another. Killing intent surged. There are many reasons. Time is tight, so I won't go into detail. When this place is about to be completely assimilated by the Hungry Ghost realm, I will leave. Before that, let's do something together. Gu Yinying explained everything clearly. She was so straightforward that it was displeasing. Unintentionally, she gave off a cold and distant feeling, as if she was talking to a group of people who were about to die. I won't die. I hope all of you can survive. I will work hard for that too. If none of you can survive, then all I can do is say goodbye and live on alone. She could not help but give off a feeling of coldness and heartlessness, but it was also beyond reproach. Li Qingshan thought, perhaps when a person is truly unrestrained and unrestrained, they would display such sharpness and coldness. The Marquis of Rui asked, then what do we do now? Gu Yinying said, first of all, we need Her Majesty the Dark Queen's power to seal the gate of Hungry Ghosts. If she dies in battle, I'll probably have to take my leave first. Secondly, we need to send Her Majesty the Dark Queen to the gate of Hungry Ghosts, so we need to concentrate our strength as much as possible. After saving Her Majesty the Dark Queen, we need to save the other fellows as soon as possible so that we can rendezvous for the final battle. This was all communicated through soul sense, so it did not take up much time. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. Their priority right now was still to seal the hungry ghost realm and break through this realm. With Little An's abilities, he only needed to lie down in a pile of corpses, and there would be no danger at all. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light in the thick, black mist. The light that radiated in all directions was like stars falling to the ground, growing brighter and brighter. Only afterwards did there be a great rumble, and a wave of air swept over. The Marquis of Rui was alarmed. A golden core cultivator has blown up his golden core. Gu Yinying's eyes lit up. Here's our opportunity. Let's go. A golden core was the crystallization of a cultivator's many years of arduous cultivation. The power of the explosion was extremely startling, blowing away the thick, black mist. The landscape on the ground immediately became clear, but it only made people feel even more terrified. In that moment, Li Qingshan recalled the sight he saw in the hungry ghost realm with his soul sense. Before he could think too much about it, Gu Yinying had already flown off. 100 kilometers to the southeast, under the encirclement of 7 or 8 corpse commanders, a huge ghost that stood over 300 meters tall roared furiously. Although it was injured time and time again, it actually managed to block the attacks of the corpse commanders. Li Qingshan was secretly surprised. The Dark Queen was actually so powerful. Not only did these corpse commanders work well together, but they were even using the power of 1,000,000 corpse soldiers and countless corpse generals to fight. If it were him, he probably would not even be able to last a moment. And even if he reverted to his original form, he would only reach up to the knees before the huge ghost. Gu Yinying said in some pity, "It's just a pity that Her Highness the Dark Queen has a knot in her heart, so she can't unleash the power of the void-bellied Ghost King. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so troublesome today." Under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, the void-bellied Ghost King rapidly thinned. Suddenly, it opened its huge bottom-like mouth and sucked in violently. The aura of death surged in, and its figure became solid again. With a punch, chilly winds roared. The corpse commanders scattered in all directions, but it killed countless corpse soldiers and corpse generals. Li Qingshan was even more surprised. And this was still called not unleashing its full strength? If it really did unleash its full strength, it probably would even stand a chance against cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Controlling a ghost king to fight as a golden core cultivator was the strength of the Umbral Een sect. It was no wonder that it could rival the Sword Collection Palace. The Umbral Een sect. Umbral Een ghost control technique. Chinua. Not in her heart. Child. A certain memory fragment hidden in the depths of his mind suddenly surged up. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was unwilling to think too much about it, nor did he have the time to think about it. Zi no longer commanded the overall situation either. She directly led several corpse commanders to block Gu Yinying and the others. She said, "I've won." That's not necessarily the case. Li Qingshan studied Zi. She possessed very powerful skills in battle, but her personal strength was only that of a corpse commander. As a matter of fact, she was even slightly weaker than regular corpse commanders. She was not undefeatable. Zi looked at Li Qingshan and said, "The bloodline of the phoenix is indeed rare, but you're far too weak. Otherwise, all I could do would be retreat." Li Qingshan's reply was the blazing flames of the phoenix. Zi raised her hand. Surging corpse chi condensed into a wall. It no longer seemed like an aura, but pitch-black water that constantly squirmed about. The flames of the phoenix slammed into it and immediately melted away a great pit, but it was unable to pierce through it. The corpse chi squirmed about, filling up the pit in the blink of an eye. The flames of the phoenix could suppress the aura of death, but if the quality and quantity of corpse chi completely surpassed it, then there was nothing it could do. Killing someone with eternal life will definitely earn me even more rewards from the hungry ghost realm. The black coffin locks the soul. Zi smiled and raised her hand. The black wall suddenly extended outwards. "Oh no, let's go." Li Qingshan, Gu Yinying and Gu Yinying flew upwards rapidly. The corpse commanders were already prepared, lunging out of the wall. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and sent a corpse commander flying, setting him alight. The corpse commander immediately retreated into the black wall, and extinguished the flames on him. Gu Yinying and the Marquis of Rui had also repelled a corpse commander each, but they both slowed down. Looking around them again, The black wall condensed from corpse chi filled their vision. It was everywhere, forming a black coffin that locked them inside. Clearly, this move had been prepared for a very long time. It was not something that could be broken through so easily. Li Qingshan witnessed the terror of a corpse king. Even though it was only a puppet before him, the techniques he used through the power of his subordinates were still powerful enough. After locking them up, the black coffin rapidly shrank. They were locked in the black coffin, but the corpse commanders could move in and out freely, constantly launching sneak attacks and obstructing them from breaking out of the coffin. The Marquis of Rui swung the seal of mountains and rivers and stopped a corpse commander. He asked in a hurry, "What do we do? The plan has failed. I hope Her Highness the Dark Queen can last a little longer." However, Gu Yinying had no confidence in this at all. At the end of the day, how could a last-minute plan compare to a corpse king's many years of planning? She was just doing her best and letting fate take its course. She was close to her limits too. Zi turned around and looked at the Dark Queen before raising her hand again. Corpse chi constantly gathered and condensed, ready to fire. It was like the precursor to the main cannon of the soaring dragon ship's attack. The Dark Queen suddenly looked back and sensed danger. If she could dodge earlier, she would have become rather feeble now that the battle had reached this point. A streak of deathly light pierced through the void-bellied Ghost King silently. The void-bellied Ghost King roared out, and its figure rapidly faded before dispersing in the end, returning to the Dark Queen's shadow. The Dark Queen's forehead became drenched in sweat as she fell to the ground powerlessly. She panted slightly, but her gaze was as cold as before. "Am I actually going to die here today?" Zi waved her hand, and the corpse commander surged over. A long blood-red banner broke through the layers of corpses and emerged from the ground, wrapping around the Dark Queen like a dragon. Zi frowned slightly. The Dark Queen was surprised and looked around. "Who's helping me?" Chapter 550. No one answered. Only the blood-colored banner surged like the waves of the sea. When one looked into it, they felt that it was boundless. The Dark Queen took out a soybean-sized pill from her sumaru ring and placed it in her mouth, closing her eyes and resting. Under the layers of corpses, the almost transparent white flames burned quietly in little ants' eye sockets, clearly reflecting the Dark Queen's appearance. The matters of the past that she had forgotten long ago, matters that she was unwilling to recall, forcefully burst through the door, leaving no room for evasion. Her sea of consciousness surged like the ocean. Countless memory fragments were forcefully pieced together, glued together messily. She saw the lofty, magnificent estate, saw the huge statue that gazed at the ocean in the distance, saw the deep valley, and saw the Dark Queen. All of these images reflected a child in the end. These were her memories. The child wore a verdant, jade belt around her waist and wore black, luxurious clothes that were embroidered with dragons and snakes. Her face was handsome, and her expression was cold. It was unfamiliar yet familiar. Who is she? Who am I? Zi watched as the corpse commanders under her were sucked into the long blood-red banner and vanished. Arcane treasures and arcane artifacts that could create their own space were all extremely powerful. They definitely could not be possessed by regular people. Although the power of the domain they formed was not as powerful as the space devoured by the hungry ghost realm, it would be very difficult to break free if she did not have any countermeasures. "Get out here!" Zi formed a seal with her hands and bellowed out. Corpse chi surged, turning into a vicious head that shot off with a long trail of black corpse chi. It targeted the land where the long blood-red banner protruded from, burrowing in viciously. There was a rumble. A semicircular ball of earth suddenly protruded from the ground. A wave of earth spread out in all directions, and the ball of earth shattered soon afterwards, erupting with terrifying power and enveloping the Dark Queen as well. Countless scattered corpses were blown into the air, raining down like a storm. After the explosion, a huge pit that spanned several kilometers was left on the ground. It was empty. The long blood-red banner had vanished. Even the Dark Queen was nowhere to be seen. Has she been finished off? The arcane artifact should have failed. Zer frowned. She was actually unable to sense her aura at all. The group of corpse commanders vanished suddenly with the long blood-red banner. They vanished without a trace. The Dark Queen's presence has vanished. In the giant black coffin, Gu Yingying's expression changed. She let out a faint sigh, looking helpless. Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Really? Can you feel it?" In the seal of this black coffin, he couldn't even use his divine telekinesis to probe the outside world. Could it be that the Golden Core cultivator's divine telekinesis was stronger? However, the Marquis of Rui paled in fright too. Clearly, he had only learnt about it from Gu Yenying. Sure enough, she had many tricks up her sleeves. That was to be expected. As the only beloved daughter of the guardian eagle deity, her status was probably even higher than that of many of the princesses and princes of the Great Xia dynasty. If not for the fact that the Hungry Ghost realm had restricted her from using many of her techniques, she would probably be able to clear the area with her talisman alone. But I'm not sure if he's dead yet. Gu Yinying nodded slightly. A copper coin jumped out of his hand and bounced around a few times, but he was unable to divine anything. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you leaving? I'm currently considering whether the two of you want to discuss whether one of you should blow up his golden core or demon core and destroy this black coffin." "Send me off?" The Marquis of Rui's expression became uglier and uglier. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Don't even think about it. Then forget it. Men really can't be relied on. I still have to rely on myself." Gu Yinying smiled. Suddenly, her expression grew stern. "It's coming." Zi turned around and raised her arm, enveloping the black coffin. "Let's deal with these few first." She suddenly twisted her arm, and the black coffin shrank rapidly. In the end, it was only the size of a house. She closed her fingers. Live burial. Among the corpses that had been blasted away by Zer's corpse chi ghost face, an inconspicuous tiny skeleton curled up, hiding in the huge skull left behind by a corpse beast. The blood sea banner was stowed away in its mouth, and the samadhi flames of white bone in its eye sockets had become extremely dim, only leaving behind 2 empty sockets. Its white bones no longer shone with a glossy luster either. At first glance, it seemed no different from a regular corpse. Just who could find a single droplet of water in an ocean? It was just like what Li Qingshan had said. She could just find a pile of corpses and lie down, and she would be as safe as a muddle. The Dark Queen opened her eyes again and gazed at the boundless sea of blood below in shock. All she saw was the corpse commanders that lunged towards her, currently clashing against the sea of blood that constantly lunged over. White skeletons wandered about in the sea of blood. They were not powerful, but they seemed endless, lunging over with each wave. Over 20 huge skulls constantly revolved around in the surroundings, spitting out white flames at them. However, these corpse commanders were all extremely powerful. Even without the assistance of corpse soldiers and corpse generals, they could still charge about in the sea of blood like there was no one there. Even the skeleton demons could not stop them. However, the Dark Queen discovered that they had wrapped themselves in corpse chi, afraid to let even a sliver of the sea of fire and sea of blood touch her. This was no longer just caution but also a form of fear. And their numbers seemed to have decreased by 2 compared to when they surrounded her. As the Dark Queen had expected, the corpse commanders were indeed filled with fear. When they were trapped here earlier, they did not care about the blood and fire at all. Their bodies were extremely tough. Even if flying swords directly stabbed them, they might not even be able to pierce through their skin. And they did not have any weak points. Even if their heads were chopped off and their bodies were cut in half, they would not die. They were even tougher than golden core cultivators who had tempered their bodies for many years like Han Ongwa. This continued until the fire burned them and the blood stained their bodies. A corpse commander was directly burned to death. His indestructible body was like dry firewood that had encountered fire, incinerating in the blink of an eye. That was not the most horrific part. There was another whose lower body had been melted away by the blood. He shrieked madly and was swallowed by the sea of blood in just a few moments. Their willpower that had been forged like steel in the hungry ghost realm suddenly weakened in the sea of blood. The feeling of despair that they had not experienced in a very long time constantly assaulted them, throwing their minds into a mess. The sea of blood was boundless, and there was no turning back. All that awaited them was endless oblivion. It was even more terrifying than living in the hungry ghost realm, even more brutal than the punishments in the hell realm. The blood sea banner was still very weak, but it still contained the despair of a bodhisattva. Where is this? Let's work together and kill our way out of here. After a moment of panic, the corpse commanders gradually calmed down. They worked together to disperse the skull prayer beads and stood back to back, observing the surroundings vigilantly. They gathered their corpse chi together and condensed it into a black sphere in the air, constantly expanding. Sure enough, the space twisted and rippled. They could vaguely smell the familiar aura of the hungry ghost realm. The corpse commanders all riled up with vigor. At this moment the Dark Queen appeared. She had refined the pill. Not only did her aura recover, but even her vigor was roused. It was like she had been resting for 3 days and 3 nights. She did not seem exhausted from the bitter battle at all. It doesn't matter who the helper is. Now is the perfect time to kill these corpse commanders. The Dark Queen's gaze was cold, noble and composed. A black figure rose up from her shadow, reaching several hundred meters tall in the blink of an eye. It turned into a void-bellied ghost king and slammed down with its hand. The sea of blood surged as the corpse commanders fled in all directions. The black sphere they had condensed after so much difficulty immediately collapsed. The Dark Queen's strength had always been enough to contend against these corpse commanders. Now, not only had the corpse commanders lost 2 of their companions, but they had even lost the support of the corpse army. The sea of blood constantly interfered with and influenced them. When the Dark Queen appeared and destroyed the black sphere, the sense of despair immediately filled their hearts. They felt like it was useless no matter how they resisted, so they were better off giving up now. Although they suppressed this thought very soon through their great willpower, they could not help but react slightly slower. And they had to constantly split their attention to fend off the sense of despair in their hearts, making it impossible for them to unleash their full strength. As a result, the situation reversed. The Dark Queen easily gained the upper hand, suppressing the corpse commanders firmly and slaughtering them until they fled in all directions. She had viciously vented her frustrations. The void-bellied ghost king swung its hand at a corpse commander. A huge shadow loomed over. A sliver of despair appeared in the corpse commander's eyes. He thought, so what if I escape this palm strike? Isn't it just a path to death in the end? No, how can I think like that? Oh no. Distracted, the corpse commander returned to his senses. The huge palm filled his vision, and the wind from it rushed over. It was already too late to dodge. He was sent flying viciously, falling into the sea of blood. The Dark Queen knew this was nowhere near enough to kill a corpse commander. Just when she was about to follow up with another attack, she saw the sea region surge violently. The corpse commander let out a miserable howl, which left her slightly taken aback. She had come into contact with the hungry ghost realm many times, so she knew that the minds and willpower of these zombies were almost numb. No amount of pain could faze them. Even when destruction descended, they would not even feel fear. As a result, basically all techniques that could confuse the mind would struggle to work. Just what kind of terrifying thing can make a corpse commander let out such a miserable howl? As it turned out, while the void-bellied ghost king's palm strike had failed to kill the corpse commander, it had dispersed his protective corpse chi, making him fall into the sea of blood like he had fallen into a pool of sulfuric acid. If the corpse commander immediately mobilized his corpse chi, he could still force the blood away and break free from the sea of blood. However, under the violent corrosion of the blood, great fear and despair spread. His mind was thrown into disarray like a drowning person who could not swim. All he could do was struggle desperately subconsciously, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His body melted into a pool of blood very soon, becoming a part of the sea of blood. Only a skeleton remained, floating above the sea of blood. A group of skeleton demons lunged over and surrounded the skeleton. With a spray of the samadhi flames of white bone, it melted into a ball of liquid very quickly. Before long, another skeleton demon leapt out of the flames, and the number of skeleton demons reached 26, reaching a new bottleneck. Chapter 551. The Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 14. Free reading of The Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 14. Say goodbye. Burn a big fire, come from. The black coffin exploded loudly, and corpse chi surged out like the tide. Li Qingshan curled up like an infant. The spirit turtle's profound shell rose up in layers, blocking the corpse chi that surged over madly, but it was corroded and penetrated very soon. The first layer of defense shattered, and he wrapped the burning phoenix wings around himself. The flames of the phoenix could suppress corpse chi, but it was still very weak after all. Under the violent explosion it gave way very soon. The wings shattered, and the second layer of defense was breached. Fortunately, after breaching the 2 layers of defense, the power of the explosion began to weaken. He used the ox demon forges its hide to forcefully endure it, but most of his demon chi had been depleted. The Marquis of Rui was in a much worse state. Clearly, he did not possess a powerful defense like Li Qingshan. His luxurious robes had been blasted to pieces, and even his skin had been dyed black. Clearly, he had been poisoned by extremely potent corpse poison. His luxurious robes were official robes specially made for the governors of a region by the Great Xia Empire, passed down through the generations. Just like the seal of mountains and rivers, not only was it a symbol of status, but it also possessed extremely great power. With the protection of the serpent dragon, it was like an indestructible fortress. Now that it had been forcefully blasted to pieces, it could not be repaired at all. His face was sheet white, and he felt extremely pained. Only Gu Yenying stood with her arms behind her back, as graceful as before. Her charm had not diminished at all, and she seemed completely unscathed. However, there were traces of corrosion near her sleeves. The moment she emerged, she searched for the Dark Queen's traces with her hawk-like gaze, but she was nowhere to be found. Is the Dark Queen dead? 100 kilometers away, there was another great rumble. Another golden core cultivator had died in battle. He had blown up his golden core. The violent wind ruffled her clothes and made her hair dance through the air. Gu Yenying calculated silently. According to the aura, another golden core cultivator has died in battle. He just couldn't blow up his golden core in time. The remaining cultivators have probably reached their limits too. If this continues, they'll probably die in battle one after another. And the hungry ghost realm has almost devoured this region completely. Yenying, what should we do? The Marquis of Rui said rather frantically. He didn't care about the damage to his clothes. After all, nothing was more important than his life. For the first time in his life, he experienced the terror of death. When Xiao Chun thought of all those luxurious clothes, fine wine, beautiful women, and the path to immortality leaving him, even his teeth started to chatter. Gu Yenying thought, the Marquis of Rui can be regarded as an outstanding person, but he's been sheltered by his ancestors far too much. After all, he's never been tempered by life or death. Normally, he can still demonstrate the bearing of a marquis, but when it comes to matters of life and death, he'll be completely helpless. My heart starts to panic. Li Qingshan sneered, what bullshit, Marquis of Rui? You usually strut around, but when the time comes you become a coward. The Marquis of Rui was furious. Wretched demon, how dare you insult me? Gu Yenying said curiously, you are very calm. Li Qingshan smiled and said, if it really was a life and death crisis, I might not be able to smile. It won't take my life. Afterwards he said to the Marquis of Rui, what do you think? If you give me the Sumeru ring, I'll save your life. Don't even think about it. Do you have a way to get out? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. I do have a way, but when I think about it, it's much more satisfying to take it from your corpse. In the sea of blood, the void-bellied ghost king grabbed the last corpse commander and submerged it viciously. A while later, the sea of blood cleared up. Which fellow has assisted me? Please come out. The umbral insect will definitely thank you handsomely. The Dark Queen stowed the ghost king away and scanned the surroundings. With such a strange and powerful technique, the visitor must have been anything but ordinary, and they were actually able to suppress these corpse ghosts. If she could recruit them into the umbral insect, they would be of great use. The scenery before her changed. The sea of blood vanished, returning to the sky above Burial Mound Mountain. Zi suddenly looked back and frowned. 2 figures appeared, one large and one small, a human and a skeleton facing one another. They had appeared, and the corpse commanders had vanished. Had they already killed the corpse commanders? That was impossible. The Dark Queen's eyes widened, reflecting a tiny skeleton. The white bones were shiny and glossy, shining with holy light. White flames burned in its eye sockets. 26 prayer beads wrapped around the slender bone of her left arm, while her right hand held a long blood-red banner that fluttered in the wind. Little and also stared at the beautiful woman before him, only inches away. The Dark Queen extended her hand. An indescribable feeling flowed through her heart. There was no reason, no evidence. Just the moment she saw it, she knew that something so important that had been lost for all these years had appeared before her again. Your Highness, you've come out. The Marquis of Rui was overjoyed. Master, Li Bai, you've grown bigger too. Xianyue, who had been hiding in the sky with the moon concealment the entire time, saw the Dark Queen appear and rushed over in a hurry. Li Qingshan saw Little N and stopped worrying. He wanted to say something with a smile, but he thought of something. The Dark Queen. Little N, the profounding ghost control technique. South Hub City. Don't tell me? His face suddenly changed. His throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, preventing him from saying anything. Gu Yinying glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. This fearless man also has times when he's afraid. It's because of that little skeleton, which is also that Little N. Having learnt Li Qingshan's identity, she could obviously guess that the white skeleton was Little Anne. It was not just Li Qingshan. The Dark Queen's behavior was very strange too. Since when had this cold, aloof woman ever shown an expression like that? In this region that was about to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm, there were 3 people who completely forgot about everything around them, whether victory or defeat, life or death. All that remained was the person before them. It was the ravishing joy of regaining something that had been lost, the lingering struggle, or the fear of losing something. Little N dodged it with a step backwards, and the Dark Queen's hand missed. Little N stared at the Dark Queen and constantly backed away. She murmured inside, "Farewell forever, mother." The familiar yet unfamiliar handsome child overlapped with her before separating again. She turned around resolutely and flew towards Li Qingshan, throwing herself into his arms and hugging him firmly. Li Qingshan smiled from ear to ear, baring his teeth and smiling like a child. He could sense the uneasiness in Little Anne's heart, so he rubbed her head. "Let's fight." Little Anne broke free from Li Qingshan's embrace and waved her hand. The 26 skull prayer beads scattered into the sea of corpses. Little Anne wielded the white bone sword and flew down. "Stop it." Zi sensed great danger and ordered loudly. Several dozen corpse commanders abandoned their respective opponents and rose up, charging towards Little Anne. Li Qingshan raised his arm and placed it in front of Gu Yinying, who wanted to assist him. "Get the Dark Queen to prepare to seal the gate of hungry ghosts. We're going straight for the root of the problem." What? Gu Yinying was astounded. Was she supposed to fend off several million corpse soldiers alone, as well as so many corpse generals and corpse commanders? The group of corpse commanders charged over with surging corpse chi. Little Anne swung the Blood Sea banner, and they all vanished. The corpse chi they carried with them dispersed too. Although he was unable to kill them, trapping them for a while was not a problem. When the Blood Sea banner was first refined, it was in its weakest state. As it constantly fought and devoured more enemies, the Blood Sea banner became stronger and stronger. After reducing the corpse commanders that surrounded the Dark Queen to blood, the Blood Sea banner became unprecedentedly powerful. These corpse commanders possessed tough bodies and powerful corpse chi, and they could even command corpse generals and corpse soldiers to strengthen themselves. However, their other techniques were rather simple. They did not possess the powerful innate abilities of demons, nor did they possess the varied techniques of human cultivators. Breaking through the Blood Sea banner was very difficult. Little Anne descended from above. The Blood Sea banner stretched for several hundred meters, dancing about like a blood dragon, silently devouring the sea of corpses. Thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. The corpse generals and corpse commanders could still resist the invasion of the sea of blood, but the corpse soldiers clearly did not possess that ability. Swept into the sea of blood, they immediately turned into a pool of blood, strengthening the power of the Blood Sea banner. The remaining skeletons swam about in the sea of blood, far more powerful than the skeletons of the mortals in the beginning. The sea of blood contained a sea of bones that constantly lunged towards the corpse commanders. The skeleton demons that had been blown away did not stand around idly either. They all opened their huge, vicious mouths filled with sharp teeth and spat out surging flames. Several thousand corpse generals led an army of several million in an encirclement towards the skeleton demons. They all fell into battle formations as corpse chi condensed into vicious monsters in the air. Terrifying weapons fell towards the skeleton demons. The corpse chi on corpse soldiers was much thinner in the first place. The corpse generals had gathered the corpse chi on the corpse soldiers and turned it into various attacks, depriving the corpse soldiers of their final layer of protection. Boom! 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 Wherever the samadhi flames of white bone passed by, it was like sparks landing in a pot of oil. Great flames surged into the air and rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, it had become a prairie fire. The corpse soldiers began to burn in the samadhi flames of white bone, becoming a part of the flames and fueling them. The samadhi flames of white bone turned into huge fiery clouds that swirled in the air. They were like giant beasts that were constantly changing forms, spitting out thousands of tongues of flame that licked at the sea of corpses on the ground. Having lost their subordinates, the corpse generals could only circulate their corpse chi and endure bitterly in the sea of flames. However, they could only last a little longer in the sea of flames. Under the fierce burning of the samadhi flames of white bone, the protective corpse chi very quickly shattered, breaking apart and burning into many torches. The entire world was burning. What a great fire! Li Qingshan praised loudly. Meanwhile, the others were all speechless. The light of the flames flickered on their faces. Gu Yinying frowned deeply. What kind of fire is this? How come I've never heard of it before? And it's so powerful. She believed herself to be very knowledgeable. This was a fire that even she had never heard of. This fortuitous encounter was truly unfathomable. White fire. Zi'er widened her eyes. These flames actually caused even her to feel a faint sense of fear. She suddenly recalled an extremely widespread rumor in the hungry ghost realm. A long time ago, a white sacred fire had once descended from the sky and incinerated everything. Although the flames had been forced out of the hungry ghost realm in the end, not only had countless corpse kings and ghost kings been reduced to ashes in the great calamity of the hungry ghost realm, even more powerful existences that even he could not hope to reach, had perished within. It was said that when this white sacred fire descended once more, it would be the time of the hungry ghost realm's destruction. The Legend of the Great Sage 14. The Legend of the Great Sage is free. Chapter 552. Whitey is so powerful. Xinyue murmured. It had only been a few years, but Blackie and Whitey had become so powerful. The Dark Queen extended her hand in vain. Her mind was a mess. Did I make a mistake? Could it be that the throbbing in my heart was just an illusion? If it wasn't her, why would she save me? If it's really her, why doesn't she acknowledge me? Why doesn't she call me mother? Does she still hate me? A trace of confusion and sorrow appeared in the depths of the cold and noble princess's eyes. Only when the fire reached the sky did they come back to their senses. They saw a white figure flying freely above the sea of corpses, waving the blood-colored banner, sweeping everything before him. This was her current strength. The Marquis of Rui shuddered inside. How can I defeat an opponent like that? Even if I mobilize all the cultivators of the Rui commandery, can I succeed? Actually, the samadhi flames of white bone were only extremely effective against corpses and ghouls. Against cultivators, especially golden core cultivators, it was not necessarily that powerful. However, the Marquis of Rui had experienced life and death constantly, so his mind had already become a mess. He had been viciously frightened. As for the other golden core cultivators, they didn't even have the time to rejoice at surviving the calamity. Looking at this terrifying scene that seemed like the end of the world, all of them were dumbfounded. The flames did not differentiate between friend or foe. They also had to circulate their spiritual chi to protect themselves. A golden core cultivator had already reached the end of his rope under the encirclement of the corpse commanders, almost blowing up his golden core. When the samadhi flames of white bone touched him, He also began to burn with a boom. I can't accept this. I've planned for so long. Yet I was defeated by a ridiculous legend. Zier folded her arms and soared into the sky. He charged towards little Anne. A colossal figure blocked her way like a mountain. It was the void-bellied ghost king that the Dark Queen had summoned. It gazed down at Zier from above as it swung its huge hand towards Zier viciously. Zier crossed her arms in a defensive stance, as if the sky had collapsed. An unparalleled force came over. He was sent flying. She was only a corpse commander in the first place. Now that the corpse army had been destroyed by little Anne, she had nothing else she could borrow. He was obviously not the Dark Queen's opponent. The void-bellied ghostly king took a step forward and stomped down on Zier. Boom! Rocks flew everywhere and the earth cracked. A deep pit was formed. Zier was pulled away by the black smoke on her back. She had just escaped death. Wind and fire attacked from the left and right. Gu Yinying and Li Qingshan brushed past each other. Zier twisted her body violently and fell downwards. Her right hand sizzled as it was burned by the phoenix flames, and a bloody scar was left on her face. The black smoke on her back was suddenly cut off. She blinked her eyes as if she had woken up from a dream. He closed his eyes again, spread his arms, and fell into the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. At this time the Gate of Hungry Ghosts had already turned into a giant abyss. He disappeared without a trace. Gu Yinying looked back and smiled. It's fantastic that Her Highness the Dark Queen is safe and sound. The Dark Queen nodded. I've troubled you, sister. Her gaze shifted and landed on Li Qingshan. In that moment, Li Qingshan felt like the gaze had pierced him. It was the void-bellied ghost king behind the Dark Queen. It seemed like it could slap him at any time. The Dark Queen shifted her gaze away very soon and exhaled gently. Let's seal off the Gate of Hungry Ghosts first. She would never stop until she received a satisfactory outcome anyway. Don't you even think about it. A dry, ear-piercing voice rang out, echoing through the Gate of Hungry Ghosts and reaching into the sky. Boom! A huge, withered hand extended out of the abyss, gripping the edge of the pit. With a push, a colossal figure leapt out. Li Qingshan finally saw the Corpse King's appearance. At first glance it seemed no different from a human corpse, but it was countless times larger. Vicious bone spikes protruded from its body, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Due to the restraints of the power of the domain, only half of its body extended out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but it was still as tall as a small mountain. The black corpse chi that coiled around it was like the mist that lingered around the mountains. Its eyes that resembled small lakes shone with a brutal, green light as it stared at the void-bellied ghost king viciously and swung out violently. For streaks of brutal, black light tore through the sky, but they were aimed at little and in the distance. What he felt the greatest threat from was not the woman before him who could control ghost kings, but the tiny skeleton. As long as he killed it, the several dozen corpse commanders under his command could break free. An even larger mountain blocked the corpse king's path. The void-bellied ghost king forcefully endured the streaks of black light and took a few steps back. A few sharp claw marks appeared on its body as it threw a punch with a furious roar. On the barren land, a corpse and a ghost, two colossal beings, stood where they were without dodging at all. They attacked each other furiously. One was unable to dodge, while the other was protecting the person behind it. Li Qingshan was shocked by this sight too, as if he had returned to the primordial battlefield of gods and demons, only to see the void-bellied ghost king rapidly dim after suffering a few blows. However, the corpse king grew more and more valiant as it fought. It was unable to break free from the power of the domain and arrive here from the hungry ghost realm. However, its strength could not be compared to a ghost king under the control of a second heavenly tribulation cultivator, who had lost its consciousness. As long as it lasted a little longer, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts would completely devour this region. By then this would be its world. Your Highness, I'll assist you. The Marquis of Rui called out. The seal of mountains and rivers expanded to its limit and smashed towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King forcefully endured the void-bellied Ghost King's palm strike, and threw a punch back at the seal of mountains and rivers. The seal of mountains and rivers was directly knocked several dozen kilometers away. It became riddled with cracks and grew dimmer and dimmer. The Marquis of Rui spat out a mouthful of blood violently. He wiped his mouth and mobilized the seal of mountains and rivers again like a madman, smashing it down. Li Qingshan and Gu Yinying flew through the air, unleashing streaks of wind and fire. Compared to the Corpse King, they were like two tiny moths, constantly lingering around. The phoenix flames and atmospheric winds both possessed great destructive power. However, with the Corpse King's colossal body, all it left behind were burns and cuts. The other cultivators also understood that they had reached the final juncture. Whether they lived or died would be determined by this battle, so they all rushed over. At this moment, Li Qingshan sensed an omen of extreme danger. He flapped his wings madly and circled around as he flew towards the sky. The samadhi flames of white bone swept through the entire region. Not a single corpse soldier or corpse general was spared, while the corpse commanders were all sucked into the Blood Sea banner. The Blood Sea banner constantly twisted and surged as if it could rip apart at any time. Although the Blood Sea banner had already become even more powerful, it was still rather difficult to suppress several dozen corpse commanders. The surging samadhi flames of white bone swept back, pouring into the skull at the top of the Blood Sea banner. From top to bottom it passed through the spine, ribs, and tailbone. The flagpole made of bone received a brand new look, becoming even more shiny and glossy, supporting the Blood Sea banner. In the past, when she refined the Blood Sea banner, she had only barely succeeded, as she did not have enough corpses. She did not even have enough for herself, let alone supplying the Blood Sea banner. But now, just the corpse soldiers she had refined numbered close to 10 million. Before Zi had appeared, several million corpse soldiers had already surged out of the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. Although they had all been slain or even crushed to smithereens by the seal of mountains and rivers, their corpses still remained on the ground. Little and accepted them all without any wastage at all. The problem of not having enough corpses did not exist at all. He refined the Blood Sea banner once more, reaching its current peak. Then he powered the samadhi flames of white bone, which swept over and turned into a fire tornado, pouring into the top of his head. His bones were like a sponge, absorbing the flames madly, sucking in all the flames within a range of several dozen kilometers. Just now he was satisfied, so he stopped absorbing. The luster of every single bone was like the samadhi flames of white bone, possessing an almost transparent, glossy whiteness. He had finally pushed the first layer of the path of white bone and great beauty to the limit, but he had also reached a new bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, not only did he need tremendous amounts of corpses, but he also needed a deeper comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty. The skull prayer beads were the same. After refining the 26 skull prayer beads to the peak, he struggled to break through to the 27th. As it seemed, he could only refine them after reaching the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty. Once he reached the 27th bead, the overall strength of the skeleton demons would undergo a qualitative breakthrough. By then, any single skeleton demon would be able to contend against a golden core cultivator. And the skeleton demon formation they assembled together would be even more powerful. It could directly sweep through all opponents at the second heavenly tribulation. The Blood Sea banner began to flutter again. The corpse commanders were currently working together to charge out. Little and tossed the 26 skull prayer beads into it, assembling the skeleton demon formation and temporarily suppressing them and buying them time. Little and raised the white bone sword in his hand high into the air, pointing it at the sky as he chanted the scripture inside. With the tip of the sword as the center, the raging flames began to revolve violently, forming a huge vortex that expanded outwards and filled the entire sky. A stream of fire flowed into the tip of the sword. The white bone sword that was less than a meter in length was like a bottomless pit, swallowing the raging flames like a whale. The most powerful weapon in the path of white bone and great beauty was neither the Blood Sea banner nor the skull prayer beads, but the Buddha-slaying sword. Buddhahood, the perfection of enlightenment, was the highest level of enlightenment in Buddhism. It transcended beyond the 6 realms, no longer within the 5 elements. It possessed boundless power and infinite wisdom. Even the creator of the path of white bone and great beauty was only bold enough to refer to himself as the white bone Bodhisattva. He did not have the right to be called the white bone Buddha. However, He had named the sword Buddha Slaying. This was both his ambition and proof of the sword's power. The samadhi flames of white bone transformed from millions of corpse soldiers and thousands of corpse generals all merged into the white bone sword, leaving nothing behind. The sea of corpses vanished. The flames vanished, but the world did not clear up. The sky was dusky, enveloped by a never-dispersing mist. The white bone sword did not undergo any startling changes. It only grew slightly longer. As a matter of fact, its overall shape was even rougher than the original white bone sword. Had the forging failed? Littlean stared at the sword in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared inside. The Buddha-slaying sword in his hand could not even be regarded as elementary, barely forming a sword embryo. He would not run either. When faced with an undefeatable enemy, some people would feel fear and despair, while others would become hot-blooded and excited. He belonged to the latter. He glanced at Littlean from afar. Littlean had already done him a great service by destroying the corpse army, even suppressing several dozen corpse commanders. Now it was up to him. His battle intent surged. He no longer had any other thoughts. All he thought about was how to defeat his opponent. Send me on my way. All right. Gu Yinying swung her jade folding fan, and a tornado-like gust of wind blew against Li Qingshan's back with a gentle but powerful force. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings, and his entire body blazed with flames. He moved with extreme speed, leaving behind a long trail of flames. He was like a meteor of fire, tearing through the sky and landing on the ground. A moth flying into a flame. That was what everyone present thought in that instant. The Corpse King raised his hand and was about to crush this overconfident moth. The streak of fire turned and shot over the Corpse King's head, landing 5 kilometers away. The Princess of Rui understood what had happened. She widened her eyes and called out, "Golden Core!" Li Qingshan would never carry out a suicide attack. His target was not the Corpse King, but the golden cores left behind by the 2 golden core cultivators the Corpse King had killed in a single strike. None of the golden core cultivators present could obstruct him. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed 2 golden cores, along with 200 treasures pouches. He casually shoved the 2 golden cores into his mouth before turning around. He still did not charge towards the Corpse King. Just now, a golden core cultivator had been killed before he could blow up his golden core, falling to the ground. There was also a cultivator who had been burned to death by the samadhi flames of white bone. Li Qingshan had locked onto the location of the 2 golden cores a long time ago. All he saw was a streak of firelight circling around the gate of hungry ghosts a few times in the distance. Another 2 golden cores were in his possession. Li Qingshan directly shoved them into his mouth before flying off into the distance. 4 golden cores entered his stomach. Gu Yinying said in surprise, "Spit them out." Every single golden core contained the essence of a golden core cultivator's centuries of cultivation. It was true that they contained great energy, but swallowing them like this was not cultivation but suicide. If he swallowed 4 golden cores at the same time, and their attributes were completely different, he could imagine the consequences of 4 golden cores exploding in his body. No matter how tough his body was, no matter how powerful his life force was, he would still be reduced to smithereens. He would be as dead as he could be. Li Qingshan smiled at Gu Yinying, but the smile became vicious very soon. Chapter 554. Li Qingshan's entire body blazed with flames. Even the ground around him had melted into flowing fiery red magma. With his head lowered, he knelt in the pool of magma like a demon god of fire, stuck in the mud and at the end of his road. Slowly, he raised a leg with difficulty, changing to a half-kneeling position. Suddenly, he raised his head, clenched his fists and spread his arms, letting out a wild roar at the sky. Flame surged up violently with his scarlet hair, dyeing the sky red. The ox demon holds the heavens. This was a will that would never yield. Within the flames, flesh and blood constantly regrew. and his strength skyrocketed. He actually managed to endure it. Gu Yinying was astounded. That was 4 golden cores. More accurately, it was 5, including Wen Zhengming's golden core. The strength of the ox demon was endless. However, it was not enough. It was still not enough. It was not enough to defeat the Corpse King. It was still not enough to break through to the 5th layer of the ox demon. Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head. The flames surged, turning into the shape of eyes in his eye sockets. He gazed at the golden core cultivator who had been injured in the battle and had half his body destroyed. With a tiger's roar, he lunged over. In that moment, everyone saw the flames around him turn into a scarlet tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It surged with malice and killing intent. "Stop, wretched demon!" The Marquis of Rui called out, but he was unable to stop him in time, nor did he have the power to stop him. "Wretched demon, I'll take you down with me." The cultivator roared madly. His golden core revolved and shone with resplendent light, about to erupt with terrifying power. The tiger's claw condensed from flames stopped him. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared again, and the trembling golden core settled down reluctantly. The spirit turtle suppressed the seas, suppressing all agitation. The fiery tiger extended its tongue and swept the golden core into its mouth, nodding in satisfaction. It turned its head and glanced past the cultivators. The hearts of all the cultivators sank to rock bottom. There was trouble both internally and externally. The Corpse King and the demon. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Never did they think this battle would actually develop to such a horrifying degree. "Die, wretched demon!" The seal of mountains and rivers smashed down. Although it was covered in cracks, its momentum was still great. The raging flame tiger devil had already disappeared from its original spot. Dragging the lingering flames behind it, it suddenly pounced forward and grabbed the other injured golden core cultivator with its claws before swallowing him whole. The cultivator was also prepared to explode his golden core, but if Li Qingshan did not launch an attack, he naturally would not seek his own death. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone a dignified golden core cultivator. However, by the time Li Qingshan launched his attack, it was all too late. The spirit turtle was enough to suppress the golden core before it exploded. There was no one present who could stop Li Qingshan. There were only 2 people, the Dark Queen and Gu Yinying, but neither of them had any intentions of stopping him. The other cultivators were all exhausted from the battle. Even if they wanted to help, they would have to see if they had the ability to do so. The Marquis of Rui constantly controlled the seal of mountains and rivers. He climbed even higher into the sky, cursing incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan slew another 3 golden core cultivators and swallowed another 3 golden cores. To the cultivators' relief, Li Qingshan's hunt ended there. He began another round of refinement. All of this happened in a flash. From when he roared out to the 3 consecutive attacks, it all happened in just a few breaths. If mortals were present, they would have no idea what was happening, let alone respond. In total, Li Qingshan had swallowed a total of 8 golden cores. What's he trying to do? He actually needs so many golden cores. Is he trying to break through to Demon Commander? That's impossible. Once he triggers the heavenly tribulation, even if he barely manages to survive it, he'll definitely be on the brink of death. It won't be of any help to this battle. No, we can't let him continue like this. The Corpse King also sensed that something was amiss, so he immediately gathered all the corpse commanders. There was no response. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo lay before him. It seemed just as ordinary as before, without the glow of a god artifact at all. Little and had basically poured half of the corpses he had refined this time into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The pieces of the corpse commanders fell down, turning into samadhi flames of white bone and merging with the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Only then did the sword shine with white, half-transparent light. A skull flew below little Anne's feet. She stepped on it gently and swung her sword. "Let's go. That sword is far too terrifying." "What? It's that formation again." The corpse commanders scattered, but they were forced back by the huge house-sized skulls. The skulls cackled strangely, wrapped in white fire as they constantly revolved. When Little Anne released them from the Blood Sea banner, She also released the 26 skull prayer beads that she had refined, assembling the skeleton demon formation. Normally, the corpse commanders would have been able to breach the skeleton demon formation in just a few seconds. In that instant there was a flash of light. Little Anne did not stop at all. She stepped on a skull and used the force to leap back, shuttling back. In the end, her figure had already become indiscernible. All they saw was a streak of white light turning and reflecting within the skeleton demon formation. The skeleton demon formation constantly shrank before dispersing loudly in the end. Not a single corpse commander remained. All that remained were pieces of burning corpses, which also merged with one another and poured into the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. The hilt of the sword vaguely formed a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo had finally achieved initial success. It was not just the cultivators. Even the corpse king was stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Perhaps the legends were true. I have to kill it regardless of the cost. The corpse king's eyes shone with brutal green light. His 10 fingernails burst out like bamboo shoots, swinging forward and actually all targeting Little, and 10 streaks of black light shot out furiously. The void-bellied ghost king was pierced by a streak of black light, unable to hold on any longer. It dispersed and revealed the Dark Queen's figure. Her black hair drifted about as she suddenly looked back. "Be careful." Gu Yinying immediately swung her jade folding fan and rushed to provide assistance. She was already extremely certain of her guess. When the Golden Core cultivators died to the Moon Devil earlier, the Dark Queen did not even bat an eyelid, yet she paled in fright over this otherworldling now. She probably did not even care so much about her own life. However, the Corpse King seemed to have anticipated this. He swung his huge hand. The fierce wind swept over like a tornado, forcing Gu Yinying to slow down. It was already too late for her to provide assistance. The flames in Little Anne's eye sockets shone brightly as she stared ahead. She wielded the sword with both hands, even abandoning her control over the Blood Sea banner and skull prayer beads. All that remained in her mind were the sword style, sword technique, sword move, and sword intent. There was the comprehension that came from it. There was also the knowledge from her awakened memories. Afterwards it all vanished, reduced to nothingness. A skeleton sat in the lotus position. Buddha slaying. The Buddha slaying sword embryo spat out a streak of light several meters long. There was a flash. A fingernail was cleaved in half, brushing past her. Little Anne retreated. The streak of light was as swift as a dragon. She turned around and cut off another fingernail. She swung her sword, swung her sword, swung her sword. The streak of light danced about wildly, cutting off 4 fingernails in a row. The 5th fingernail filled her vision, but she was unable to stop it in time. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was placed before her. Little Anne's heart surged as she said calmly, "This is the limit." Boom! 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 5 huge fingernails that resembled stone beams struck Little, and one after another. Immediately, cracks appeared on the white bones. The sound of shattering was as resounding as thunder. Even the rumbling of the collision was unable to drown it out. Boom! Dust filled the air. Little Anne slammed into a hill viciously. There was no more sound. The Buddha-slaying sword embryo was the strongest, but it still required the user's own strength to wield it. Little Anne had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation right now. He could use the Buddha-slaying sword embryo to kill a group of corpse commanders who were at higher cultivation realms than him, but he was powerless against a corpse king's sure-kill strike. This was an absolute difference in strength. It could not be made up for through external items. It swept through millions of corpse soldiers. Little Anne, who had been entrusted with all their hopes, had also reached his limit. Over half of the Golden Core cultivators had died in battle. The Dark Queen had failed. Despair appeared on the Marquis of Rui's face. "It's over. It's all over." Gu Yinying raised her head. The sky was dusky. Her pupils narrowed, and her gaze became as sharp as a hawk's. Beyond this domain, she could vaguely make out countless specks of jade-green starlight flickering. Those were not starlight, but the eyes of countless corpses. There were countless experts like corpse kings among them, as well as even more powerful existences that the current world of the 9 provinces could not rival. They were like a flock of vultures circling the heads of people on the brink of death, waiting for them to collapse and die before swooping down and feasting on their corpses. Compared to the world of the 9 provinces, this place is already closer to the Hungry Ghost realm. The Hungry Ghost realm is about to descend. Should I leave? No, there's still one person. He hasn't spoken yet. Moo! The cry of an ox rang out, deep and drawn out as if it originated from the depths of the earth. The ground trembled gently. The entire region shook. The hills rose and fell like the waves of the sea. An iron hoof took a step forward. The ground sank and cracked. Chapter 555. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Under the vast and gloomy sky, 2 figures that were as tall as mountains stood facing each other. There was no anger or hatred on Li Qingshan's face, only calmness. Tranquil and motionless as the earth. Divine power flowed from every corner of his body and from the ground beneath him. Bit by bit, it gathered into an ocean and merged with his body. It was as boundless as the earth. The entire world disappeared. The corpse king that was as majestic as a mountain gradually became blurry in his eyes. Even the huge fist that was rumbling towards him no longer had any pressure. It was just a roadblock, something that people would always encounter in their lives. Just shatter it. Looking at the pair of resolute and tranquil crimson eyes, the zombie king's heart stirred. What's going on with this little demon? If he possessed the flames of the phoenix, then so be it, but he possessed so many variations too. From his aura, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation, yet he possessed great strength that even corpse commanders struggled to match. Even so, there's still a huge gap between us, yet he dares to challenge me? Fine, I'll crush you into minced meat. The corpse king's mind moved, and 4 bone spurs suddenly protruded from his fist, whistling as they pierced towards Li Qingshan's face. Before their fists collided, they pierced through Li Qingshan. The punch became more and more dangerous, but Li Qingshan remained unmoved. Changing his moves at the last minute also meant that he lacked confidence. Unknowingly, there was a subtle shift in his aura. Time returned to normal. The black shockwave instantly shattered the bone spurs. Its destructive power was extremely strong. Even the corpse king was shocked. The moment the 2 fists collided, there was a momentary silence. The overly loud sound was like a gigantic object that could not be stuffed into the narrow ears. Instead, it gave people the illusion that it was silent. What followed after was a seemingly never-ending rumble and tremor. The quiet land was like a raging sea surging crazily. Hills rose and collapsed one after another. Cracks opened and closed one after another, without a moment of rest. Smoke and dust filled the air. It soared into the sky. Like an avalanche, the black corpse chi poured down from the corpse king's body, crushing the demon chi. It completely engulfed Li Qingshan, squeezing and tearing at his body. Li Qingshan did his best to channel all of the corpse king's power into the ground. He raised his head high and looked straight into the corpse king's eyes, letting out a thunderous roar. Torrential phoenix flames erupted from the monster core, expelling the corpse energy. His black iron-like arms swelled up. His blood vessels appeared and his veins bulged. The iron hooves left 2 deep pits in the ground. He did not take a single step back. Cracks appeared on his bones, and the sound of metal twisting and breaking could be heard. However, he didn't care about it at all, and just poured all of his strength into this punch. A stalemate. The corpse king's eyes widened in disbelief. The power of his punch was actually unable to smash this little demon into minced meat. On the contrary, a strange and powerful force came from the small demon's fist, shattering his power and corpse aura. All the cultivators were stunned by this scene. Was a demon general really capable of confronting a corpse king head-on? Gu Yinying exclaimed in her heart. How powerful! How majestic! He's definitely not a regular demon. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did they come across to obtain such a powerful nature? The Dark Queen ingested another pill and recovered as she searched for little and with a frown, but she found nothing. The Marquis of Rui and Hanangua exchanged glances, but they were extremely conflicted inside. They both felt fear, yet they also hoped the Moon Devil could repel the Corpse King. Demons were powerful and could not be defeated. This power is far too strange. How can I lose to you? His dignity as a king had been viciously offended. The Corpse King roared out as corpse chi surged around his arm like dragons and snakes, merging with it. It turned pitch black and pressed down viciously. Bang! Li Qingshan's colossal body was sent flying. He spun around in the air before landing firmly on his hooves. He supported himself with one hand and slid back several hundred meters due to the great inertia. Just now he stopped. He really is a Corpse King after all. Even his physical strength is nothing to scoff at. However, that's also because my Tiger Demon transformation and Spirit Turtle transformation are only at the 4th layer. I can't completely endure and control the power of the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, or I wouldn't have lost to him. What a pity! He had managed to hold his own against the Corpse King as a demon general and not be killed in a single punch, yet he still felt dissatisfied. He believed he had not unleashed his full strength. If the Dark Queen and the others knew what he was thinking, they probably would not believe him at all. However, that was exactly what happened. Li Qingshan had only thrown a punch, but before it had even collided with the Corpse King's fist, countless tiny cracks had already appeared on his arm bones. Even his tiger bones that were as tough as steel could not endure it. Even when he used the Spirit Turtle to calm his mind, allowing his thoughts to reach a state of intricacy, he was unable to completely control the flow of every single bit of power. He was like a child brandishing a huge blade. He only managed to aim the blade at the enemy, but he was unable to unleash the blade's power at all. As a matter of fact, he could even injure himself if he was careless. These 3 abilities and transformations were interconnected. Any shortcoming would prevent him from unleashing his full strength. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. Among the 9 major transformations, just a single minor transformation was enough to make his strength rise in an overwhelming manner. Whether his strength had increased by 20 times, 50 times, or even more, he was unable to estimate right now, nor did he have the time to estimate. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the surging blood back into his stomach. The flames of the phoenix curled around him and healed his wounds. He stood up and made his way towards the Corpse King again. The Corpse King said coldly, "I'd like to see just how many punches you can take from me." Boom! 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 The ground shook violently again and again. The originally hilly area around Burial Mound Mountain had undergone an earth-shattering transformation due to the repeated earthquakes, turning into a yellow desert. Within 100 miles, every pebble seemed to have been carefully crushed and ground, turning into fine sand. The Corpse King stood motionlessly on the gate of hungry ghosts, sending Li Qingshan flying time and time again, filling the air with dust. But every time, he would immediately stand up again and walk towards this undefeatable enemy. The Corpse King's face was twisted as he stared at the approaching Li Qingshan, as if he was looking at a monster. With each clash, Li Qingshan's strength grew stronger and stronger. Under the immense pressure, he was able to force out the Ox Demon's strength bit by bit. If he could not completely destroy it, there was no way he could defeat it. Gu Yinying noticed that the Corpse King's arm was trembling slightly, only calming down after a moment. She thought incredulously, "He injured the Corpse King. I'm afraid no one would believe me even if I told them." She then shook her head. However, that's all. Pure strength is not enough for him to defeat the Corpse King. The Corpse King chose to fight with him only for the dignity of a king. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to deal with all kinds of spells and methods. More importantly, the Corpse King is in an invincible position and is not afraid of stalling for time. The specks of green light in the surroundings became clearer and clearer, spreading into the distance like an ocean. Blurry forms could already be seen, strange, twisted, huge, ethereal, and monstrous. Li Qingshan punched again. Under the gaze of those gazes, the Corpse King felt deeply humiliated. "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The withered hand turned into a palm and bypassed the fist. It used 3 fingers to grab Li Qingshan's wrist, pulling and pulling. Li Qingshan could not control this excessively powerful force in the first place. Whether it was his reaction or battle technique, he could not compare to the Corpse King. The punch missed. Bang! Black shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking the void. At the same time, Another withered hand pressed down on Li Qingshan's head. It's over. Gu Yinying sighed faintly. The hungry ghost realm was about to descend. This last scene was indeed wonderful and did not disappoint her. Finally, she looked deeply at Li Qingshan, feeling somewhat regretful. I thought we could travel together on this path of cultivation for a while. I didn't think we would have to say goodbye so soon. Perhaps we will meet again in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Gu Yinying was about to turn and leave when she suddenly felt something strange. At this moment of life and death, the corners of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly and he exhaled softly. A translucent white greatsword rose from behind him and pierced the corpse king's hand, piercing right through. The sword suddenly turned into white flames and madly burrowed into the wound. How could she not be present in his battle of life and death? Little and refined the corpse king's 10 fingernails and healed his wounds. He then sneaked up from underground just to wait for this opportunity to inject the samadhi flames of white bone into the corpse king's body. Their teamwork required no words and was extremely tacit. An extremely terrifying coldness penetrated deep into the corpse king's heart. Activating corpse chi could only suppress the samadhi flames of white bone, but could not extinguish it. The white flame spread bit by bit from his palm and he waved it forcefully. Boom! His palm suddenly exploded and a large hole appeared. Only then did the samadhi flames of white bone get rid of it. How could Li Qingshan let go of such a good opportunity? The burning phoenix wings spread out, reaching a wingspan of nearly 300 zhang. The clear cry of the phoenix could be faintly heard as he soared into the air and punched at the corpse king's abdomen. This series of dazzling attacks was to hide the true killing move. Below him, the Buddha-slaying sword spat out another 10 zhang of sword radiance. It quietly slashed from left to right towards the corpse king's waist. The corpse king understood very well where the true threat was. He raised his arm and swung it with all his might. Corpse chi gathered into a huge wave and sent Little and flying. Then he freed his hand to block Li Qingshan. Although Little and immediately charged over, the prepared corpse king would not fall for it so easily again. Meanwhile, the final smear of blue in the depths of the horizon was gradually devoured by paleness. This was the end. Even if Li Qingshan and Little and worked together, they would not be able to defeat a corpse king that had become serious, let alone in such a short amount of time. Although Li Qingshan was confident that he could definitely crush the bastard before him, if he could raise both the tiger demon and the spirit turtle to the 5th layer, time waited for no one. Gu Yinying glanced over and let out a soft gasp of surprise. She saw that Li Qingshan's punch that had missed earlier had left behind a thin, black mark in space. She called out, "Bombard the space around him." Li Qingshan looked at his own hand, also somewhat in disbelief. I didn't think that after cultivating Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, Ox Demon tremors would have such power. Suddenly a thought entered his sea of consciousness: stop spacing out. This realm is drifting in the void, pulled by the world of the 9 provinces and the hungry ghost realm at the same time. It has already become extremely weak, and the gate of hungry ghosts is its weakest point, like an Achilles heel. That's why you can cause such destruction. In a complete world such as the 9 provinces, it would be very difficult to have such an effect. Although Gu Yinying said so, she did not dare to be the slightest bit presumptuous. The level of power he possessed was so high that it far surpassed her initial imagination. Coupled with the various transformations of his theurgy, this fortuitous encounter was probably unparalleled in the entire 9 provinces. Not even herself. One had to know that he was currently only a demon general. He had only cultivated for a very short period of time, and his control over his power was not focused enough. If he continued to advance, he would reach the Demon Commander realm, or even the Demon King realm. A Demon King with immense strength that could shatter the void with a single punch. Even the veteran Demon Kings would have to bow their heads in submission. No, the entire Great Xia dynasty would tremble before him. So that's how it is. Li Qingshan understood, but he was not disappointed. Instead, his confidence increased greatly. He grabbed at the air with both hands, and the power of tremors continuously accumulated and intertwined between his 5 fingers. They were like 2 black cocoons, accumulating terrifying power. Only when he could no longer suppress it did he push forward. The Corpse King roared angrily, and the 3 severed fingers suddenly flew up, twisting as they charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan felt great danger, and the tremors between his palms surged, sending him flying. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fingers exploded at the same time in front of him, and the bones turned into flying fragments, while the flesh and blood rained down like a torrential rain. Every fragment, every drop of rain contained immense destructive power, and the power was no less than the explosion of 3 golden cores. Li Qingshan retracted his phoenix wings, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. He was fiercely sent flying 100 kilometers away, and only after tumbling dozens of times in the air did he stabilize himself. Even though he had avoided the core of the explosion, he was still heavily injured. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his brain was a mess. His eyes were blind and his ears were deaf. His bones were exposed and they were covered in cracks. The Corpse King opened his mouth and spat out a black torrent towards Li Qingshan. It was like a black venomous dragon, and it contained an intense poisonous aura of death. Once hit, even the phoenix flames would be extinguished, and his tiger bones would be melted into a puddle of corpse liquid. This was something the Corpse King would only use when fighting against opponents of the same level in the Hungry Ghost realm. It was related to his advancement to Corpse Emperor. This corpse liquid was extremely difficult to accumulate, and he had never thought that he would use it at this time. However, he was not willing to give Li Qingshan the chance to get close. Go North Moon. Success or failure depends on this. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Yinying urged Li Qingshan to attack instead. She loosened her 2 fingers, and the translucent feather gently floated out. It did not seem to be very fast, and it drifted erratically, appearing and disappearing from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of the Corpse King and silently exploded, turning into a spherical film of light. It constantly expanded and enveloped the Gate of Hungry Ghosts. It was like a land under the blazing sun, and the scene within it warped and changed. The Corpse King was bewildered, but it did not feel any harm or restriction. It could only treat it as a diversion. Little brother Qingshan, it's up to you. Her voice entered Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness, carrying an indistinct laughter. Even in this critical moment, she was still relaxed and at ease. Even in the face of life and death, she was still as carefree as the wind. Watch me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and laughed viciously. Wind howled behind him and flames surged. Boom! He was like a flaming meteor, dragging a long tail of flames behind him as he charged at the Corpse King against the corpse liquid that was like a poisonous dragon. From afar, the corpse liquid seemed extremely small, but when it came closer, it was like a surging river surging and pouring down. Howls, strange laughter, and ghostly cries rang out in all directions. Countless corpses and ghosts danced chaotically outside the domain. Their appearances could be clearly seen with the naked eye, and some were even larger than the Corpse King. An enormous aura seemed to want to penetrate the domain, shocking everyone. In the instant that the Hungry Ghost realm was about to descend, whether they dodged or not, only death awaited them. The wings of wind and fire burned even more fiercely, illuminating the sky. They ignored the figures around them, ignored the corpse liquid in front of them, and headed straight for the Corpse King. At the crucial moment, a white figure leaped onto Li Qingshan's shoulder. Little and waved the Blood Sea banner, and an even more vast river of blood howled out, charging into the corpse liquid like a blood dragon. The 2 dragons fought intensely in the air. The poisonous dragon pounced continuously, wanting to charge at Li Qingshan. However, the blood dragon firmly entangled it. Blood and corpse water splattered continuously, giving off dark red smoke. Li Qingshan continued to advance, not even looking at the intense battle above him that concerned his life and death. He looked straight ahead, forward, forward and forward again. Yellow sand flew behind him. Before he could land, he was already several kilometers away. The Corpse King felt threatened. Ignoring the depletion of corpse liquid, it spat with all its might. The poisonous dragon howled, shattering the blood dragon and spiraling downwards. When Li Qingshan was still 5 kilometers away from the gate of hungry ghosts, his figure paused slightly. His knees bent slightly, and he raised his iron fist high. A shockwave appeared beneath his iron hooves. A wild roar. The poisonous dragon missed. Li Qingshan shot out like a cannonball, his fist smashing into the distorted space. Boom! The space shook violently. With his fist as the center, black cracks spread rapidly, covering the sky above the gate of hungry ghosts. The distorted and illusory space was like a parched earth, cracking piece by piece. Unlike the tiny cracks just now, there were many black abysses. The words space-shattering involuntarily appeared in Li Qingshan's mind. Otherwise, there would be no way to describe the scene before him. No! The Corpse King roared angrily. It actually pulled its legs out of the gate of hungry ghosts and lunged at Li Qingshan, like Mount Tai toppling over, unstoppable. Li Qingshan had already used up the last of his demon qi and strength. He returned to the size of a normal person, raising his head to watch the Corpse King lunge at him. His shoulder suddenly tightened. Looking back, Gu Yanning was like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, clasping his shoulder and bringing him high into the sky. The huge, withered hand extended and reached over loudly, directly pursuing her. It was actually even faster than Gu Yanning. Li Qingshan's heart also leapt into his throat, but he heard Gu Yanning say, "Don't worry." Slowing down, she turned back to look. The sharp fingertips of the withered hand suddenly paused just as they were about to touch her face. She smiled faintly. "It looks like we've won this round." The Corpse King froze on the spot, looking down in disbelief. Its body followed the cracks in the void and scattered, like a broken jigsaw puzzle. Even its head had been cut into several pieces. The Legend of the Great Sage 19 _ The Legend of the Great Sage Free Reading _ Chapter 19. Chapter 557. Li Qingshan guessed that Gu Yanning's transparent feather originally possessed the ability to break through domains. When it detonated above the gate of hungry ghosts, the power spread out evenly in this region of space, making the space even more fragile. That was why he could shatter it with a single punch. "Thanks. No problem." In the hungry ghost realm, sharp mockery and cold snorts of disdain rang out like the tide. Pairs of green eyes shone with greed and desire as they gazed at the Corpse King that had been cut to pieces. It was as if they were not looking at a dried corpse, but people who had starved for 3 days gazing at a table of delicacies. At this very moment, the pieces of the Corpse King's body all flew into the air, piecing together again. It let out a furious roar. It was actually still alive. The void-bellied Ghost King leapt up from the ground. Its mouth widened to an unbelievable degree, like a huge gaping bag. It sucked in the Corpse King wildly. The Dark Queen, who had been preparing for a very long time, finally took action. Corpse Qi poured out from the various wounds on the Corpse King's body, sucked into the void-bellied Ghost King's mouth. The void-bellied Ghost King's belly swelled up like it was 10 months pregnant. Its figure became more and more consolidated, and its aura became more and more powerful. The Corpse King finally became frightened. It swung its arms around wildly, struggling desperately, but it was unable to stop its aura from leaking out. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Gu Yanning explained, "The reason why the Hungry Ghost Realm is called the Hungry Ghost Realm is because only by constantly devouring can the corpses and ghouls in there constantly grow stronger and survive. Look, the Corpse King would rather struggle here than return to the Hungry Ghost Realm. There's still a chance of survival here. Retreating is the fate of being divided and devoured." There was another thought that Gu Yanning did not mention. The Dark Queen's strength would definitely grow drastically after devouring a Corpse King this time, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. If she resolved that not in her heart and underwent the third heavenly tribulation, she would be very confident about the situation in the Green Province. The situation in the Green Province would change once more. The Samadhi flames of white bone swept over, enveloping the Corpse King heavily and severing its final sliver of life. The Corpse King was severely injured and suppressed by the void-bellied Ghost King, so it could no longer stop the spread of the flames. The broken bones were immediately ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into a huge fire. The Dark Queen and Little N exchanged glances from afar. They divided and devoured it, completely killing the Corpse King. Ah! I can't accept this. I can't. The Corpse King let out a final groan. He didn't expect to die in such a world. To die at the hands of such a group of people. The flames from the Corpse King's skeleton were particularly bright and clear. Clearly, they could not be compared to regular corpse generals or corpse commanders. Little N didn't use it to continue refining the Buddha-slaying sword embryo. Instead, she carefully collected it. This would be the key for her to break through the second level. The white flames burned fiercely, illuminating the entire realm. Its light even reached the Hungry Ghost realm. Countless voices of shock and bewilderment came from the Hungry Ghost realm. The legend of the White Sacred Flame was widespread in the Hungry Ghost realm. Now, it really appeared. The Dark Queen immediately sealed up the gate of Hungry Ghosts and took out an item. It was a pale white object that resembled a sharp awl. Countless vicious ghouls could be vaguely seen hugging together on it. The Dark Queen tossed it out, and it grew to 30 meters in the air. The ghouls became clearer and clearer, like a huge sword hanging in the air, stabbing towards the gate of Hungry Ghosts slowly and firmly. The black cracks all closed up after coming in contact with the huge pale white sword. It was unable to cause any damage. Li Qingshan asked, "What's this?" Gu Yinying said, "The key of Hungry Ghost." The umbral insect was bold enough to use the powers of the Hungry Ghost realm. So they understood the terrors of the Hungry Ghost realm the best. They had prepared many methods to prevent the gate of Hungry Ghosts from devouring them. This was one of them. However, the Dark Queen was rather worried. If another Corpse King or Ghost King appeared to support the gate of Hungry Ghosts, the Hungry Ghost realm would descend completely in just a few seconds. However, out of their surprise and doubt towards the white flames, as well as the shattered space on the gate of Hungry Ghosts, no ghouls were bold enough to rush out immediately and take the risk. During this moment of hesitation, the key of Hungry Ghosts seemed to be stabbed into the gate of Hungry Ghosts. The Dark Queen dispersed the void-bellied Ghost King and aimed it at the key of Hungry Ghosts. She wrapped her arms around it and twisted it forcefully. The gate of Hungry Ghosts rapidly closed. Unwilling roars rang out from the Hungry Ghost realm like a tsunami. The ghouls responded one by one and lunged over. However, as the key of Hungry Ghosts turned, the various sounds rapidly receded into the distance. The figures of the vicious ghouls rapidly blurred too. In the end, all that was left was a green light that flickered like starlight before dimming and vanishing. The gate of Hungry Ghosts closed loudly. All of the sounds and sights vanished in that instant. They had been locked up in another world. Gu Yinying clapped her hands. "It's done." The rims of the Marquis of Rui's eyes heated up. He could not help but feel like he was about to cry. The feeling of surviving a disaster was far too wonderful. The Dark Queen looked back before looking at little Anne. Her brows furrowed slightly, wanting to say something, but she hesitated. Her originally cold gaze was actually filled with indescribable warmth. Although she had not obtained any evidence, not a single response, she was already extremely certain inside. Feng did not believe in little Anne's existence entirely because of that sliver of fortune. However, the Dark Queen and little Anne were basically tied together. Their lives were linked. That had always been an indescribable bond. Little Anne stowed away the Buddha-slaying sword embryo and ignored the Dark Queen's disappointment. He turned around and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan also let out a sigh of relief and gazed into the distance. All he saw was darkness outside the region. How are we supposed to get out? Gu Yinying said, "This place has already been sealed up by the eye of the space-devouring beast, isolating it into an independent region. However, as long as the Hungry Ghost realm hasn't completely devoured it, returning to the 9 provinces is only a matter of time." Sure enough, a smear of azure appeared in the depths of the sky. The gloomy clouds and mist gradually dispersed. The region had distanced itself from the Hungry Ghost realm, returning to the world of the 9 provinces. Finally, this tragic war had ended. After narrowly escaping death, they had managed to find a way out. Gratified smiles appeared on everyone's faces. The Dark Queen stared at Little N for a very long time, but she refused to say anything the entire time. It was as if she was calling for her return with her gaze. It was filled with indescribably complicated emotions, such as apologies, concern, relief, sorrow. She constantly murmured inside, "Mayu." Little N was restless. She just hid behind Li Qingshan and hugged her head as if she wanted to cover her non-existent ears. Although she wanted to sever her past, the memories of the past constantly surged and entangled her without end. That was her experience before she started cultivating, as well as her entire life. Severing her emotions was easier said than done. Your Highness, these two monsters are vicious. If you let them escape here, they'll definitely become a great problem in the future. The Marquis of Rui gazed into the distance, but he secretly communicated with her soul sense. It had to be mentioned that he had quite the insight. If the Dark Queen took action, Li Qingshan and Little N really would not be her opponent right now. The void-bellied Ghost King had become even more powerful after devouring the Corpse King's aura, and with this reunion, the knot in her heart began to loosen up too. She could completely unleash the void-bellied Ghost King's greater strength. Right now, even if she faced a regular soul nascence cultivator, the Dark Queen was confident she could put up a fight. What was even more frustrating was that Li Qingshan was currently extremely feeble, trapped in the region, unable to escape. After witnessing Li Qingshan and Little An's performance, the Marquis of Rui became determined to kill them. Otherwise, once they broke free from this region, they would probably turn the entire Rui commandery upside down. Probably even her own life would be in danger. The Dark Queen looked away and lowered her head to look at the Marquis of Rui. Her expression recovered its coldness and she said, "Really?" "Yes." The Marquis of Rui could not help but turn around and bow towards the Dark Queen. He panicked inside. She had also cultivated for many years, so why did she not even understand the principle of launching a sudden attack? However, since she was bold enough to mention it so openly, perhaps that was proof of her absolute confidence. At the same time, he used his soul sense to command Gu Yenying. "Yenying, prepare to take action. We need to kill these two demons here, or the entire Marquis of Rui, or even the entire Green Province will be in danger." Gu Yenying leaned on her chin with her jade folding fan and sank into her thoughts. If she had guessed correctly, his request sure was startling. She frowned. "I don't think that's a good idea." Li Qingshan asked, "What happened?" "Yenying, are you really going to collude with demons? Aren't you afraid of Sir Hawk God's rebuke?" The Marquis of Rui was furious. Why was she like that too? What was going on with them? Wouldn't this make the Moon Devil wary? He also felt that something was amiss. "He is him and I am me." Gu Yenying raised an eyebrow, displeased. The Dark Queen asked indifferently, "Who do you think I should kill first?" The Marquis of Rui could not afford to consider it carefully. He said reluctantly, "I think we should kill the skeletal monster first." That wretched demon, the Moon Devil, is only a spent force. There's no need for your Highness to take action. He had calculated it very well. The Moon Devil's aura had declined to the limit. As long as he was a little careful, capturing him would not be a problem at all, while the skeletal monster was unfathomable. It was best if he let the Dark Queen take action. He completely ignored the fact that if it were not for them, he would be dead already. The other cultivators all came to a realization too. The war had not ended completely. With the external threat gone, internal strife would immediately follow. The main conflict in the world of the 9 provinces was still between the humans and demons. Even if they were in the same boat, there was definitely no sense of benevolence. With the performance of the Moon Devil and the skeletal monster, they had to be killed in the cradle. They all picked up their weapons, ready to attack at any time. They wanted to avenge the fellow cultivators that the Moon Devil had killed just now. The Dark Queen lowered her eyes. The void-bellied Ghost King with its protruding belly suddenly struck out with a slap, but it was not aimed at Li Qingshan or Little An, but the Marquis of Rui before him. "Your Highness!" A huge shadow loomed over him. The Marquis of Rui had never expected the Dark Queen to attack him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Before he could even respond, he was swatted away like a fly, shattering to pieces mid-air. He was as dead as he could be. Chapter 558. Your Highness, why? The sudden turn of events took all the cultivators by surprise. Hanongwa's face sank as he gripped his spear firmly. The scholar in white recalled what Feng Buchuan had said when he went berserk, as well as the Dark Queen's various strange behavior. His eyes were filled with surprise and doubt as he raised his guard. Li Qingshan never expected the Dark Queen to be so vicious. He frowned in thought. Her status is noble, but killing a marquis conferred by the Great Xia Empire is no small matter. I wonder how she's going to wrap things up. The Dark Queen immediately gave him an answer. After killing the Marquis of Rui, she did not recall the void-bellied Ghost King immediately. The void-bellied Ghost King's huge, vicious head turned around slowly, and its colossal body suddenly moved, striking out valiantly. Gusts of wind swept up the sand and rushed over. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes before widening them again. Sand swept into the air as the void-bellied Ghost King rampaged about, unleashing a massacre. It basically killed the remaining golden core cultivators one by one with a single strike. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Looking back, Gu Yannian gazed into the distance and shook her head gently. Li Qingshan returned to his senses. The last sight he saw was Hanongwa merging with his spear, charging towards the Ghost King that was countless times larger than him. His gaze was as determined as steel as the spear left his hand, whistling and spinning like a tornado, piercing the Ghost King's huge hand and heading straight for the Dark Queen's head. Boom! With a great rumble, the wind subsided, and the sand settled down. The void-bellied Ghost King gripped the spear like it was a toothpick. Hanongwa's aura vanished. Li Qingshan thought of the arts of the boundless ocean he practiced. He was borrowing his power, and he was Han Qiongji's uncle too, so he could not help but feel heavy-hearted. The Dark Queen rubbed her forehead gently. There was a red mark there, but apart from that she was unscathed. She turned around. She was as cold as frost and her dress ruffled. She hovered in the void-bellied Ghost King's body, making her way towards the three of Li Qingshan. The smear of azure in the center of the sky gradually permeated. A white sun shone before rapidly falling towards the west. The sky was dyed fire-red too, turning inky blue very soon. A lonely moon hung high in the sky. Li Qingshan did not have the time to observe the strange phenomena in the sky as he stood in the desert illuminated by the moonlight. Dong! 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 The void-bellied Ghost King strode towards Li Qingshan and the others. She wants to kill everyone. Li Qingshan shivered inside. He could not help but admit that the Dark Queen possessed that strength right now. The void-bellied ghostly king stretched out its arm and grabbed at Li Qingshan. Its speed was not fast, but its aura was firmly locked on to Li Qingshan, sealing off all of his escape routes. Li Qingshan was exhausted. There was no way to dodge. Little and leaped out and his sword flashed. The Dark Queen pulled back her hand. A sword scar appeared on his palm, and he clenched it tightly. He looked over coldly. Little Anne's eyes flickered with flames as he stared back at her. Your Highness, it's getting late. We should return. Gu Yannian gazed at the sky. The rate at which the weather changed was silently slowing down. I know you've already guessed it. If you can keep this a secret, you'll gain the friendship of the Umbral Een sect. The Dark Queen withdrew her gaze and dispersed the void-bellied Ghost King with a wave of her hand as she said to Gu Yannian. She had not launched a massacre on a whim. Cultivators were all clear-minded, let alone golden core cultivators. Every single one of them was skilled in the ways of the world. The Marquis of Rui came from an aristocratic clan and was obsessed with fear and hatred. He failed to see through her strange behavior, but that did not mean other cultivators could not see or see through her either. Silencing them was necessary. A demonic sect like the Umbral Een sect had always viewed human lives as worthless. They were not bound by any morals or laws at all, acting as they pleased. Even if it were not related to this secret, she would probably take action for the sake of these cultivators' golden cores and treasures. With an additional golden core, her chances of overcoming the third heavenly tribulation would be slightly greater. As for Gu Yannian, she was on relatively good terms with her, and Gu Yannian stood aloof from the world. She was not a person of the so-called righteous path. She was rather heartless, but she was not vicious. Most importantly, she wasn't confident that she could kill him here. This was how people of the demonic path did things. As long as they could increase their cultivation by just a tiny bit, it would be worth it no matter how many fellows they killed. In her opinion, cultivators like the Marquis of Rui had lived in peace for far too long. They had forgotten about the era when cultivators fought and killed one another. Gu Yenying bowed slightly and bowed gracefully. Please exchange this friendship for 3 golden cores. The Dark Queen immediately tossed 3 golden cores to Gu Yenying. One of them was pure white and extraordinary. It was the Marquis of Rui's golden core. Gu Yenying ingested it without minding it at all, and began to meditate and refine it. Only then did the Dark Queen stop worrying, completely dispelling her killing intent. Afterwards they fell silent, quietly waiting to return to the world of the 9 provinces. Even Li Qingshan had no idea whether Gu Yenying and the Dark Queen had colluded with each other through soul senses. However, from the beginning until the end, the Dark Queen and Little and said nothing to each other. Only when the sky lit up did the surrounding scenery gradually clear. The speed at which the sun, moon and stars fluctuated in the sky returned to normal. The moment they returned to the world of the 9 provinces, Li Qingshan dove into the ground with little Anne. He was afraid to look back. He sensed several tremendous auras illuminating the night sky like torches. Several divine wills swept past his body, as if they wanted to see through him. In that moment, the spirit turtle gave several warnings. Each time it was terrifying enough to almost kill him, but it did not launch an attack. The sky was enveloped by a thick layer of clouds, constantly surging and changing. A scale and a claw, pitch black like ink, could be vaguely seen moving through the clouds, vaguely clashing with a heaven-leaning sword on the other side of the horizon. That was a clash that the current Li Qingshan could not take part in. It was a game between kings. The man stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. The scholarwood tablet cracked and was crushed into powder, sending sawdust flying everywhere. Li Qingshan was stunned, but he heard Little and say, "I'm not going anywhere, and you can't abandon me. I'll always be by your side, all the way to the 9 heavens, unless death separates us." "Where am I? Didn't I die?" Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the gloomy sky and countless bones piled up on the ground. A figure crawled to his feet, holding onto a withered tree beside him. He suddenly realized that his hand had also become as withered as the dead tree, pale and cold. He immediately noticed the abnormality in his body. He didn't need to breathe. When he touched his chest, his heart was no longer beating. All the functions of his body had stopped, and he had become a corpse. He was indeed dead, but this world happened to be a paradise for the dead, and the living could not survive here. "That's right, I've fallen into the hungry ghost realm. Have we met somewhere before?" Ma Chaochuan looked at the vast and barren land in the distance. Just as he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Ma Chaochuan turned around and saw a purple figure standing there. Her eyes were clear and her skin was fair. She looked very lively, but that was only because she was powerful and could not conceal the powerful aura of death on her body. Chapter 559. In the pitch-black depths of the underground, Li Qingshan held Little and in his arms. His heart was at peace. As long as she was there, as long as they worked together, no matter what difficulties they encountered, they could solve them. Just let the Dark Queen die. No one can take her away from him. However, he soon discovered something terrible. With his current 4th layer of the Spirit Turtle transformation, it was impossible for him to suppress the 5th layer of the Ox Demon transformation. In other words, unless he reached the 5th layer of the Spirit Turtle transformation, he would not be able to recover his human form and return to the 100 schools of thought. However, this was definitely much more difficult than reaching the 5th layer with the Ox Demon and Tiger Demon. The Ox Demon and Tiger Demon determined the toughness of his body, but the Spirit Turtle determined his cultivation. Once he broke through to the 5th layer, he would be a demon commander firmly, and he would be able to establish himself in this world. Alas, what should I do? He still had many ties in this world. Chongji must be very sad to lose her uncle. Back then, I even considered taking him as my master. I didn't expect that the first time we met, we would be separated by life and death. Although he had some connection with Hanangwa, they had never met before, and there was no deep relationship between them. If he could save him, he would save him. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. They could only leave it to fate. Thinking about it, if he, Li Qingshan, died, Hanangwa would not feel sad for him. He was just worried that Han Qiongji would become overly sad. Fortunately, the person the Dark Queen finished off was not Han Anjuan's father-in-law, or she really would be torn to pieces. This was the difference between family and friends. He could risk exposing his identity to save Hua Sengzan, but if it was Hua Sengzan's parents or siblings, then he would have to think twice. At most, he would have to do what he could. After all, there was no love without reason in this world. I wonder if Chengzan will leak my identity. I don't think so. After all, I saved his life. Li Qingshan said to Little and, "You go back to the Immortals' cave first and deal with the situation. If no one comes to deal with us, just say that I've suffered an internal injury and am in seclusion to heal it. I'll give it a try when I return to Mooncourt Lake and see if I can use the Water God Seal's power. If I can't suppress the Ox Demon, I'll be able to kill him in a short time. I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the surface." Little and reluctantly left. Li Qingshan found that after she recovered her memory, there were some changes. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Resting his head on his arm, Li Qingshan leaned against the hot stone wall. While recovering his demonic energy, he sorted out his thoughts and considered what he should do next. North Moon. An enchanting figure walked out from the darkness. It was Helicoverpa Rosa. She licked her scarlet lips and asked with a smile, "Are you hurt?" After a fierce battle, Li Qingshan looked a little battered. He had only recovered 20 to 30% of his demonic aura. After breaking through the 5th layer of the Ox Demon, he was unable to conceal his aura. Naturally, the owner of this territory, Helicoverpa Rosa, sensed his presence and tracked him down. When the Spider Queen saw his current appearance, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes lit up. She felt that this was a heaven-sent opportunity to redeem herself. Li Qingshan glanced at her. "Yes. Why don't you take care of me?" "Sure," Helicoverpa Rosa said cheerfully. Then she looked around. "Where's that skeleton friend of yours? Why isn't it here to take care of you?" She had something to do. She already left. There was no lack of opportunities for her to win. However, she could not even withstand a single punch from him. How could she accept this? Furthermore, he was still a demon general. Regardless of whether she could accept it or not, she immediately made the most correct choice. Escape. The tiger demon pounced, the phoenix danced, and the wind and fire whistled. In a flash, he arrived behind Helicoverpa Rosa. Li Qingshan pressed his hands beside her. The tip of his nose almost touched hers. He smiled sinisterly. "Didn't you say that you would take care of me?" After the battle at Burial Mound Mountain, although the tiger demon transformation had not broken through to the 5th layer, he had a deeper understanding of it. He could control the wind and fire wings more freely. "Don't even think about it." Helicoverpa Rosa opened her mouth and spat out a thread of spider silk. Like a ray of white light, it shot directly between Li Qingshan's eyebrows. At the same time, she squeezed back into the rocks, wanting to escape from the range of his arms. "Tremble!" Li Qingshan let out a low roar and grabbed her shoulders. The power of tremors was released in a frenzy. With him as the center, black waves of tremors interweaved in the air, forming black cracks that resembled lightning. The spider silk shattered in the air, and Helicoverpa Rosa felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently in the air, and her poison suit was ripped apart, reduced to shreds. It fluttered through the air like butterflies before turning to dust, revealing her silver body. A while later, her demon chi dispersed as well. She was unable to maintain her innate ability, and the silver receded, revealing her white, naked body. Her perky chest jiggled like jelly under the aftershocks of the tremors. 2 specks of scarlet danced about. Helicoverpa Rosa was shocked. Li Qingshan said, "Since you don't want to take care of me, I'll take care of you. When the Lord of the Green Province descended, he made the school leaders retreat to the 100 schools of thought. This was no longer something they could take part in. In the 100 schools of thought, the school leaders were all filled with worry. If the hungry ghost realm truly descended, all they could do was flee, and they had no idea where they could flee to. Lu Chongqing glanced around and asked, Chengzan, where's Qing Shan? In a corner, Ru Xian lowered her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. Hua Sengzan's thoughts ran wild. He was taken aback when he heard that. He seems to have returned to his dwelling already. Now that he knew Li Qingshan's identity, he had no idea what he should do. Technically speaking, he should expose him, but the entire time North Moon had never targeted the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he had treated him well, sparing him several times and even saving his life. Even if he had to repay him with his life, it would not be excessive, so how could he betray him? Ru Xian furrowed her eyebrows slightly. She became rather doubtful. There's no reason why he wouldn't participate in something like this. Hold on, don't tell me he's in there too. Lu Chongqing sighed. He sure is straightforward. He's probably been quite motivated again. After all, nothing is more important than his own cultivation. Foundation establishment really is just foundation establishment. Including him, no one present had not been provoked. In a battle like that, the life of a foundation establishment cultivator was basically like a speck of dust. Hearing that, Hua Sengzan instead eased up. A battle between humans and demons was not something a measly foundation establishment cultivator like him could take part in. If he took part recklessly without any knowledge, he would only be throwing his life away for nothing. He was better off focusing on cultivation and increasing his cultivation. However, who knew what Chongji would do if she found out? This wait lasted for several days. Sunlight and moonlight constantly alternated in the window. Everyone felt like the odds were against them, but none of them dared to leave. They were afraid that they would not receive the news as soon as possible and suffer a disaster. Fellow cultivators, there's a result. The gate of hungry ghosts has been sealed. The puppet that the leader of the school of Moism had left behind had been observing the situation the entire time. Finally spoke now. Everyone eased up. They almost could not help but cheer out, but they saw the leader of the school of Moism's expression change drastically. He hesitated before saying, I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen. I saw Commander Gu and Her Highness the Dark Queen. Yep, there was also a cat demon. The other cultivators all died in battle. Crack! A crack appeared on the cup in Han Anjuan's hand. Although his expression was still as determined as steel, his lips trembled slightly. The room fell into an uproar. That was a group of golden core cultivators. Just how many renowned figures had they all died just like that? When Hua Sengzan heard that Gu Yenying was still alive, he eased up slightly. Then he asked in a hurry, Did anyone else appear? My puppet can only watch from the outskirts. I didn't see anyone else. Chapter 560. A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. They swiveled around, taking in the surrounding scenery. The small lake that reeked of sulfur was bubbling and boiling. He was currently leaning against a large, scorching rock by the lake. The tension he had accumulated in the battle had completely relaxed, and he felt a sense of peace and comfort. Finally, he cast his gaze on the voluptuous figure in his arms. The madness from not long ago was still vivid in his mind. He smiled. Under the suppression of his absolute strength, all her struggles were futile. In the end, she simply gave up and joined him. There was a feeling that if she could not resist, then she would enjoy it. He gently caressed her back, tracing a beautiful arc until he reached her voluptuous buttocks. He patted them lightly. Ah! Helicoverpa Rosa also opened her eyes. There was no longer any hatred or resentment in them. There was actually an alluring laziness. She lay in his arms, submissive like never before. The difference in strength between them had already been completely widened. Li Qingshan had already completely demonstrated his strength, proving his qualifications to be her partner. Everything that had happened in the past could not be considered hatred. It could only be considered flirting before sex. Not only was it meaningless for the weak to hate the strong, it did not benefit their survival at all. To a fiendish demon, only being bullied by the weak was worthy of resentment. Submitting to the strong was not something shameful. Li Qingshan pushed away the figure in his arms that could enchant any man, and followed the underground river upstream alone. Suddenly he turned his head. You and this territory of yours all belong to me. Yes, Helicoverpa said very straightforwardly. With his strength it was natural for him to possess all this, and it was even somewhat lacking. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The simplicity and straightforwardness of the world of fiendish demons was what he liked the most. There was no right or wrong, no morals or laws. It was just natural selection, survival of the fittest. Only after watching his figure disappear did Helicoverpa let out a long sigh. If only she had killed him the moment she saw him. Torrential rain poured down on Mooncourt Lake. Fierce winds howled and turbid waves rose into the air. Looking down through the undulating surface of the lake, a faint blue light could be seen. At the bottom of Mooncourt Lake, in a translucent ball of light formed from countless hexagons, a handsome, slender and majestic man hugged his knees as he curled up in the ball of light. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, revealing 4 fangs. His waist-length scarlet hair fluttered in the water like a burning flame. The brilliance of the light ball flickered, like a beating heart. When it was bright, the waves on the lake became more violent. When it was dark, the waves calmed down. The figure of a spirit turtle appeared, as if it was doing its best to suppress something. A wisp of black appeared in his fluttering scarlet hair, spreading bit by bit. His appearance also changed along with it. He was no longer as handsome as before, as ordinary as a stone statue. Boom! A loud sound came from the bottom of the water, and a pillar of water that was over 100 feet tall rose up. Countless raindrops flew into the sky. However, the spirit turtle's profound shell shattered into pieces. The surging waves calmed down unbelievably, like a huge mirror. The rain gradually lessened, becoming sparse. The rain fell into the mirror, kicking up ripples that overlapped and merged together. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply and spread his limbs, floating on the surface of the lake quietly. His face was just as handsome as before, and his hair was still scarlet red. He had still failed in the end. He raised his right hand and waved it gently from left to right. The clouds parted and the rain dispersed. Looks like you've benefited quite a lot from this trip, the master of the Umbral Insects said. The Dark Queen told him everything that had happened on the Gate of Hungry Ghosts, but it differed drastically from what Gu Yining had told her. She confessed to the fact that she had killed the Marquis of Rui and the others, but she still did not reveal Little Anne's identity. Very good. The master of the Umbral Insects smiled sinisterly. Do these little bastards really think the cultivation community is a good place for them to live freely and happily? Have you captured their souls? Yes. We'll torture them first and extract some useful information from them before sending them into the Myriad Ghost Banner as a sacrifice. If you can undergo the heavenly tribulation, the position of sect master will definitely belong to you in the future. The Myriad Ghost Banner will end up in your hands sooner or later. Chaos is about to rise. The laws of cultivation have been twisted by the Great Xia Empire for so long, so it's about time for them to reveal their true colors. The master of the Umbral Insect revealed his pearly white teeth and sneered silently. Xianyue shivered and shrank into the Dark Queen's arms. The Dark Queen stroked Xianyue in comfort and thought, Master, even if you're unwilling to hand the position of sect master to me, I won't agree to it. You have no idea what my child has become right now. Although I've lost my identity as a human, it's nothing compared to the power I've obtained. You're my flesh and blood. Even if you've been reduced to bones, you still belong to me. You'll return to my side one day. If we work together, the Green Province will be ours. In the boundless hungry ghost realm, the death of a corpse king could only be regarded as a tiny ripple. Could not kick up much of a fuss. It would settle down very soon. However, the appearance of the white flames kicked up a ripple that rapidly extended into the distance. After who knew how long, A strand of black smoke shot through the gloomy sky, flying off into the distance. A mountain range that stretched several hundred kilometers lay on the horizon like a colossal beast. Only when they approached it did they discover that it was not a mountain range, but a true colossal beast. More accurately, it was the skeleton of a colossal beast. It was impossible to imagine just how powerful and terrifying it had been when it was still alive. Numerous malevolent bone spikes of various sizes pointed to the sky like lone peaks. In particular, the single horn on the colossal beast's skull was unreachable. Figures stood at the top of the lone peak, all of different sizes and appearances, but their auras were all equally powerful, even more powerful than the corpse kings. They were currently discussing and communicating with one another. What's happened? Why have you summoned us in such a hurry? Some were confused. What? The legendary white sacred flame has appeared? Some were surprised and doubtful. That's just a legend. The colors of flames have always come in all shapes and sizes. It's impossible for them to be too powerful in the Great Thousand Worlds, so why would they come to destroy the hungry ghost realm? It's just a corpse king. If it's dead, then it's dead. Why have you summoned us over something so trivial? There were even some who felt disdain. Cough cough, shut up. Do you want me to eat all of you for making so much noise? A stooped figure walked up to the giant horn with the help of a walking stick. His entire body was wrapped in strips of white cloth, and he carried a few large flags on his back with evil beasts drawn on them. His first sentence was as deep as an old man's, but his second sentence was like the colossal beast beneath his feet had come to life. It roared and roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. All the ghouls quietened down and hurriedly bowed to him. He raised his walking stick and ordered, "Open the gate of hungry ghosts as soon as possible and enter that world." His voice became deep again. Cough, cough. Only the young and weak would ignore the legends. The ghouls did not dare to be negligent, and they all came up with a plan. The Great Thousand Worlds have their own rules. If we force our way in, we'll be suppressed by that world. It'll be extremely disadvantageous. Even if the gate of hungry ghosts is open, we won't be able to enter. However, there seems to be a sect called the Black Moon Sect in that world. They have close ties with the hungry ghost realm, so we can make a deal with them. If we use the ghouls from that world, we'll be suppressed a little less. He said, "Search for ghouls from that world. It doesn't matter if they're weak. I can slowly feed them. Contact the Black Moon Sect and give them what they need. I can even support them and let them become the rulers of that world. The condition is that the master of the flame must be killed." On Cloud Wisp Island, Lu Chuanfeng bellowed out, "Everyone, come with me." The disciples of the School of Novels gathered around him in a hurry, following behind him. The disciples all asked, "Master, are we going to fight the Moon Devil to the death? It's time for our School of Novels to demonstrate our strength." A young man swung his fist viciously. Lu Chuanfeng said nothing. He arrived in a dense bamboo forest with his disciples. His face was solemn and stirring as he ordered, "Everyone lie down." The disciples were all confused, but they still lay down according to the order. Lu Chuanfeng lay down as well, and began to power the divine talisman of great creation. Gradually his figure vanished, enveloped by a huge, withered tree. The other disciples of the School of Novels turned into withered trees of various sizes as well, lying in a mess in the bamboo forest. Lu Chuanfeng ordered with his soul sense, "Everyone, do your best to conceal your auras. Don't let the Moon Devil discover you." "Air Master, aren't we going to fight the Moon Devil to the death?" "You can go. I'm not stopping you." After a moment of silence they said, "But Master, this is a bamboo forest. Why would a tree fall here?" "Shut up. I have a brilliant plan. Do you really want me to conjure such thick bamboo?" Although he no longer had to worry about the Marquis of Rui's punishment, even the Marquis of Rui was dead. Who else could stop the Moon Devil? Lu Chongqing ignored his status and roared at Hua Qingzan. "Qingzan, go get Ma Mgu to purge the demon." He made up his mind. He no longer had to live in fear every day and be some prefect. Instead, he wanted to be like Li Qingshan and find a remote dwelling to cultivate in seclusion. Yes, sir. Hua Chengzhan's expression was mixed. She had probably realized Li Qingshan's identity a long time ago, which was why she paid special attention to him. Why would he purge the demon? However, he probably did not come to the 100 schools of thought to start a massacre. He sensed the demon chi around him and came to a sudden understanding. Oh right, he's here to refine the lake of dragons and snakes. On Benevolence Island, Ru Xian crossed her arms and felt relieved. Sure enough, this guy would not die so easily. Moon Devil, didn't you say you wanted to coexist peacefully with us? Why have you gone back on your word? Do you know that the 100 schools of thought are the foundation of the Great Xia Empire? What will happen if you attack this place? Lu Chongqing used his eloquence, questioning loudly as well as threatening him. He only hoped to make the Moon Devil worry. Li Qingshan felt disdain. Didn't the White Lotus Mother almost cook you all up in the past? A colossal figure swam over in the thick mist. A strange fish lunged over viciously, its mouth filled with vicious teeth. Strangely enough, it did not give off any demon chi at all. Not only was the thick mist around the 100 schools of thought like a mist that mortals could enter, but it could even form a powerful mist beast. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would suffer. Li Qingshan recalled that when he first joined the 100 schools of thought, he had once seen this bastard's figure. Back then the strange fish seemed so huge and filled with a terrifying aura. He casually grabbed the strange fish like he was grabbing a puppy. No matter how the strange fish struggled, it could not break free. Then he tightened his grip. The monster dispersed into mist before condensing again, turning into a long snake that coiled over. Li Qingshan shuddered and unleashed the power of tremors. The surrounding lake of dragons and snakes seemed to be torn to pieces, surging and surging violently. The snake dispersed, unable to condense again. Even the mist that lingered around the academy all year round began to disperse gradually. He arrived before the formation of dragons and snakes and said with a metallic voice, "Activate the formation. I'll leave after refining the lake of dragons and snakes." That's impossible unless you dash. Before Lu Chongqing could finish, Li Qingshan threw a punch. Boom! In the sky, rings of light surged into the surroundings with Li Qingshan's fist at the center. The spiritual veins on the various islands spat with light, supporting the formation of dragons and snakes. They resisted Li Qingshan's terrifying power as they constantly twisted. That's impossible. Lu Chongqing's eyes widened, filled with fear. After the White Lotus sect invaded, the 100 schools of thought reinforced the formation of dragons and snakes. How could it be suppressed to such an extent by brute force? Boom! A crack appeared on the formation of dragons and snakes. Lu Chongqing was completely speechless. He could not help but swallow the thought of what would happen to him if the Moon Devil destroyed the formation of dragons and snakes. He spat. Wait, shut up. I can open the formation as long as you promise not to harm the disciples of the 100 schools. Bang 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 bang. Li Qingshan did not listen to him at all. He threw a series of punches and the crack continued to expand. The entire formation of dragons and snakes collapsed. I can't shatter the void, but I can't shatter this little formation of yours. Li Qingshan strode towards Contention Island and glanced at Cloudwisp Island. With his sharp eyes, he could see the strangeness of the withered trees with a single glance. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was truly a genius. He resisted the urge to throw a punch and turned around. He bent over and moved his face close to the tall building. He asked Lu Chongqing, "What else do you have to say?" Lu Chongqing shook his head. Li Qingshan had left after refining the lake of dragons and snakes. He had not even had the time to open the 100 treasures pouches of the golden core cultivators. There was really nothing in the 100 schools of thought that could interest him. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to suppress the bull devil, he needed more water. Li Qingshan cast his gaze towards the end of the clear river. Piss off, North Moon. We've already crossed into Loltha's territory. Above the lake where the clear river surged into, Li Qingshan constantly devoured and refined the water. A bald, naked man leapt out from the lake. He was burly, standing over 3 meters tall. His muscles were knotted, making him as sturdy as a bodybuilder. Demon chi surged around him, matching Helicoverpa. He was actually a demon commander. Li Qingshan had never thought that the person who stopped his plan to refine the water would not be a human, but a demon, and a powerful demon commander at that. Under the territory of the Rui Commandery, Helicoverpa was obviously not the only demon commander. Chapter 563. Drizzling, Li Qingshan gazed at the swamp that was even larger than Moon Court Lake in the distance. The water reflected the dark clouds in the sky. Although it was a little shallower overall, it was vast. If he could refine it, he would probably benefit even more than the water of the clear river. Perhaps he would be able to accumulate enough power to suppress the ox demon. This swamp is your territory? Li Qingshan looked away and looked at the burly demon general. He refused to believe that there was a demon commander bold enough to move about on the surface under the Treaty of Kings. The Rui Commandery was adjacent to the Dragon Province, a central region under the rule of the Great Xia Empire. It was not some remote place like the Mist Province. Piss off! The burly demon commander bellowed out. He did not explain at all. A mere demon general was actually questioning him. At the same time, he opened his mouth to an unbelievable degree and spat out a half-transparent bubble. As he flew through the air, it elongated into an oval shape and flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised his hand and spread his fingers, grabbing the bubble. He felt a tremendous force from his palm, which actually ached slightly. You really are a demon commander after all. You're quite something. That's impossible. The demon commander's eyes immediately bulged out. The bubble was one of his innate abilities. It was extremely powerful, such that even demon commanders would not dare to take it head-on. Yet the North Moon had blocked it with a single hand. It surprised Li Qingshan instead. Don't make it as exaggerated as a character from a cartoon. The demon commander had no idea what he was talking about. The bubble whistled, but it was unable to advance any further. He suddenly smiled viciously, and the bubble twisted violently. Li Qingshan sensed an explosive energy within it. Right when it was about to erupt, Li Qingshan suppressed it with the spirit turtle before tossing it behind him casually. Boom! With a great rumble, a huge pit appeared in the swamp. The fierce wind surged like a typhoon, and the mud was thrown into the air like bullets. A large tree was riddled with holes before being uprooted by the fierce wind, flying into the sky and brushing past Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan clapped his hands and continued the topic just now. Since this territory isn't yours, it's mine now. Please scram. I've changed my mind. You stay here and let Lorsi give you a piece of territory as ransom. The demon commander was immediately enraged. He kicked off the ground and charged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan remained as ordinary as ever. He raised a hand. The demon commander opened his mouth wide and spat out several bubbles. However, they followed different trajectories as they flew randomly in the air. Li Qingshan was surrounded by these bubbles all around him. He was surrounded. Boom, 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 boom. The bubbles exploded at the same time, and the demon commander charged into the center of the explosion with a sinister smile. However, the figure still maintained his original posture, his arm forward, his scarlet hair flying in the wind, although there were some wounds on his body. However, that was nothing to a monster with a strong physique. After breaking through to the 5th layer of the ox demon, his ox hide was indeed much tougher than before apart from his innate abilities. For the first time, it surpassed the spirit turtle's profound shell and became his strongest defense. The demon commander's eyes suddenly bulged out. He felt like the battle was extremely bad. He wanted to stop, but the scarlet figure arrived before him with a flash, only inches away. A hand pressed down on his large, bald head, and a terrifying, irresistible force appeared on his head. I told you not to act like you're in a cartoon. What if you make me laugh during the battle and ruin the atmosphere? Li Qingshan roared. He grabbed the demon commander's large, bald head and spun him around in the air 3 times before swinging him towards the ground. With a boom, the demon commander sank deep into the swamp. The swamp suddenly bulged. Something seemed to constantly expand beneath the swamp, reaching the size of a hill. A pair of eyes the size of ponds bulged out, pushing through the mud. It opened its huge, fissure-like mouth and produced a thunderous rumble. Croak. Li Qingshan exhaled. So I've misunderstood you. Amidst the scattered drizzle, a small village lay quietly in the valley. The chaotic sound of horse hooves broke the silence. A group of bandits came to the valley. Only the one-eyed rider pulled out his sword and pointed it at the village. Brothers, do you want to do this? Yes, yes, yes. The bandits called out together. Steal money, steal food, steal women. We'll kill anyone who gets in our way. The bandit leader called out as his horse raised its hooves high into the air. Kill them all. Kill them all. At this moment there was a rustling in the bushes. The bandit leader's ears twitched and he called out, "Who's there?" With a wave of his hand, a metal caltrop flew out. He was also a master of the Jianghu. Clang! The caltrop seemed to strike something flying back. The bandits swarmed over and swung their blades wildly. The bushes collapsed, but there was no one there. What's this? It seems to be a letter. A short bandit lay on the ground. He blinked his eyes and saw a letter lying on the grass. He didn't know what kind of paper it was made of, but it didn't get wet despite being wet. On it were the words, "For Qingshan." He reached out his hand to pick it up. The letter moved very quickly. Just now, the bandit saw that there was something under the letter. A skeleton the size of an index finger carried the letter. It looked rather ferocious, but it was so small that it didn't look scary. What is this strange thing? The bandits cried out. It might be a treasure. Catch it. The bandit leader ordered. Whoosh! The skeleton turned into a white light and disappeared. The short bandit suddenly froze, a bloody hole appearing on his forehead. What spurted out wasn't blood or brain matter but white flames. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The white light passed through the bushes, and the bandits were all stunned. Amidst the neighing of the horses, the bandit leader pulled on the reins and retreated, waving the blade in his hand wildly. But the little skeleton stood still in front of him. This lowly one has offended the High Immortal. I deserve to die 1,000 times. Please forgive me, High Immortal. The bandit leader fell off his horse and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. The skeleton swelled up, turning into a skeleton demon dozens of feet tall. It cackled strangely as it grabbed the bandit in its hand. It didn't use the samadhi flames of white bone to refine him, but instead stuffed him into its mouth and chewed on him. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The scream alarmed the small village in the Colonel Thump. The skeleton demon, who was eating heartily, tilted its head and fell heavily to the ground. It was as if an invisible hand had forcefully flicked its head. The skeleton demon crawled to its feet, its head spinning a few times. Its body rapidly shrank, returning to the size of an index finger. Carrying the letter, it burrowed into the bushes. Little Anne tapped her thumb and middle finger together gently. Her hand was like a lotus flower as she sat in the main hall of the Ansrava temple, gazing up at the Buddha statue and listening to the chimes of the bell quietly. One of the shiny, white prayer beads on her wrist, hidden under her sleeve, was missing. Once she was too far away, it would take even more effort to control the skull prayer beads. However, with the skeleton demon's strength, sending a letter was no problem. After recovering her past memories, her mind had become even sharper, especially when it came to the ways of the world. She understood a lot more, but she also gained a lot of distracting thoughts and worries. In terms of comprehension alone, she was not as good as the original Little Anne. Although she was muddle-headed, the purity of her thoughts surpassed her cleverness and cunning. She wanted to purge this cleverness and cunning before the Buddha, solidifying her resolve to destroy the Buddha. She did not want to be her original self anymore. She wanted to forget her past name. She only wanted to be his Little Anne. However, the second layer of the path of white bone and great beauty was still lacking something. It was difficult for her to break through. She could only comprehend the Buddhist Dharma that was even more profound. Little Anne murmured to herself, "The Chan monastery of Devanaga. A colossal bullfrog flipped over and laid on the swamp. Its white belly faced the sky, like a lone island in the boundless swamp. Li Qingshan laid on the lone island, basking in the sun and slowly recovering his demon chi. The bullfrog demon commander was slightly weaker than the spider queen, but it possessed an innate ability that could reflect external forces. Dealing with it was quite troublesome. The underbrush rustled, and the skeleton demon leapt out, flying over. Li Qingshan swept his messy, scarlet hair behind him and accepted the letter from the skeleton demon. He recognized it as soon as he saw the words. Chongji. He immediately opened it and read it carefully. His expression gradually grew heavy. It was not a long letter, but it was written intermittently. There were traces of tears on it. He read the last sentence. Qingshan, I really want to see you. Li Qingshan was taken aback for a while. He felt rather apologetic inside. He had underestimated the status Uncle Han held in Han Chongji's heart. His parents had passed away when he was young, and he had grown up alone. He had never experienced the so-called familial love from his elder brother and sister-in-law, so he had unavoidably underestimated the word. He stood up and recalled her tearful and sorrowful face. He was tempted to see his current state immediately. All he could do was let out a long sigh. Right now, he could not even suppress his demon chi. Thinking up to there, he suddenly made up his mind. His gaze became determined. The skeleton demon circled around the colossal bullfrog. The flames in its eye sockets shone brightly. It was very interested in such a large pile of quality flesh and blood. Finally, it could not hold back anymore. It grew to several meters tall and bit down viciously. Croak! The bullfrog let out a miserable shriek and leapt several dozen meters into the air, fleeing into the distance in fear. The skeleton demon was about to pursue it, when Li Qingshan grabbed its neck and shoved the letter into its hand. He gazed at the horizon and said to himself, I'll be there as soon as possible. However, he had never thought breaking through to the fifth layer would actually be so difficult. But from another perspective, this was instead a good thing. The more he accumulated, the greater the benefits he would receive from breaking through. Right now, the quality of his demon chi was already on par with demon commanders, but it was still lacking in quantity. If he broke through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle, the quality of his demon chi would completely surpass that of regular demon commanders. He would even have the confidence to speak to those kings. Li Qingshan continued on his way. What awaited him was obviously endless battles. Demon commanders were all extremely territorial. Not a single one of them could be resolved through words. However, not a single demon commander was his opponent either. No matter how powerful or ingenious their innate abilities were, Li Qingshan would defeat them with strength. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Autumn passed and winter came. Snow filled the sky. A great ice-sealed river meandered over from the horizon. Under the layer of ice, the river water surged away. A scarlet-haired man ignored the frigid weather, traversing the layer of ice. Wherever he passed by, the ice would shatter with a rumble. The slumbering river was like an awakened dragon, rolling about as he stood on the dragon's head. Li Qingshan glanced at the snow in the sky and let out a white breath. Then he gazed ahead. The river that was no smaller than the clear river had finally reached its end. He was about to refine it completely. Including this one, he had refined 4 great rivers and 8 great lakes. The rivers and lakes here were all on the same level as the Clear River and Mooncourt Lake. There were countless other bodies of water too. This place was already far away from the Clear River Prefecture. He had basically traversed the entire Rui Commandery with the meandering river. The spirit turtle's demon core finally showed signs of being full. The 4th layer of the spirit turtle was finally about to be pushed to the peak. The quality of his demon chi had already reached, or even surpassed, the level of demon commanders. However, a new worry appeared. As the spirit turtle grew stronger, the pressure that the phoenix endured gradually increased too. Even when it used the phoenix wings, it would become sluggish. Once it really broke through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle, the balance that it barely maintained would probably be destroyed. By then, the spirit turtle would probably completely suppress the phoenix and expel this heretical power. By then, practicing the phoenix's scripture of Nerva would become even more difficult. There was a hint of exhaustion on his face. The water god seal could recover demon chi, and the strength of the earth could recover strength. However, he was constantly fighting, refining the bodies of water, and then fighting again. In order to meet up with Han Qiongji, he made every second count. With him as the center, black shockwaves radiated outwards. Black cracks spread out like a spider's web, shattering countless divine abilities. The phoenix spread its wings. Wind and fire burned and danced. With a streak of fiery light, it broke out of the encirclement. "Don't let him escape," roared a demon commander. "Escape? Humph." Li Qingshan flapped his wings and instantly approached the demon commander closest to him. He used the tiger demon digs out the heart that he had not used in a long time. When the demon commander assumed human form, he was a stocky, dark-skinned man. Two sharp fangs protruded from his mouth as he lunged at Li Qingshan. He was a wild boar demon. He did not take Li Qingshan's attack seriously at all. One of his innate divine abilities was his thick skin. In terms of defense, he was even stronger than Helicoverpa. With a clang, the horns on Li Qingshan's head extended and blocked the fangs. His slender, fair hand was covered in black cracks. He pierced through the wild boar demon's skin and dug out a bloody heart. He stuffed it into his mouth and chewed a few times before swallowing. "I won't ally with anyone. Everyone who stands in my way is my enemy. I'll use my hands to rip apart all who stand in my way." The demon commanders were utterly terrified. As long as they could still move, they no longer cared about anyone's orders and fled in all directions. The bullfrog demon commander reverted to his original form. With a push of his legs, he traversed 100 li. An iron hoof descended from the sky, stomping him into the ground. The bullfrog demon commander struggled desperately. He twisted his head and spat out bubbles. Boom! 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 Small mountains were sent flying and craters were blasted open. Li Qingshan pressed down on his head with one hand, pressing it into the soil. The iron hoof slowly dug into his skin. With a crack, the bullfrog demon commander's spine was forcefully crushed. He sprawled on the ground. "Do you know how I roasted frogs when I was young?" Li Qingshan asked. Before he could answer, the huge black claw directly plunged into his mouth, grabbing a ball of softness and pulling it out randomly. "Sir Mou, save me." Li Qingshan sensed danger. A black shadow enveloped him in the sky. He looked back and laughed madly. "Mou, you've finally run out of patience and want to take action. North Moon, you've abused your own clansmen. Do you know the punishment for that?" Mou unfurled his black wings and descended from the sky with a deathly expression. The face of the powerful and arrogant demon prince of the Green Province became even paler. Just as Li Qingshan had guessed, Mou had arranged all of this, but it was no longer just because of jealousy. He felt a great threat from North Moon. Not only did he cultivate startlingly quickly, but he was only a demon general, but he could dominate the demon commanders of the Rui Commandery. If he continued to refine bodies of water and became a demon commander, probably even he would not be able to keep him at bay. This also had to do with the struggle for the throne of the Green Province's demon king. As a demon, you can say something so hypocritical. How disgusting. "If you don't like me, then come and kill me." Li Qingshan stood on the bullfrog demon commander and raised his arm, spreading his fingers. Mou stood in the sky and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes. Li Qingshan met his gaze without holding back. All he saw was black feathers drifting down from the sky, leaving behind black trails. Li Qingshan dared not be careless. Since Mou could become the demon prince of the Green Province, His strength definitely surpassed regular demon commanders. He would not be surprised at all if he possessed the ability to contend against regular demon kings. He was ready to strike, waiting to launch an attack at any time. However, the feathers did not fly over and attack him. They simply drifted through the air like the entire sky had been dyed black, filled with an ominous feeling. The vegetation on the ground immediately died, losing all signs of life. However, they still maintained the illusion of verdure. Only after a few years would they completely wither away. The wild rabbits hibernating underground would never wake up again. Li Qingshan suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. He clearly possessed endless strength, but he felt like he could not support his body in that moment. With a boom, he dropped to one knee as if his soul had been separated from his body. His heart slowed down, and his breathing gradually stopped. His brain stopped thinking too. This was the smell of death. Gaze of death. This was one of Mou's innate abilities. He could directly bypass all of his opponent's defenses and extinguish their flames of life. Those he killed would all be completely unscathed, as if they had suddenly died of their own accord. You're actually foolish enough to meet my gaze. I'll kill you right here and then apologize to the king. Although demons had an ironclad rule that forbade them from killing one another, and anyone who broke it would be severely punished, rules and laws had always been used to restrain the weak. Suddenly there was a cry that went from weak to high-pitched. Its beauty was indescribable with words. The phoenix's wings suddenly unfurled several dozen meters wide. Under the threat of death, the phoenix that had become rather haggard from the spirit turtle's suppression burst forth with the dazzling flames of life. The sky full of feathers vanished together. As it turned out, it was just an illusion. Mou was mildly surprised. He had never seen a demon general that could struggle against his gaze of death. The North Moon's body contained a powerful life force that was endless. However, do you really think you can avoid your inevitable death like this? Mou's black pupils flowed like liquid, filling his eyeballs. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any white left in Mou's eyes. They were filled with a terrifying and strange aura. The blazing flames of life immediately dimmed, as if they were covered by a black veil. They were suppressed and extinguished. Black feathers fluttered in the air, like a black snowstorm. This was a struggle between life and death, a battle between the phoenix and the crow. Although the phoenix was a divine bird, it was still too young and weak. It was instead weaker than the crow in terms of strength. Please stop, the two of you. A voice rang out. With a flash, Gu Yenying stood between Mou and Li Qingshan, cutting off their line of sight and their confrontation. Yenying, move aside, Mou said with a frown. Gu Yenying raised her hand, and a round ink dragon talisman descended. The ink dragon talisman that seemed to be coiled by an ink dragon suddenly came to life. It opened its eyes and glanced at Li Qingshan first. Li Qingshan felt an intense pressure. That was the dignity of a king. Then it looked at Mou. Stop before you go too far. It was unknown who he was talking about, but the boss of the Green Province demons had said that they should stop before they went too far. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Mou, they could only stop fighting. You'll die. The corner of Mou's lips curled up, revealing a strange masked smile. Then he let out a strange, shrill caw like a crow. Caw. The demon qi in his body decreased sharply. Li Qingshan felt a chill run through his body, but he did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. Mou saw how Li Qingshan was fine and frowned again. He unfurled his black feather clothes and vanished into the twisted, collapsing darkness. Gu Yenying stowed the ink dragon talisman away and yawned. She said through her soul sense, Oi, I'm the White Hawk commander of the Rui Commandery after all. It's time for you to run. What did he do to me? The Deathbringer curse. That's his most terrifying innate ability. It can reduce the lifespan of the target according to their strength and race. That caw earlier should have reduced your lifespan by 100 years at the very least, but looks like your lifespan is very long. Li Qingshan was stunned. Mou's ability really was strange and powerful. If it was a demon, then so be it, but if it were a human cultivator, having 100 years of their lifespan deducted was basically even more terrifying than being stabbed 10 times. In particular, some elderly cultivators would probably lose their lives on the spot. However, as it seemed, Mou had to pay a price for using this move. He could not use it consecutively, or he would be invincible if he cried out as soon as he saw people. This extremely terrifying innate ability was not particularly effective against Li Qingshan. As the saying went, 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise. Even he had no idea how long the lifespan of a spirit turtle that was close to a god was, while the phoenix was a symbol of eternal life. However, having 100 years of his lifespan deducted for no reason still left Li Qingshan extremely displeased. He asked again, "How do I remove the curse?" "It's very simple. Kill him." "If it weren't for you, I would have been able to kill him," Li Qingshan said, but he also knew that just the innate ability Mou had used when he left made him very difficult to kill. Chapter 566. Alright. Li Qingshan unfurled his wings of wind and fire and vanished into the horizon as a streak of light. Gu Yinying shielded her eyes with her hand. He sure was fast. "Big sis, are we just going to let the moon devil go like this and let him continue refining the water system?" A young girl flew over from the sky. She had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a bright expression. If it were not for the bulge in her chest, she would have been mistaken for a boy at first glance. She wore the uniform of the White Wolf commander of the Hawkwolf Guard. She was only second to Gu Yinying in the Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. Or what? Gu Yinying shot a glance at her. "Call me commander. Big sis, you can't go easy on him just because he's interested in you. Otherwise, wouldn't all the men in the world be unkillable? Don't tell me you're actually interested in him, to the point where you've specially helped him out?" Gu Yinying pinched the young girl's chin and brought her face closer. "Don't tell me you're jealous? Even without me, he wouldn't have died here." "I don't believe you." The young girl blushed and shook her head. "His powerful reinforcements will arrive very soon. If we keep this up until the child arrives, Mou, you really might be in some danger." Gu Yinying released the young girl. "That powerful? If you're done playing around, then go back to the Dragon Province. The Green Province is becoming more and more chaotic. Once you become embroiled in a battle like the one just now, even you'll be in danger." "Big sis, stop trying to coax me. I'm not going back. My royal brothers and sisters have already fought tooth and nail for the position of Marquis of Rui. You can see that the Rui Commandery is a great place that everyone wants to come to." The young girl was serious. It was difficult to tell whether she was acting coquettishly or ignorant. "I've come to be a marquis, not to be a follower like you." "What's wrong with being a follower? You'll always have Big Sis to take care of you. As a marquis, I'll have to deal with a monster like the Moon Devil. And my royal brothers can't even become followers if they want to." "Then follow me." Gu Yinying swung her sleeve and took off into the air like a white hawk. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a white speck. "Big sis, wait for me." The young girl followed her in a hurry and called out from afar. Gu Yinying was not the only one watching Li Qingshan's battle with the demon commanders. There were also many cultivators watching from afar using various methods. When they saw the internal strife among the demons, they all cheered inside. There were still many cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but after seeing the Moon Devil's powerful strength and cruel methods, they all gave up on this idea. Even if such a terrifying demon fought back before death, it was enough to drag a golden core cultivator to his grave, not to mention that he had not really shown any signs of fatigue from the beginning until now. Thus, Li Qingshan continued to refine the water veins without any obstructions. The current Li Qingshan, apart from the top figures and monsters who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, could only be subdued by kings who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. There were very few people who could pose a fatal threat to him. He arrived at the end of another large river. The surging demon chi refined the river, and the water god seal flickered with light, gaining a thick, long trajectory. Li Qingshan could sense that the demon chi in the spirit turtle's demon core had reached the limit. As long as he devoured the water spiritual chi in the river, he would basically be able to break through to the fifth layer of the spirit turtle. After that, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Was he going to use this opportunity to break through to the 5th layer of the spirit turtle and undergo the 2nd heavenly tribulation to become a demon commander? Or was he going to stop and wait for the phoenix to catch up so that water and fire could balance out and fuse together? Li Qingshan considered it for a while and decided on the former. In the past, he would probably choose the latter. Although the long-term benefits were not necessarily better than the immediate benefits, he was not in any life-threatening danger right now. Having a clear order and taking it step by step was obviously the best choice. Being eager for quick success would only cause the difficulty of his subsequent cultivation to skyrocket. The losses outweighed the gains. But right now she was waiting for it. Li Qingshan began absorbing the water spiritual qi and channeling it into the spirit turtle's demon core. He comforted himself, this is also a choice. If I can become a demon commander, I won't be able to stand up to the kings, but I'll have a certain level of power to protect myself. At the very least, I'll be confident in defeating an opponent like Mou. Even if I gain a foothold in the world of the 9 provinces, I can take my time with the other things. Li Qingshan gradually shone with resplendent blue light, turning into the figure of a spirit turtle again. The 89th day. Han Chongji sat with her legs crossed and saw the window light up. She murmured inside and pushed open the window to take a look, only to discover that the sky had not brightened yet. Only the light from the snow shone on the window. She had actually made a mistake. Sister, don't wait for that heartless guy anymore. He won't be coming. The young girl walked over from behind. The time when she played around with Han Chongji in the garden was gone forever. The pain of losing her father had made her much more mature all of a sudden. I'm going out for a walk. Han Chongji did not reply. She pushed open the door and left. All she saw was white. Heavy snowflakes were still drifting down from the sky. The tombs were covered in snow, turning into mounds of snow. A tall figure walked over from afar, stepping over the snow. The way he walked was so familiar. Han Chongji's eyes softened as she murmured, Qingshan. The tall figure quickened his pace. Han Chongji could not help but quicken her pace as well, turning from walking to running. The two figures overlapped and embraced each other tightly. Sorry I'm late. Han Chongji buried her head in his chest, tears already falling like rain. The descendants of the Han family walked out from the row of simple houses, watching this scene. Han Anjuan and Han Che were among them as well. They remained silent as the snow fell. Under Han Chongji's guidance, Li Qingshan arrived before Han Anggua's cenotaph. He held the incense and bowed respectfully. He thought to himself, Uncle Han, I am truly sorry that I could not save you back then. I will do my best to assist with the matters of the Han family. After experiencing so many battles, he turned around and fought with the identity and power of a foundation establishment cultivator. At first, he felt somewhat unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but he quickly became skilled and at ease. He used the two complementary cultivation methods and battle skills to their fullest. The sky brightened, and the sunlight shone on the sparkling snowy ground. The descendants of the Han family lay on the ground, panting. Li Qingshan sat on the snowy ground, looking somewhat exhausted. This exhaustion was not an act. After several months of fighting and refining, his mind was indeed very tired. When he finally saw her, he relaxed and stood up with his hands on his knees. Han Anjuan nodded slightly at Li Qingshan. These descendants of the Han family didn't really hate Li Qingshan that much. It was just that they had suppressed their emotions for too long and needed a battle like this to vent. However, Li Qingshan had given them a battle, using his own method to resolve this discontent. He had also proven his strength. He didn't care about how the Han family looked at him. He just didn't want Han Chongji to receive too much suspicion from her family because of him. After all, they were her family. In the gloomy hungry ghost road, Han Anggua held an ancient blade made from the rib of an unknown animal. There was not a trace of confusion on his face, and he was still as determined as before. He raised the blade and cut off the head of a corpse beast. At this moment, a blood-colored vortex appeared in the air. It grew larger and larger until it looked like a large door. A voice came from inside, "True warrior, Your soul shouldn't have fallen into this land of death. Come, endless bloody battles await you. Han Ongwa's eyes shone brightly, and he dived into the blood-colored vortex without looking back. Chapter 567. Qingshan, you've changed a lot. In the dark room, Han Qiongji's hand caressed Li Qingshan's face. Unknowingly, the flamboyant youngster from before had completely turned into a man. The edges of his face became more defined and his gaze was as firm as steel. Just as her father had said, she couldn't see what was hidden in it. Why was he so determined? It was like a mystery. She had a feeling that in the few years they were apart, he had experienced many things, far more than she knew or imagined, to the point that she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Like a statue, although there didn't seem to be any difference on the surface, only by carefully touching it could one feel that the material was completely different, to the point that every detail was different. Li Qingshan held her hand and said softly, Chapter 6. The sky is so far away, you are the same, you've lost a lot of weight. And also matured a lot. Han Qiongji responded with an N and leaned weakly in his arms. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and said in his heart, Qiongji, I've become very strong, I can protect you. On this road to the 9 heavens he might have to give up a lot, but he wasn't willing to give up on the person in his arms. He remembered a line from a movie from his previous life. Who said that a man can't travel the world with his wife? The room was silent as they listened to the snow falling outside the window. That night, the two of them laid down in their clothes and listened in silence. Li Qingshan didn't have any desire in his heart, but he felt very peaceful. At this moment, the bloodthirsty north moon seemed to be far away from him. The long-lost human heart returned to his chest, emitting waves of warmth. When the sun was about to rise, Han Qiongji hesitated and said softly, Qingshan, are you hiding something from me? Li Qingshan put his hand on her shoulder and distanced himself from her. He looked into her eyes and gently nodded and, under his gaze, Han Qiongji felt suffocated and a faint sense of fear. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and decided not to hide it anymore. At this moment he couldn't say anything to deceive her. Even if she couldn't accept it and ran out to spread this secret, he was willing to accept the result. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a hand pressed against Li Qingshan's lips. He was slightly startled, only to hear Han Qiongji say, I'm a little scared. She felt that if she heard this secret, it would break the peace and quiet between them. Li Qingshan did not know what to do. Han Qiongji said, I don't want to hear it anymore. You must have your reasons for not telling me. Let me know when you think it's the right time, okay? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Okay. Her mind had not yet recovered from the grief of losing her uncle. If such a thing was given to her now, it would probably be more than she could bear, and it would be difficult for her to accept it. In the following days, Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji often walked on the snow and roamed the nearby forest. But unlike before, most of the time, it was Li Qingshan who did the talking. He talked about what happened after they parted. He didn't want to hide it anymore, so he didn't lie to cover it up, and there were many white spaces in his words. Most of the time, Han Qiongji listened quietly, occasionally asking a few questions, but never asking questions, as if she was afraid of bursting a beautiful bubble. This made Li Qingshan feel even more pity for her. At other times, Li Qingshan often practiced martial arts with the Han clan's disciples in an open space outside the cemetery. Keeping vigil wasn't about being cooped up in the room and sighing. The militarists didn't pay much attention to these superficial courtesies, so they gradually didn't take Li Qingshan's lack of manners to heart and humbly asked him for advice. Or they gathered in a circle and listened to his actual combat experiences in the chaos of war. Li Qingshan's combat strength was truly powerful. In battle, he didn't use overwhelming power. When the opponent's speed, strength, and spiritual qi were about the same, he could easily win. This made the Han clan disciples extremely unconvinced, but they couldn't help but admire him. The militarists worshipped the strong. In reality, as they fought, Li Qingshan used less and less power. Of course, his actions weren't as simple as gaining the Han clan disciples' approval. His strength had grown too quickly recently, and he needed some time to settle it. To settle the gains he had gained from the life and death battles. At first, he only used the strength of a cultivator to fight. Later, he kept suppressing it and only used the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He completely gave up on the powerful physique brought by the fiendish demons, all for the sake of honing his combat skills. Although his father-in-law, Han Anjuan, was far weaker than Li Qingshan in terms of strength, he was born into a powerful family like the Han clan. His many combat skills and philosophies also benefited Li Qingshan greatly. After the 100th day of the vigil, he could take off his mourning clothes and return to his daily life. With a bang, Han Tie flew far away and slid on the ground for more than 10 feet. Just now he stopped, causing snow to fly everywhere. Looking up, he saw Li Qingshan extending his hand with a smile. Li Qingshan grabbed Han Tie's hand and stood up. Han Tie had to admit that on the path of cultivation, Li Qingshan had already left him behind. Without the support of his clan, without the guidance of a master, without any decent inheritance, and with an incomplete arts of the boundless ocean, he was still in the school of novels. There really were talented geniuses in the world. It seemed like there was a reason why he could be so close to the monstrous little An Qingshan. You went too easy on him. Han Qiongji shouted from afar, causing the Han clan disciples to laugh and make noise. Big sister Han is really cruel. A biological brother can't be compared to a biological man. After all, no one could be immersed in sorrow forever. This was not the spirit advocated by the militarists. Otherwise, if they lost their comrades in real war and became heartbroken, unable to continue fighting, would they still be considered disciples of the school of the military? Han Tie was unfazed. He asked, "You're close to breaking through to late foundation establishment, right?" "I'm close." Like the fifth layer of the spirit turtle, he only lacked an opportunity, a form of comprehension. However, with the recent period of cultivation, Li Qingshan could already vaguely sense that the arts of the boundless ocean was close to breaking through again. However, the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression still showed no signs of activity. Chapter 568. The Waterside Pavilion of Listening Wind. I hope I can reach Golden Core before the age of 30. Li Qingshan gazed at the sky. The snow had just cleared up and the sky was blue. 30 years old. Han Tie raised an eyebrow. Although he said hope, his expression was filled with confidence. He did not seem like he was spouting nonsense. Instead, he was announcing a simple fact, and he did not feel like it was anything special. The Golden Core cultivators who had died to Li Qingshan's hands had already accumulated a number, so he did not take it too seriously. His current target was the highest of the 9 provinces, the realm of kings, so he could not help but reveal his arrogance. The other disciples of the Han family gasped in surprise. Even though they weren't people who fawned on the rich and powerful, they were still able to see through him. Even though they were not people who fawned on those in power, in the cultivation community, the strong always deserved respect. Han Anjuan could not help but study Li Qingshan deeply when he heard that. A 30-year-old Golden Core cultivator was rare even across the 9 provinces. By then, he would definitely make a name for himself through the world. When he first met him, he already knew he was anything but mediocre, but he never thought he would one day actually mention the words Golden Core so easily. To be able to so easily mention the word Golden Core, that was a goal that even he could not reach. In consideration of the Han family, having a son-in-law like him was truly a blessing. After Han Ongwa died in battle, the heavy responsibility of being the patriarch fell on Han Anjuan's shoulders. He felt unprecedentedly heavy pressure. If the Golden Core cultivators of the Rui Commandery had not died in battle, and the positions of the Marquis of Rui and Great General remained undecided, many of the resources that the Han family possessed would have been carved up a long time ago. A clan that only had a foundation establishment cultivator was only a small clan, but a single talented prodigy could change everything. If Li Qingshan could use this talent to defeat a powerful master, the Han family would be able to weather this storm safely. Perhaps not only would they not suffer any losses, but they would even benefit from it. Soon the heavy snow began to fill the air. Amidst the whispers of the wind as the wind moaned, the descendants of the Han family removed their mourning clothes before the mausoleum. Li Qingshan patted Han Qiongji's shoulder. Han Qiongji looked back and smiled. Her eyes reddened as she leaned against his shoulder gently. Right at this moment, her heart stirred and she suddenly turned around. Amidst the snowstorm, a figure walked over. Her footsteps were light as if she was floating in the air. Her wide sleeves and long hair fluttered in the wind. Before anyone could see her clearly, they already felt that she was a peerless beauty. She squinted her eyes, her gaze piercing through the snow, and a look of amazement flashed past her eyes. That face was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The so-called beauty that could topple a nation was nothing more than this. No, it wasn't just the face. The newcomer was dressed in plain clothes, with blue silk wrapped around her waist. Her figure was slender, and her jet-black hair that reached her knees fluttered in the wind. A pair of bare feet stepped on the crystal-clear snow, resolutely striding forward. Even if there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, it would not be able to make this footstep waver. His eyes were like a deep pool without ripples as he stared blankly ahead. It was as if he could see everything in the world. Compared to the simple titles of beauty and beauty, she had an indescribable charm about her that made people overlook her gender. Who was she? Why did she come? Little N, you're here. Li Qingshan turned back and smiled, a look of astonishment flashing past his eyes. Originally, Little N had no concept of clothing. It was just a layer of clothing to cover up the body. Although the current her was dressed very simply, it gave people the feeling that this was the best outfit, exuding an unprecedented beauty. It seemed like it was the aftereffects of the memory recovery. However, everyone loved beauty, and this was not a bad thing. Little Anne. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily. How could she associate the person in front of her with that wooden child? Although he had mentioned the changes in Little Anne, it was still far beyond her imagination. Not far away, the disciples of the Han clan stared straight at them. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they could not take their eyes off of them. Little N arrived beside Li Qingshan and silently grabbed Li Qingshan's hand. Although he remained expressionless, his blank eyes lit up in that instant, as if he could express everything in 1,000 words. Han Qiongji felt like she was being ignored. Afterwards, she discovered that she was not just being ignored. Instead, she was ignoring everyone or even the entire world. Only he existed. All right, it's time to go. Li Qingshan seemed to understand everything. He nodded with a smile and rubbed her head naturally. She lowered her head slightly, and her red lips curled into a smile. The snow and ice melted away. Where are you going? Han Qiongji asked, breaking through this feeling of being cut off. Oh, I told you before. Didn't the Anilum Lightchan master specially come once? Li Qingshan explained. Little Anne's path of white bone and great beauty had reached a bottleneck. The Chan monastery of Devanaga was the perfect opportunity, as well as fulfilling his promise to the golden cicada. You're leaving right now? Han Qiongji asked in surprise, but she let out a sigh of relief inside for some reason. Disciples of a Buddhist sect like the Chan monastery of Devanaga clearly could not have thoughts of love, or she really would have no idea what she would do. Yeah, don't worry. I'll return as soon as possible. Li Qingshan hugged Han Qiongji and spoke about parting again. Seeing how reluctant she was to part with him, his heart skipped a beat. He said to Han Anjuan loudly, General Han, once Qiongji's 3 years of mourning are over, I'll come to the Han family to ask for her hand in marriage and complete our engagement. Han Anjuan was speechless. Things were different now. The present was different from the past. No matter how he looked at it, he could not turn it down again. Qingshan. Han Qiongji's eyes immediately welled up with tears. She turned her head away and wiped them away with her arm. She smiled. All right, come back soon. Be careful on your journey. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a cloud rose up beneath his feet. He vanished into the wind and snow with little Anne. Before making his way to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan still had to see someone, which was Gu Yenying. He was still a Scarlet Hawk commander after all. It was fine if he slacked off normally. However, without this superior's permission, he could not leave his post without permission. And he had something else he wanted to ask her for help with. The white cloud landed outside the Rui commandery, in front of a steep, towering mountain. The steps led straight up. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed up. At the top of the mountain, the silver hawk unfurled its wings as if it was clashing with the wind and snow. Li Qingshan made little and wait below as he made his way up the mountain alone. As soon as he touched the formation, he heard a bellow, "Who goes there?" The steps before him twisted, and a man in white emerged out of nowhere. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "I'm the Scarlet Hawk commander of the Clear River Prefecture, Li Qingshan, and I've come to see Commander Gu." "So you're Li Qingshan. Commander Gu has told me that if you come, you can go find her in the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind." The white wolf guard who watched over the mountain studied Li Qingshan curiously. The waterside pavilion of Listening Wind was where Commander Gu cultivated and rarely received guests. He rarely received guests, so why was he so fond of Li Qingshan? The waterside pavilion of Listening Wind? The wind and snow vanished before his eyes. The sky was a clear blue. On the rippling lake, green lotus leaves stretched endlessly. Pink-white lotus flowers bloomed among the green leaves. With a gust of warm wind, the lotus leaves rose and fell, giving off waves of fragrance. It was like the height of summer. The dense spiritual qi, the fragrance of the flowers, and the warm wind merged together. It was more than 10 times better than the 100 schools of thought of the Clear River Prefecture. Sucking in a deep breath gave him a feeling of relaxation and rejuvenation. And from the outside, the lake could only be regarded as a small lake at most. However, when he stepped into the formation, he discovered that the lakeside was extremely large, basically no smaller than Mooncourt Lake. It stretched as far as the eye could see. It truly could be described as a place of boundless green lotus leaves. The lotus leaves and lotus flowers bloomed endlessly out of season and against all common sense, giving off an unexpectedly resplendent feeling. The formation that envelopes this place is anything but trivial, can actually distort space. Probably even King won't be able to get through it so easily. Li Qingshan thought to himself as he flew over the surface of the lake. He heard the pleasant tinkle of a bell and flew in that direction. Very soon he saw a delicate pavilion surrounded by lotus leaves and lotus flowers. Wind chimes hung from the eaves. Compared to the enormous lake, the waterside pavilion was unexpectedly small. Gu Yenying walked out. Her hair draped down to her waist, swaying gently in the warm wind. A smile appeared on her face too, making her seem slightly less valiant. She unexpectedly felt like she was at home. A rattan table and a few rattan chairs were placed on the balcony overlooking the lake. Li Qingshan did not hold back. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Gu Yenying picked up a teacup and personally poured a cup of tea, pushing it before him. Li Qingshan stared at the tea before him and asked in thought, if Li Qingshan were just Li Qingshan, would he receive such treatment? When has Li Qingshan not been Li Qingshan? It's just a cup of tea, Gu Yenying said with a smile and sat down before him. Li Qingshan could not help but think about how she had invited him to a cup of tea back then outside Qingyang City. Back then, he had yet to understand just how great the difference between them was. In comparison, her attitude towards him had not changed in any fundamental way. To her, it was just a cup of alcohol. She remained as composed as before, but his own thoughts had fluctuated far too much. He downed the tea and got back to business. I've come this time to ask for your resignation, Commander, so that I can send Little and to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. No problem. There's something else I'd like to ask for the Commander's help with. Please pass this Origin Spirit Pill to General Han Anjuan for me, Commander. Li Qingshan planned inside. Han Anjuan was at Late Foundation establishment. If he could obtain an Origin Spirit Pill, his chances at reaching Golden Core would definitely increase by quite a lot. It would make up for his regret of not being able to save Han Ongua in the past. However, he was unable to explain the origins of this Origin Spirit Pill at all. Its value could not be compared to true spirit pills. Gu Yenying said, "It's just a small matter, but you should still give it to him. Just say it's a gift from me to you. It's quite a generous gift. Let alone marrying off your daughter, you can even sell your daughter." With that, the issue of the origins of the origin spirit pill that troubled Li Qingshan the most would be resolved. He was obviously willing to receive this favor, so that when he confessed everything to Han Qiongji in the future, it would definitely add some points to his reputation. Gu Yenying said, "If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come find me. My identity can still be of some use." This, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. That sure was great kindness. "Actually, there are some matters I'd like to ask for your help with." Li Qingshan probably won't be able to receive treatment like this. Gu Yenying stood up and paced around, looking back with a smile. "You can just ask for it, Commander." Sure enough, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, but Li Qingshan instead preferred this kind of equality and mutual benefit. Chapter 569. Ding ding dang dang. A gust of warm wind blew, causing the wind chimes to sway and the lotus leaves to undulate. Li Qingshan had never seen Gu Yenying show such an expression. Of course, they had not seen it many times, so he was curious as to what it was that made her so serious. Gu Yenying came to the side of the balcony and stood with her hands behind her back. "In the past, at Bronze Cauldron Mountain, someone once said something to me. I did not reply at that time, because that person did not particularly care about my answer. But now, I feel that it is better to give a clear answer." Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Li Qingshan recalled that he had confessed to Gu Yenying in front of countless people there. At that time there was still a huge gap in strength between them. But now the gap between them had never been so close. Even if there was still a gap, it was not insurmountable. In fact, Li Qingshan was confident that he could eventually surpass her and become stronger than her. So what was her answer now? Li Qingshan could not help but look forward to it. Looking around, he had a feeling that he was infinitely close to success. Gu Yenying bowed slightly. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but unfortunately, I cannot accept it, so she called me here just to give me a good person card." Li Qingshan grinned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Although he had vaguely guessed this result, he was still a little disappointed. "It's okay, I am still too weak. Weak to the point that you can compete with the Zombie King with just one heavenly tribulation. The depth of your opportunities far surpasses mine, and the speed of your growth is even more shocking. I believe that in the future, your strength will definitely be above mine." But Gu Yenying spoke extremely sincerely, without any intention of brushing him off. She paused and dipped her index finger into the tea, writing down 4 words on the table. "Forget your emotions," Li Qingshan muttered. Gu Yenying said, "Helping each other in difficult times is better than forgetting each other in the pugilistic world. Today we support each other. In the future, no matter who leaves who behind, there is no need to worry too much. Even if we are separated by life and death, we can smile at it." "That makes sense." Li Qingshan nodded. "So it wasn't heartlessness but forgetfulness. It's not a question of whether it's reasonable or not. If you're not willing to accept it, then there's nothing to talk about. It will be more convenient for us to work together if we have a good impression of each other and acknowledge each other. However, if there are too many feelings mixed in, it will be very disadvantageous and I will not be able to work with you." Gu Yenying's eyes were like an eagle's as she stared straight at Li Qingshan. For a moment, Li Qingshan didn't know what to say. This woman clearly wanted to ask him for help. Even if she wasn't willing to agree, she didn't have to expose him. She could make use of his good impression. However, she insisted on separating the two of them, leaving no room for ambiguity. In fact, if he refused to give up on that idea, they might as well stop working together. She could not help but feel sad for Hua Sengzan. His unrepentant infatuation might be able to move any woman in the world, but it was useless for her. Although you have opportunities and inheritances, your foundation is too shallow. For example, the many resources in the underground, it's difficult for you to transform them into your own strength. Another example is the problem of your identity. There's a possibility that it could be exposed at any time. In the end, you can't hide it from those who have intentions. I believe that I can help you in many ways. Gu Yinying saw that Li Qingshan didn't say anything and thought that he was hesitating. Thus, she added more bargaining chips and seriously persuaded him to give up on meaningless feelings and pursue the path of cultivation. I agree, but not for the benefits you're talking about. If others don't have any feelings for me, I'm not the kind of person who pesters them. I'm going to have a family soon, so don't overestimate your charm. Good. You're indeed the man I admire. Gu Yinying smiled and immediately switched the tea to wine. She filled their glasses to the brim and clinked them with Li Qingshan's before downing them. Li Qingshan said, "Now you can tell me what you want my help with. It's not the right time yet. You'll know when the time comes. I feel that as long as you're given some time, you'll become stronger. At that time, your chances of success will be higher. If you help me with a bunch of small matters, but you want me to risk my life, won't it be hard for me to refuse? There shouldn't be any danger to your life. If there is, I'll explain it to you. You can refuse as much as you want. There's no need to feel embarrassed because I don't always agree to everything. If you're restrained by your emotions and do something against your will, you can't blame anyone else." Fine. Li Qingshan didn't suffer any losses. Instead, he gained a strong ally. The method of cooperation was that she would deliver the goods first and receive the payment later. If she felt that it wasn't worth it, she could even refuse to pay. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. However, he still felt a little unhappy that she didn't look at him as a man. The two of them stood side by side, gazing at the endless lotus leaves. Gu Yinying suddenly said, "I won't fall in love with anyone if that makes you happier." "Much happier." Li Qingshan glanced at her. Gu Yinying smiled and said, "That's good then. Alas, as a female cultivator, I can't be compared to a man. The tribulation of love is the heaviest, and it's extremely easy to damage my cultivation. I don't think I'll be able to surpass my own desires. So it's better to cut off all danger and not be tainted by even a speck of dust." Li Qingshan was silent for a while, then asked again, "What if you go back on your word?" Gu Yinying smiled but didn't say anything. She raised her head to look at the drifting white clouds in the sky. This kind of question wasn't worth answering. Li Qingshan looked at her profile and had to admit that she was indeed extraordinarily charming. After leaving the waterside pavilion of listening wind, the strong fragrance of flowers hadn't completely dissipated when snow began to fall in front of him. "Let's go," Li Qingshan said to little Anne, then mounted the clouds and flew towards the horizon. From start to finish, he didn't look back once. He sat on the cloud and opened the mental map of the Green Province. He could still remember what she had said to him. The Green Province spans 15,000 kilometers. The Jianghu is only a corner. He smiled gently. The 9 provinces are like a well trapping me. I'm just a tiny tadpole, so I better do my best to jump upwards. Don't look down on me just because of this bird woman. Although riding the clouds was nowhere near as fast as flying in his original form, it was still extremely fast. He arrived at the edge of the Rui Commandery very soon. He shot past it without stopping at all, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier and stepped into an even greater land. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was thousands of kilometers away, but Li Qingshan was in no hurry. When he encountered particularly moving scenery, he would stop and have a look, witnessing the beautiful scenery of the various places. Apart from little Anne's different behavior from before, there were no disturbances along the way. Took him 2 days of time. Suddenly a tall, imposing mountain appeared on the horizon. Along the way, Li Qingshan had seen many famous mountains and great rivers, but none of them could match the atmosphere of this mountain. Although it was not particularly tall, it stood on the ground like a crouching tiger, possessing its own dignified bearing. Buddhist pagodas stood in great numbers on the mountain. Large halls stretched on into the distance, and the sound of chanting rang out. "We're here. This is the Chan Monastery of Devanaga." Li Qingshan stowed the mental map of the Green Province away, and descended from the cloud in the distance. Regardless of the sect, none of them liked cultivators flying over their heads. Li Qingshan was confident in his strength, but he was not confident enough to provoke a large Buddhist sect. At this moment the sun rose up from the east, gilding the entire mountain. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Looking up, the silhouette of the mountain seemed like a seated Buddha. The ethereal chanting was like a Buddha chanting softly, awakening the infatuation of people. Under the illumination of the sun, the golden hall at the top of the mountain shone with rings of golden light. It seemed like the halo behind the Buddha's head, adding to its dignified and holy bearing. It was enough to make people want to prostrate and worship it. He understood why the mountain was called Great Buddha Mountain. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and returned to normal. Then he looked at little Anne, who stared at the great fire. The samadhi flames of white bone blazed in the depths of his eyes. "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan rubbed little Anne's head, and little Anne nodded. The two of them slowed down, passing through the dense forest and arriving on the mountain path. Perhaps this could no longer be called a mountain path. It was 300 meters wide, rising and falling like a dragon through the mountains, extending towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If this were not a world of cultivators, constructing a path like this would be extremely difficult even with the modern technology of his past life. Even more startling was the number of pedestrians on the path. The closer they got to the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the denser they became. With a single glance, Li Qingshan saw over 100,000 people. Clearly, there were other paths like this in the other directions of Great Buddha Mountain. Countless men, women, old and young bowed with each step, making their way towards Great Buddha Mountain. Even the gray-haired old woman was no exception. Every time she prostrated herself on the ground, Li Qingshan would worry about whether she could climb back up again. Beside her was a child, probably her grandson. He still seemed rather ignorant, but he also brought his palms together like the old woman, bowing with each step. There was no conversation between them. They were silent and solemn, yet they were also as harmonious as brothers and sisters. The sunlight shone on their faces, pious and firm, radiating with a glow of happiness and peace. That was the light of faith from a determined mind. Even non-believers would be infected by such a scene.